a place for people to gather and exercise their First Amendment rights. Also, there is so much potential in the area. It is more than possible to enhance the area downtown without tearing down City Hall. There's surface parking that could be used for housing, retail, or community spaces, and there's the ugly gash of I-30 ripping through the city that could be paved over with a public deck park. I'm not a professional planner, but I think that we could find ways to work it out and make downtown usable for the average resident and not just transient guests or tourists. The city should commit to preserving City Hall and solicit resident input on revitalizing the area, because the people that matter to downtown are the residents, working people of Dallas. They need us to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. Mohammed Abdullah.
Good morning, Mayor and council members. My name is Mohammed Abdullah. I'm a resident of District 2. I serve as the imam of the oldest mosque in North Texas, Masjid al-Islam on South Harvard, and I'm also a chaplain at Children's Health. I come to you today, as many residents are, frustrated. The Stars are moving to Plano, the Mavericks are leaving north. I originally moved closer to downtown so that I could catch the DART from Deep Ellum to American Airlines. Since I moved here, the DART nearly went under, and the Mavs are moving north. Maybe I'm bad luck. But then again, I don't believe in luck. I believe everything happens for a reason. So what's the reason? There's been accusations of secret meetings, questions about transparency, concerns about the city's direction, and ongoing debates about everything from economic development to homelessness and the quality of life committee and policies. Under the banner of public safety, we're pushing homeless people out of sight to make Dallas look better.
Homeless
A
people
Band-Aid
out of
for a deep
sight.
problem.
Can't have that.
Before the World Cup. Restricting freedom programs and requiring permits doesn't
guess this
solve
guy's
homelessness.
walking around with his
It
eyes
simply moves
closed.
suffering out of public view from one block to the blocks where I grew up in South Dallas. We don't clean up Dallas by hiding the homeless. We clean up Dallas by helping them. But the truth is, what we're seeing didn't happen overnight. We are now bearing the fruit of seeds that were planted years ago. Our concerns have been ignored until the consequences became impossible to ignore. So the question is, what do we do now? Dallas can't move forward divided. Can this council come together over the next year? Can you unite around a bigger vision, bigger than politics? Can you restore public trust before the next election cycle? I hope so, because Dallas deserves better. Dallas deserves a government that is united enough to solve problems instead of simply arguing about who created them. Thank you.
Thank you. Ronnie Mestis.
Good morning, Mayor. Ronnie Mestis, 3215 Rutt Street, West Dallas, Texas.
All right, guys, I'm here.
What time do the Mavericks play?
We all good?
Ain't there playoff or something like that?
We are
going on?
good.
Yeah.
How are you?
Anyway, bad joke.
Should be the last for a while. Well, I
I'm here
don't
to
know.
ask you.
I did just get the YouTube
y'all.
stream going, so we are live on
Position
Rumble, X, Facebook, and YouTube right now.
You know, you've been presented with a
Fantastic.
lot of
All
data,
right.
information, some skewed, some,
We knock out any bingos?
Yeah,
There's
actually,
worked in this building a lot longer than
Bronin's
you know,
is looking
some
pretty
of them.
good.
Well, maybe not
Here it is.
I didn't think to do my own. I was relying on these
really
two.
disheartening.
Sorry for
Well,
slacking.
two's quite a bit to keep
Careful what
track
you
of,
ask
so
for, 'cause
Yeah.
we're in West Dallas, and I just heard a friend of mine say something about Trinity Grove. We also got short-term rentals. We got things.
I mean, it's
supposed to
all
help our
recycled
community
corporate jargon
revitalize.
half the time anyway.
And what we had in the last couple of weeks,
Yeah, I'll put these
three of our young people
in the background so people listen to music or whatever, and I'll put these meetings in the background. And yeah, a lot of it's just kind of
Careful what you ask for. 'Cause you
people
just-
talking and rambling and
be careful
boring
what you pray for,
zoning
because you might
issues.
just
But
get,
every once in a while you'll start hear it, the energy
it's
just
just
heat up, and that's when you start paying
transparency,
attention.
lack of
That's
has been beaten.
that's when you start to learn who our
know,
elected leaders are
overground.
or are not.
And it shouldn't be forgotten, but you can't keep beating that because it's already everybody's aware of it.
I just
The
think this is a
lack
real
of it.
fun way to
I just
make
feel like
these
That
boring city
gathering
councils a little more
support
entertaining.
for keeping
Entertaining.
this
So I'm glad you guys are
Definitely.
here.
because of the way this process.
This is going to be a heated one, I
How
guess,
we're
when we
going
get
through this
into it. I mean,
process.
it sounds like everyone's
Just one last
trying to
thing
save
about
City Hall.
The young people, with everybody I've heard, there's really
Not everybody. A
problem
few
with
definitely
revitalizing
on the
downtown. Revitalizing
definitely frustrated
downtown is a must.
that
It
the
should be.
Mavs won't be
I go
staying
to Chicago,
downtown.
I'm gonna get ready to go in
Yeah.
a couple of weeks.
Well, I
You know,
still think
I've been
that's
going
a
ever since I'll age myself
not a
since the 60s.
permanent
That's your time.
decision yet.
Thank
I
you.
mean,
Thank you, Alex.
Oh,
Spite.
Alex Stein. Silence for Stein.
oh, he actually showed up.
Eric, you know who I am. I'm Alex Stein, the pimp on a blimp, and you should be ashamed of yourself, Eric. You won't even look at me. And let's just talk about all the L's you've taken. First L, you lost your hair. Second L, you lost weight, then you gained it back. Third L, you remember how you got caught on the ring bell doorbell camera cheating on your wife, Nikita, and the divorce settlement? Nikita said that you admitted that you cheated on her over 11 times. And you paid the money to her staffer, nearly $100,000 allegedly. Well, just like your wife divorced you, now the Dallas Stars have divorced you. Now the Dallas Mavericks have divorced you. So how many more divorces are we going to do as your term as mayor? You need to really check yourself before you wreck
Point of order,
yourself.
Mayor.
Because the idea that
State your point of order.
This violates our council rules and has become personal.
how is it violating any?
There's so much
I'm gonna
Stein
ask
is
you
reacting
what
on these
your-
not accurate.
Okay, of course.
I
Well,
get
I'll
his
just keep my
shtick,
remarks to
though.
the city. The fact is,
He's coming after the
everything you've
mayor
lost
just
in
'cause
this
he's
city,
the figurehead.
Neiman Marcus, AT&T, the list goes on. You have the audacity to try to think that you deserve a new city hall. Are you smoking crack, Mayor? Because I wouldn't be surprised with some of the decisions that you are making. It shows that you have a lack of judgment, a lack of self-awareness, and you should be ashamed of yourself. And this city has got exponentially worse with you as mayor, not better. And that's the only metric of success. Was this city better when you left it? It's not going to be better when you leave. We've literally lost so many things, all because you've been mayor. So just think about that. You need to look yourself in the mirror. You call yourself a sports fan, yet you don't want to call out Miriam Adelson when she trades Luka and doesn't even shop him around. You don't even defend our sports teams because you're a coward and you're a wimp. You go cut the ribbon at the ceremony. Remember, we were at that ceremony together? So you're going to go kowtow to these teams, and they don't care about you. They're going to go to Addison. They're going to go to Plano. So all I'm going to say is this. You took a lot of L's this year. We need to stop taking L's. You're not going to get a new city hall, and you're not going to get your hair back. But I'll just say this. I'm Primetime Alex Stein. I'm one of the few people that calls it like he sees it. And if we actually had some people up here that actually called it like they see it, instead of going there and pretending to go to the RNC and act like you like Trump, you're a fraud.
I mean, if
Thank
you
you.
like the
Willis.
audacity, I get it. It's
Oh,
fine.
man.
Willis is not in the audience, not online.
I don't know, but
not
I mean,
present.
he's
Alicia Allen.
That's pretty brutal.
And I got a point of order on the bingo card.
Oh, yeah, you did. That's right.
Oh,
Very
good.
good. Well, I'm going to give it up for Alex Stein. That was entertaining to say the least.
it was entertaining, but he's crazy. He's just insane. It's about as insane as his grandmother. He blocked me because I called out his grandmother for shooting one of my friends when I was in high school.
Dallas
boy.
75252.
Yeah, school
After
shooting. She
sitting
just
in
walked
this
out with a
auditorium and hearing the
gun and
concerns
started
of some of
firing
our
at
call center staff,
kids in
I
summer
certainly
school. I was there
understand
that
why they
day.
want to improve the quality of their
grandmother.
work situation. My hat goes off to them for the work they do. The closest thing I've ever done to working in a call center was when an American flight went down right
I
before
think Eric
Christmas
Johnson
in
found it
1994.
somewhat entertaining. I don't know if he was
because
just
I'm by
laughing.
Oh,
then
he's got a
smile on his face.
report to
He's got a
pull
thick
together
skin. He
war
doesn't.
to handle calls.
I
from people
appreciate
who
him for
were
being a good sport.
concerned about
Adam-
He's
friends and
first.
family they had.
Adam
on the
could
whole
be a
affair
little bit
thing.
more of a sport.
For the next 6 weeks, I
But
sat
that's the
in a
thing.
room
What,
that was
what,
20 by 20.
Stein, I get his shtick. He's going after
I certainly
the
understand
mayor, and under the rules, you can't talk about anyone else. But if he point his guns at a few other people that really do deserve it, somehow if he's a little more creative than that than just going at the mayor to make a scene, he might actually have some effectiveness.
much like what we cobbled together in a hurry.
I mean, I think a lot of it is just self-promotion as well.
Safest place
That's all it is.
in this building.
He signs up every week and never shows up. But this is the first time.
It's basically a bunker. One of the safest
Oh,
places
Paul Blackman looking hungover is on my bingo card, so if anyone gets a good shot of her, please.
to be nice.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's a free space. Never mind.
Oh my god.
Another nice- But if we move them to
I mean, you got to have a thick skin if you're going to sit up on that thing.
Well, I would, yeah. I mean, that's maybe one of the worst parts of the job is having to listen to all these people.
Well, I mean, yeah, these people are in pain. They're angry. I mean, it's not like personal, but you're the focus of the personal. That's part of being an elected official is to absorb, people angry. It's not your personal fault, but you are representing the city, so you better learn to absorb some criticism, even if it's unfair to you personally.
Oh, totally.
I don't know that everyone up there can do that, even today.
I'm speaking for myself as well as Heritage Oak Cliff as
runaway train and slow down the process of moving out, demolishing, and giving away our city hall. It's because of the actions of those six on March 4th and 5th that we have the resolution number 26-0499. Without it, I doubt that we would be here today.
So are we
listening
just
to a
not
presentation on
for
repair of City Hall. Second,
repairing
as
City
council
Hall
goes
and
into closed
trying to
session,
understand
please
how
take a
much
very
it
careful look at
costs?
this report.
Is
Why
that
are
what we're
repair
doing
costs
today,
just to
or
fix
we
major
just
systems double
all
in price of earlier
don't tear it down,
These
but we
numbers
don't
for
know what the hell
repair
we're gonna do if
costs
we
are
keep
completely
it?
replacing whole systems.
Because it's gonna cost
This report
something.
isn't
Are you
a
talking
repair
about what these
program,
people are
but
saying?
prioritizing
What
local needs.
now today? Okay, so let's
The
just
report
assume
is
the
a
Mavericks
plan
are going to
to
Valley
renovate
View or
city
Irving
halls
or
and
wherever,
Class A
and
office
not
building.
City Hall. The
Despite the fact
impetus
city
that brought the
manager
energy
herself
was to
told the
put an
consultants they were
arena for the
required
Mavericks.
to use
Let's just say
18
that's
Corrigan
off.
CBRE
I
number.
mean, there's still a chance, I guess. But
Rosario,
so what are we
her
coming
repair
down here
report
to
shows how to repair
save City Hall
for
from?
less than $100 million
yeah.
over
Well,
10
I mean,
years,
they're-
and this
And
phase
how,
two report
what's the
costs
plan to
$600
pay
million.
for it?
You mean
As you
why
know,
are they
Diana
taking the
previously-
effort to come down and
previously worked
speak?
for the city of Dallas as assistant director
No,
of
I know
facilities
why they're doing
and
that, but I'm just trying to. Okay, I think everyone agrees that City Hall needs repairs of some sort. We can argue over whether it's $1 million repairs or $1 billion repairs. That's fine. But
you need to ask yourselves or ask
what figure is going to satisfy people? In today's briefing, really, just we've had another assessment, and that's kind of what's going to come into whatever it is from yesterday's headlines. It's going to be even more expensive than the 1.1 billion from the ACOM CRBE assessment. It looks like it's going to be higher, more like 1.6. So are people just like, is it just everyone's upset about sticker shock of how much it's going to cost this thing?
Jake Smith is not present.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, this concludes your open microphone speakers for this meeting.
Okay, let's move on to our voting agenda.
Oh, that was quick.
Thank you, Mr.
Sorry,
Mayor.
John.
Your first item, agenda item 1, is approval of minutes of the May 20th, 2026 City Council meeting.
Looking. All right, a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. The minutes are approved. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Agenda item 2 is your consideration of appointments to boards and commissions.
put
For this
y'all's
meeting, there are no board and commission
bingo
appointments.
cards over here in the
Therefore, your
corner.
briefings continue,
Didn't
Mr. Mayor.
memorize them.
All right, then let's turn it over to our city manager for our briefing agenda for today.
Thank you, Mr.
Jermaine.
Mayor.
I'm hoping
Today's
for that
briefing will
one.
provide an update. Our first briefing will provide an update on the city's ongoing planning and coordination efforts related to FIFA World Cup 2026 and preparations that are currently underway across our organization and regional partnerships. As one of the official host cities for FIFA World Cup 2026, Dallas has an extraordinary opportunity to welcome the world, showcase our community, and deliver a safe, successful, and memorable experience for residents and visitors alike. This effort has truly been a citywide and regional collaboration, and we want to thank the many city departments, agencies, public safety personnel, transportation, and mobility teams, our communication staff, community partners who have all worked together over the past 2 years to prepare Dallas for this global event. This level of coordination taking place behind the scenes has been tremendous, and the work continues each and every day as operational plans are
I have a
refined
quick
and
FIFA
We're also
intel
continuing
story
to strengthen
after
communication
Kim
efforts with
Tolbert
residents,
makes her
businesses,
remarks.
neighborhoods and stakeholders to ensure that
Yeah, I
the
definitely
want to
hear it, but I also definitely want to hear especially.
Continues. FIFA World Cup 2026 represents more than just a sporting event. It is an opportunity to generate economic impact, showcase Dallas on the international stage,
And
celebrate
we're going
our
to talk
diverse
about that
communities,
economic
and
impact
create
that
lasting
FIFA World Cup
benefits
is
and
allegedly
partnerships
going to
for our
make on
city
Dallas.
and
It's
this
going to be a
entire
negative economic impact.
Dallas is ready to shine, and we're ready to welcome the world and ready to demonstrate the
Well, it does seem a little
professionalism, hospitality, and the
over-promoted.
can-do spirit
But
that
I
define our
still
city.
think,
And with that, I'll
it's
turn it over to Rosa Flemings, the director of
when
Convention
people
and
decide to go to
Event
World
Services,
Cup
to
games,
begin
it's not like they
today's
plan 2 years in
presentation, and she will
advance.
introduce the team. Thank
It's
you so
it's
much.
like they get drunk at
Thank
a
you,
bar and
City Manager
decide to
Tolbert. I'm Rosa
fly to the
Fleming,
next
Director
game
for
or
Convention
something.
and Event
Especially as
Services.
it
And
gets
before
a
we
little more
begin,
intense
I
as
wanted to
the
recognize
games
and
go
thank
on.
the many city staff members and partner agencies
But I
who
don't
have
think anyone's
dedicated
gonna fly to
countless
Dallas and
hours
stay
over the
here
past 2 years preparing
for the
Dallas
entirety
for
of the
this
World Cup.
historic and global event. I want to specifically
No, but they may jump
recognize the
around
members of
Houston.
my team for their efforts, including Brett
Yeah.
Wilkinson for his work in coordinating citywide FIFA planning and interdepartmental efforts. I believe his institutional knowledge, his relationships, and his leadership have been instrumental.
I'm not a
in
huge
helping
fan
move
of Rosa
this work
Fleming.
forward.
I
Additionally,
don't know. After everything that's happened with
Jacqueline
the
Justice,
convention center, I think that she's an idiot, and I don't think that she has any clue what she's doing. She's in way over her head, and probably isn't very qualified for this job.
Well, I think there's a lot of the bureaucracy down there that you can say that get paid well and probably are not qualified.
Have you
Or-
seen in Austin I don't know if it's their version of the Quality Life and Arts, the Citizen Commission, but one of them, she's like an artist on the commission. She keeps pointing out, because, all of the big cities in Texas are doing the same thing, building a new convention center. And she says, we have more hotel dollars coming into Austin now, or there is like zero negative effect of the convention center being closed in Austin. Is anybody going to talk about that? And we're building a new one.
I'm going to try to be devil's advocate
Because that's what you're so good at.
You've got
That's why we have you on here.
You've got to have the hotels filled. You got to give an excuse to have them filled, because we get a significant amount of tax money from that, and it's tax money that we're not paying from our property taxes. These are the people from St. Louis or the cheerleading groups or whoever comes down there and rents that stuff. And done right, and this is where you really have to get into the numbers back and forth and how much you're going to length of time of financing. Theoretically, you can at least break even with this stuff without it being a hit to our personal taxes. At least that's the concept in the big picture. So, now we have the Brimer bill and the public, project finance zone, which draws a lot, where we don't have to give these taxes to the state of Texas. They let us keep what we earn as an incentive to keep paying for it. The convention center, I'm sure we could get into how much money is coming out of our pockets personally. It seems
We
like
don't know.
some of these little votes are like expand this or absorb this, and part of the plan. As long as that's funded by the Brimer bill, I don't have a problem. But if it starts getting funded by our general fund and some sort of budgeting that we have to do, which will be fun to pay attention to the budget coming up this year. Like, are we putting money to the convention center out of the general fund? Well, that is a real problem. That's why we're building it, is to avoid doing that and generate economic development downtown and wherever. Draw more people here that live here and pay sales taxes and property taxes. I mean, that's the goal, to grow internally with that. But you can't do that.
I want to just, John, I think you're absolutely right. But I think that this entire FIFA World Cup was sold to us by the city as this is going to be an economic boom for the city. And we're going to, this is going to do so much for tourism and sales tax and all those different things. So, and we talked about this earlier, but I want to say it for people who are listening. This is from NPR. Despite more than 5 million tickets sold for World Cup matches, that demand has not translated into strong hotel bookings, according to the American Hotel and Lodging Association. The disappointing bookings stem from fewer than expected international travelers and large cancellations by FIFA, leaving hotels with an unexpectedly large number of empty rooms. Close to 80% of hotels, this is from Newsweek, close to 80% of hotel owners and operators across all 11 U.S. host cities said bookings were tracking below initial forecasts. So, the city certainly couldn't have forecasted that, right? But we don't get a percentage of ticket sales. We don't know. They haven't released how much the city is getting for rental of our stadiums and arenas. But what's happening is we are going to be spending tens of millions of dollars on police and safety and first responders and other things in order to provide the necessary resources for FIFA to come to town. And this is ultimately going to be a net loss for the city. Now, I'm all in favor of bringing big events like this to a city, but I just don't like how that it was pitched as like, this is going to be so good for us. They obviously didn't do their homework, and they obviously said yes before they read the fine print. That's what it seems like to me.
I don't know. I've lived in LA, you know, in the aftermath of the Olympics, and getting a city to motivate to come together for focus on something is very difficult. So I kind of like that we can do that for FIFA. You have some people actually focusing on infrastructure, even, you know, make the place look good, clean up your house before the girlfriend comes over, kind of energy. And if we can fix the streets and focus on that, because FIFA's coming to town. I mean, my God, like TC Broadniks ran the streets. You know, it's a truck and tractor pull out there. So we can get the infrastructure fixed up and try to look good. I think that's a good thing. As far as the hotel, I mean, NPR, okay, whatever. But I don't know if you guys have ever put on like events, public events or charity events or something like that. It's always a panic. At the ground floor, the organizers are freaking out because no one buys tickets. And it's a week before the event, no tickets are sold. And all of a sudden, a day or two before the event, there's some buzz up and everything sells out and everything's fine. So I think getting a report that the hotels aren't booked, I mean, big deal. There's Airbnb now. How is the hotel people tracking that? You know, there's a lot of people are going to make their nut for their rental property just by some of these people that are going to stay here for a long time. Makes more sense to live in a home or an apartment if you're going to be traveling to and from the other stadiums, LA and here and wherever, than to like have a hotel and travel in a suitcase everywhere. I mean, there'll be some of that too, but I think that's a little premature. Those are all, it seems like, things you assess afterwards, not like before. Like, oh my gosh, it's just going to be so horrible. No one's doing what they said they were going to do. Well, it's too early, and it's sports. You know, I think it'll be fine, but I think the panic on that is a little too premature.
I don't know how these deals are done, but it does seem strange that, you know, we don't get a percentage of ticket sales, or, you know,
well,
get
FIFA's
some sort of
corrupt.
cut.
We're gonna get crap off ticket sales. That's all FIFA. What we do get is the secondary, the sales tax, the restaurants, the mixed beverage, the hot tax, some of the hot tax. There will be people, especially in the media, since we have the media center here, they may very well be staying in hotels. But as far as the average fan, I don't think they're going to be staying in too many hotels. They're going to want to travel around the country at Airbnbs or wherever.
I think a lot of it is also just how expensive it is. Like, it doesn't matter where you go these days. A hotel is a fortune. You know, it's almost as much to drive to Austin and stay overnight at a hotel as it is to book a hotel in Europe. The flights, you know, I think a lot of it is not even so much Dallas specific. I think a lot of the host cities around the country are dealing with the same issue.
Yeah, I gotta go to Austin at the end of the month, and I was looking at hotels, $185 a night, and that's with a cut rate. And I'm like, that seems ridiculous. I don't need the fancy shower and towels and stuff. I'm not even gonna be in that room. I just need
that's at a Motel 6.
Yeah.
Well, you know, I don't care. I mean,
no, but you're right. No, the prices have skyrocketed, and part of that's due to the economy. But, you know, they also jack up their prices for certain events, and, you know, they're running a business. It's a really hard time for everybody. And I don't know how most people live. It's
credit card debt.
Klarna.
Yeah, there's the hospitality industry it just seems too weird for me. I don't understand it. It doesn't make sense. I get pricing for events up higher and lower, you know, more expensive on the weekends than the weekdays, stuff like that. But I mean, I gotta, what's 185 times 3? I gotta spend that on top of what I'm gonna spend down there in Austin.
It's like the cost of a flight, you know.
It really
also,
is.
By the way, those have skyrocketed too. Right now,
yeah,
it's like $500 to fly anywhere in the country.
Oh,
by the way, we got Park Board member Rudy Karimi watching us right now. He makes a good point in the chat. This whole FIFA is going to revive the city is completely overblown. It's going to end with the excitement of a soccer match going 0-0 and ending with a last-second corner kick that sailed straight out of bounds. I think soccer is the dumbest sport. I know that I know that's a controversial thing to say, but I always like to half jokingly say that's a sport that's for countries that have nothing else to be proud of. It's like no one cares. It's so boring to watch. I mean, baseball is more exciting. The baseball and football are both really fun.
Yeah, I'm a football guy and American football guy, and every time I went on a sports sabbatical the last couple of years. I still kind of paid attention to college football, but you can't I don't have the time to sit around and watch sports like when I was young anyway. It's even football. It's hard to sit around for 3 or 4 hours because I got other crap to do,
Yeah.
And so I'm down to like a one sport focus, and I can't really get too much into soccer myself. I tried. I made a good faith attempt.
Do you know what? This could be a good question to throw out to the chat. Does anybody know anybody in the audience? Are you renting a room to anybody for the World Cup? Do you know anybody who's got an Airbnb in DFW who's renting out a room? Do you know anybody who's coming, who's booked a hotel?
Yeah, that's a great question. We'd love to hear from you in the chat, live on Rumble, X, Facebook, and YouTube. So there are chats on all of those that you guys can participate in.
To help any of their constituents, people who lose passports that need some of those services, they will have special vests, special credentials to be able to do that as well. Halperin Park is one of our official watch parties, fan activation zones.
Every year in LA, they have this big
we know that
bike. They have the LA Marathon, and then they have the big bike race. And they shut down the entire. I mean, like it always happens on a Sunday, which thank God for that. But they'll shut down all the major thoroughfares because that's the bike path, right? And it usually is very early in the morning. It's like between like 6 a.m. and 9 or 10 or something like that. So it's not super disruptive. So you're able to kind of structure your life around it. But I would always do everything to avoid it like the plague. I would either stay home or reroute my travel, and just because I didn't want to deal with it, and it always ended up in like some kind of logjam. With FIFA, I will not be going downtown. I'm not going to go to City Hall. I'm going to avoid it like the plague. I want nothing to do with this. I was in Paris a couple of years ago when they were setting up for the Olympics, and even the setup was a disruption to the city. I mean, the traffic was terrible. It was a mess. I heard that all the Parisians that lived around the area where the events were happening literally were leaving town. They would get apartments, they would get houses, they would get out of town for the event because it was so crazy. And then all of the restaurants and all the shops were literally tripling all their prices for when the event started. Yeah. So
yeah. Well, people were doing the same thing with the Airbnbs in Paris.
What's that?
Like everybody was putting their apartment up on Airbnb who could. Yeah, and then you go on vacation or get out of town, stay with a family member during the Olympics. You know what? The Olympics is another good example, maybe on a grander scale than the World Cup. It has all of these promises attached to it of economic glory, and it nearly destroyed Greece back in 2008. Boston, of all places, rejected it. They were supposed to host it and wanted nothing to do with it. And I think maybe LA, this is the year Boston was competing with LA for the Olympics, 2028.
Yeah. Hold on, just one sec. Okay, I'll bring it out there in a sec.
Ahead of schedule. Compared to this time last year.
Hold on, they're talking about hotels.
Right.
Yeah.
City limits are pacing 24% for June and 56% ahead for July. Short-term rentals are pacing up 40% in June and 28%
This is Monica,
in July. So we do anticipate to see
right?
movement again in that increase.
Well, saying they're
in
pacing
July
up,
specifically
but
due
that
to the
doesn't
fact
mean
that we do not
anything
know what
if they've.
teams
I mean,
are
what
playing in those matches,
are they meeting their goals?
in
Is the
preparation
question.
for that last semifinal.
They're
Also,
overcharging.
International flight data indicates the bookings into DFW.
Yeah,
and,
well, one of my
Dallas
sources said
pacing
that
over
the hotels have
78%,
actually dropped their rates
ahead of last year,
because the high
for
rates
same-
weren't the
same
high rate
time
hotels were not
period.
selling, so they literally
very
dropped their
encouraging
rates
for
to
the
try and
data
get more
that we're
sales.
receiving leaving there.
Well,
and
yeah, I mean, it's
also
a
the fact
natural
that
human thing to
it's
want to
been injected,
find a
so
good price on
anticipating
stuff.
that people are
So,
still making their
I
flight
mean,
and
there
travel patterns
a lot of
for
these
at
events. They
least
think
the
everyone's
back
just
half
wealthy
of
and
the
they're
tournament.
going to capture the high end everything, and it's just ridiculous.
International
you
Broadcast
know.
Center, thank you for those who came out and joined us.
I spoke to a volunteer, a local volunteer for the World Cup,
A lot of
and
people,
you're
I
supposed to
think, were
get like a
surprised at
nice
what
pair of
International Broadcast
sneakers or
Center looks
something and
like,
a
but,
t-shirt.
it is
And
amazing in
the
terms
volunteer
of,
went to
what
Fair
they
Park
have
yesterday to
developed in
pick up
there,
his gear.
as of earlier this week.
They had no idea who he was. They didn't have him accounted for at all. He'd already been to already interviewed, been through the vetting process, and yeah, he said it was just a total disaster.
Prior to the start of the World Cup. In addition to
This International Broadcast Center, I think the city is. This was controversial because the city's putting something like $50 million. I don't remember exactly what the number was. It was a couple tens of millions of dollars into building out this International Broadcast Center at the K. Bailey Hutchinson Convention Center, and this was controversial because they're going to eventually tear that down again. So they're putting in this money into this convention center, into the area of the convention center that's going to get like remodeled anyway. But I wanted to bring that up because, Bronan, do you remember a couple weeks ago there was a talk about the Austin City Council trying to pass, I think it was something like $80 million for their upgrading their broadcast equipment for the city council?
36 million, I believe.
36 million. Okay. So just kind of putting that into perspective, they are building an international broadcast center, which for people who don't understand what that means, this is the area of the building that takes in all the satellite feeds, that broadcasts out to satellite, that broadcasts out to all the TV networks, takes in all the video feeds, all the cameras, they switch them, all that stuff. So they are doing that for about the same amount as what Austin wants just to build out their live streaming equipment for city council meetings. So just to give you an idea of how ridiculous the Austin City Council's proposal is, it's like, I mean, I've worked in broadcast. I'm a total nerd when it comes to broadcast equipment. I know how much this stuff costs, and the Austin plan is clearly a grift. Someone's skimming a lot off the top.
Well, you know what?
Yeah.
A few citizens plugged into that got that item booted, or at least able to kick it down the road a bit and get the figure revised down. But a few citizens were able to make a big difference there.
Well, that's good. It got a lot of, the post on X got a lot of traction. I think, was that ATX Data that posted that? That was really good.
Yes.
And so I'm sure that helped.
He is a great follow on X. Anybody interested in what's going on in Austin, ATX Data.
Keep Austin weird and corrupt. They can have our ex-city manager.
Oh boy.
It actually, we paid him $500,000 just to get the hell out of here, and I was pissed at the time, but boy, I think it was worth it. Well,
I saw a good post on Facebook yesterday that said we should just fire Kim, give her $900,000 golden parachute, and get her out of here and get someone in who's competent.
I mean, I think
she can go down and work for TC.
This is her first time as city manager, as full-fledged city manager, and you really have to. Yeah, I really wanted to like her because she wasn't TC, and I really wanted to give her the benefit of the doubt. But this has been a real issue. I'm not really comfortable with all the social media and the promotion of herself. I guess you could say TC, you never heard from him at all, but there was a lot of sketchy stuff going on. So it's almost like the pendulum swung the opposite direction. Now it's an overcorrection. She's out running around like she's the mayor, and she's not. And that's fine as long as you're delivering. But I mean, after the last 24, 48 hours, there needs to be some real soul searching on how this city is truly managed, from the missteps to talking with the Mavericks to Neiman Marcus and all the other stuff in the past year or so.
In TC's defense, he did not long ago report that he hasn't met a single person in Austin who doesn't like him and hasn't welcomed him. So
Right.
Maybe he's just turned over a brand new leaf down in Austin.
Yeah, he's probably got to be able to buy a nice car. I mean, he's got $500,000 of our dollars, so.
Oh
And
no, I
he's
believe the car allowance, that's usually separate when you get one of these Hollywood contracts. You get the cell phone
yeah.
stipend, the relocation stipend, the vehicle stipend, and then you probably have a driver anyway. So
Does he get a salad allowance? Wasn't it like Mendocino Farms salads?
Yes.
that he likes?
Sweet green. That was
Sweet
Sweet
Green.
Green.
Yeah, Sweet Green. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah.
$20 a day. He was billing that. Oh, that was not included in the stipend. He just took that one for himself.
Yeah, he just he gave it back though, guys. Come on, be nice.
Oh, did he? Wait, he refunded
I
it?
think he did give it back. Now he still has the car allowance and all the other stuff, but I think because that I think because he got busted, he gave it back.
So Rudy
there's-
on X is correcting us. He's actually right about this. He said that Kim's severance package is much smaller now. It was $900,000 on the first day of her new role. It was structured to decrease each day and week of her service. I think right now she's just eligible to take her lifetime pension, which is still a lot. No, she's not going to go. She's not going to go hungry. That's for sure. I mean,
No, what a racket to get into this city manager gig. You're unelected. You know, there's only so many people. It's a fairly small pool. It seems like if you're jumping around city to city, and you get a Hollywood contract and a bigger than a presidential salary.
Well, if you have to remember, I remember the selection process just seemed so sketchy. It was almost a done deal that it was going to go from TC to her, and there were some people that came in and interviewed, but it pretty much was like, we're going to promote internally, which I don't, this isn't a corporation or, I don't know. That just rubbed me raw that we should have a full, more open process, because there's probably a lot better qualified, more experienced city managers at the time that maybe we wouldn't have that last 24 hours like we just did if we had someone out there.
Well, once again, I mean, it was going to be tough to replace TC, who put in his cover letter when he applied to Austin that he basically solved homelessness. He solved it in Dallas.
Yeah. That was before they had good social media paying attention. But that's kind of the problem with the city. Nobody ever pays attention to the city manager. The city manager has probably the most power in the whole city. And it's not an elected position. That's a real problem.
Well, you tweeted out that Laura Miller piece, and that's basically what she said. That was a really good piece in D Magazine.
Yeah, I have problems with Laura Miller, but sounds like she's kind of matured with reflection. But that's why this town, I hate our council manager government as well, because you want to get mad at the mayor. That's the mayor, on The Simpsons, you get mad at the mayor. The mayor's running the town, but it's not. It's the city manager that pretty much runs the town. That the mayor's position here is like a glorified ambassador who knows Robert's rules on Wednesdays. That's really it. And one vote. Right. And so whether you love or hate a mayor in Dallas, it's like they can't do these things that you would expect a mayor to be able to do in a typical town.
I know. And well, now we're hearing a lot more chatter from, again, Laura Miller and Kara Mendelson on the city council and in other places. Maybe it's time to relook at the system and do some reforming or restructuring.
The problem when they tried to do it with Laura Miller is they tried to do it while she was in office. I think she was in for 4 years and they tried to do it, or 3 years or whatever. It was just going to automatically flip to her, and everybody had a problem with her being the first strong mayor. Be the strong mayor, not just bequeath the person who's already there. That's not fair.
I agree with that. Yeah, same thing. Like if you're going to raise salaries or something like that, it should go in effect with the next crop, not the current.
Right.
Maybe I wonder what Dallas Hero is going to be up to in next election season, if there would be any kind of strong mayor restructuring, reforming on the ballot, charter amendment.
I think they're just mostly concerned with public safety, and that's it. I mean, that's been my impression of them. It's just pure public safety.
Yeah,
You go
that's
down
true.
rabbit holes of what, who, and how, and the motivations behind that. But you know, I kind of like them because they did focus on the public safety, where a lot of the other council people will tell you they are. It's the number one when you run for city council. Any kind of poll will tell you the number one concern in a city of anybody is public safety first, and then it's like schools and streets and stuff like that. But public safety is always number one. But you'll have everybody, even the people who hate the police, like Adam Basil-Dua did, say, "Oh, public safety is my first priority," and then it was a real blow when they wouldn't get like the DPA endorsement, especially when it was an incumbent. There's a couple times I was really happy running against Paula that she did not get the DPA endorsement. Now they didn't give it to me or anyone else; they just withheld it. So I thought that was a victory at the time, because what they're saying is, "Oh, public safety is the most important thing to me," but then they vote to, I don't know, slash overtime or something like that. It doesn't compute.
Right.
Talking about police and first responders for FIFA.
Yeah.
The
crazy drunk Londoners.
The head of the Dallas Police Association had a pretty great post that he put out yesterday about basically excoriating the city for making police sort of like a second-hand thought when it comes to staffing for FIFA, and they've since corrected this, but the original plan was to use existing officers, uniformed officers, for patrolling the streets, and the complaint was, well, that's going to take those officers away from their other duties, answering calls and doing police stuff. So instead, what they did was they are taking overtime now. They're gonna go into overtime hours and use off-duty police officers to staff FIFA, which is going to be obviously going to be better because you're going to need more cops. Just period.
Yeah, and that's where FIFA should be giving us some money for that overtime.
I agree.
And I mean, a lot of this stuff, I've never been through this in my town. Like, it'll be kind of fun to watch the aftermath of FIFA more than maybe what's going on after everyone's forgot. Now, what are we on the hook for? What are you guys going to reimburse us for all this crap that we did for you?
That's a good question. Maybe Rudy, you're watching in the chat. Does anybody know, is the city going to be reimbursed for the police and fire and first responders who are going to be staffed during the FIFA event and in preparation of it? I'd love to know that.
Where are the police actually, where are they expected to be concentrating for FIFA? Obviously, the games are going to be held in Arlington. Are we talking about Fair Park?
Yeah, Fair Park. Maybe some other around the hotels, the media center, Kay Bailey.
Well, downtown's already getting an increased presence, right? Because of the homelessness that's already solved.
Well, they'll come in and sweep them out, just like the week before the State Fair of Texas. They sweep out all the homeless.
For all of our incoming guests.
I think Rudy just posted a link there in the chat.
Experience a sustained
it's to the DPA statement.
We've identified three high.
You gotta get Rudy on here.
Windows.
Yes. Rudy, by the way, for the listeners, he is on the Dallas Park Board for my district, 14.
General aviation.
You're 14. Okay. Yeah.
Yes.
Aircraft charter rotations, curb and roadway congestion, and weather disruptions. We've had a recommended posture to phase escalation with full activation, particularly during the knockout and final rounds.
You're welcome, suburbs. We got these two beautiful airports we pay for that y'all don't.
Those phases,
but hey, go ahead.
Early ramp has already started.
Take the stars.
And we'll continue until June.
Well, McKinney, they're getting a couple of gates in the next few years, and I think they've already contracted with an airline
around the 14th
for domestic flights.
A rotation peak on the 16th through the 23rd A critical
McKinney
saturation
International
phase
Airport
on the 24th to the
has a
27th. What that means is we could
lovely ring
experience
to it.
some ramp pressure and may have to tap into
That
our
was
alternate
farmland when I
resources, which
grew
I'll
up.
discuss in the final slide.
I think there's something
to
like
reach
25 or
that
30 airports in
saturation.
DFW.
But
Obviously,
then we'll
most of
see a
them
final peak
very
as well
small.
during the
There used to be a
semifinal
lot of small
from
ones.
July
There was
13th
one
to
right
14th.
here by White Rock.
We've got critical
But actually
decision
two.
points during these
I mean,
phases.
back in the day when you could just
Coordinated aircraft
hop on a little
operational
Cessna
parking,
and dot around the country
going to
before
freeze
roads
all
were
non-essential construction prior to
like
these
they are
peak
now.
periods. We're coordinating with DPD as well for vehicle traffic mitigation, as well as other stakeholders. And then we're going to ensure leadership and authority is on site during these peak periods. Next slide. So our general aviation charter. And
I just got a
forecast
hit
with
from,
the
I have
heavy
a
sponsor
good
and
friend. He's
executive
in
aircraft.
East Dallas,
Charter activity
and
is
he
expected.
rents out his house on
VVIPs, heads of
Airbnb. He said
state,
he actually got
aircraft
2
movements
requests
concentrated,
last night. He
particularly
just
around
rents
the
out
semifinal
rooms
rounds.
for FIFA. So, John,
And then
you
aircraft
got onto
fuel
something
and
there with the
parking
last minute
saturations
bookings.
are also likely.
I mean, that's what I would do.
These peak windows.
It's like, hey, let's go to
Next slide.
World Cup. You know, you got a week or two to plan.
So
Find
our
an
commercial
Airbnb
terminal
and
and passenger forecast.
go.
Commercial baseline remains strong.
We got in the chat, One Man's Dallas. Per DMN, Dallas Morning News, Texas received $100 million in federal funding for FIFA. Dallas was awarded $51.5 million for security. Of that, $22 million is specifically designated to cover personnel costs, such as officer salaries and overtime. So it looks like there's the answer to our question. Thank you so much.
That's interesting because it's usually
So staffing and resource
Dallas
readiness,
Police
we're going to
runs
maintain,
about
obviously, our
$10 million over and overtime
regular
at each
operations.
budget. So that's
We'll
not
also
an insignificant
establish
amount.
the Airport Operations Command Desk during the World Cup tournament. And then we will activate our AEOC, or our Emergency Ops Center, during the peak windows that works as well with the City of Dallas Emergency Operations Center. Expanded terminal and curbside staffing, and then we're going to increase our planning cadence with both the FAA, TSA, and our fixed base operators to ensure we've got good communication flowing back and forth. We've established emergency and contingency protocols, and we have refurbished and
Would I be a little bit out of order to share the Omar Narvaez
No,
flyer?
let's do it.
No.
All right.
Yeah, tell us
He
who Omar
won,
is
didn't
and
he?
what happened.
So Omar Narvaez, he is a former Dallas City Councilor representing or misrepresenting District 6. And he's now Justice of the Peace, which comes with a much better salary. I think it's close to $150,000 per year, up from his paltry $60K on the Dallas City Council. And do you know what? Very interesting, as Dallas and Fuego reported, he filed a lawsuit last year that was past the expiration date. I think in February 2025, he was suing somebody for allegedly hitting him running a red light in Dallas somewhere. And in any case, he had to report his address on the lawsuit. And interestingly, the address was not District 6 of Dallas, where he was at the time.
Oh, yeah, you were on that. Yeah.
He listed his address as Aubrey, Texas, in Denton County. And so, you know what? On the flyer, he listed some of his plans when he's Justice of the Peace, which he will be soon now that he was elected. Modernization, allow for electronic filing, virtual and phone hearings. And, you know, does he want to have virtual and phone hearings because the commute from Aubrey, Texas down into his JP district, that wouldn't be a fun
Interesting, yeah.
Here's Omar, just real quick, so everyone can sort of put a face with the name. This is the Justice of the Peace, guys.
Oh. And
this is the guy going to be
Judge
sitting,
Roy Bean, is he?
Sitting on a bench. So very shady things happening with his election. Questionable whether or not he actually lives in the district. Completely unqualified, in legal trouble. Debt collectors coming after him. Clearly suing this person for hitting him 2 years after the fact as a cash grab because he is allegedly broke. So now he's got a new job, and it's gonna, put some bread on the table.
The list of endorsements, allegedly. I wonder if these people actually came out and endorsed him. Obviously, Jasmine Crockett,
Yeah.
Julie Johnson, Colin Allred, Royce West.
She lost. Yeah.
Most of the entire city council, allegedly. Laura Cadena, who was his chief of staff, right? Or she was on Omar Narvaez's staff.
Yep. Wow,
Placed
that's
him.
shocking.
Adam Basildua, Laurie Blair, Jesse Moreno, Tisk Jesse. I would expect more. Chad West, Zarin Gracie, Maxie Johnson, Kathy Stewart, Jaime Resendez, Paul Ridley.
That's
come on.
actually really surprising. The one there is a couple things that all of these people have in common, or at least there's at least some overlap on the Venn diagram.
There's definitely one thing they all have in common, but
well, first of all, I was going to say Adam Medrano, the lobbyist, the campaign consultant, has worked with a lot of those same people, so he's pulling the strings behind the scenes with a lot of them. The other one
he's on here. He endorsed.
Oh yeah, of course. And
Yeah.
then, of course, the other one being that those council members that you just named, minus Paul Ridley, are all sort of part of the same cabal, part of the same swamp. They all often vote together.
Yeah, they do a lot of things together. I mean, one, they're all left Democrats. That's fine. The other is that you're right, the consulting head with Medrano, all these former Anna Casey people, still all together doing their thing.
Also, everybody was probably inundated with Julie Johnson flyers, but you know what I noticed?
Oh my God.
God, please.
No, well, hold on, wait. I got a point here. So here she's got the glasses, right? But I noticed her last couple of flyers.
No, she does not look like that person.
Somebody did a little.
Oh, I know. That was too. Like that is not her. It's unrecognizable. Trying to make her look like a housewife or something like that.
Yeah.
Nothing like that.
She took off the thick rimmed glasses.
Yeah.
That screams, "I'm a liberal activist."
Those flyers are very expensive. Believe it or not,
they really are
very,
expensive.
very expensive. That's a lot of money.
Do you know what I looked up? How much that race, how much they spent, Colin Allred and Julie Johnson? I mean, it was in the millions, but it looked like it was in the low single-digit millions.
Yeah, that's a level that I can't even comprehend.
God, she wanted it so bad. She wanted it so bad.
Oh yeah, she was on a trajectory now, and now it gets cut off.
A one-termer, right? She was just in for one term, or she still got the rest of the year, but
right.
God, Colin Allred is so lucky. What a lucky person he is.
He's just got better name brand recognition.
Yeah.
I think I don't know. I was writing to her office for a separate issue. We weren't getting any traction, so something nonpartisan issue with my profession, but she wasn't very responsive trying to help co-sponsor a bill.
Julie Johnson?
Yeah.
It's disappointing to me because the city council position is supposed to be a nonpartisan position, and most of the issues that the city faces, the most important ones like public safety and street maintenance and that sort of thing, they really shouldn't be partisan. It's the basic duty of government to maintain the city's assets and to keep the people safe. And I just wish that our council members could put their politics aside for once and just do the job. Just do the job. Listen to what the people are saying in all the surveys. It's always the same thing: public safety in streets and parks. And stop injecting all this talk about ICE and immigration, and it's like,
Yeah.
that these are heated topics. I get it. I understand people are passionate about it, but for God's sakes, like, let's just make the city a clean place to live, where everyone can feel safe.
It speaks to a gross ignorance of the population of the duties of city council versus the duties of the county and the state and the federal. And I get you hate ICE. Okay, great. What the hell is the city of Dallas supposed to do about it?
Right.
Really? I mean, I guess there was something there that we were going to get $25 million to take a different policy or not. And that was kind of fun to explore for a second. But for the most part, let the feds do the Fed crap. And you're right. Like, just stay out of it. That's why we have different tiers of government to concentrate on. But a lot of the population they want to be angry at the government, and it doesn't matter what tier it is. They're just going to, a lot of these speakers are coming up here yelling about stuff that city council doesn't have any control over. I would even say homelessness. The city of Dallas should not be doing a damn thing for homeless. That is a county issue as far as I'm concerned. All the city can legally really do is enforce laws or choose not to enforce laws.
Well, I mean, on the subject of homelessness, I agree with you. This should be a county issue, but the county doesn't really have any kind of doesn't have a system in place to properly deal with homeless people. I mean, if they bring them in and they let them out,
No.
right? And,
No,
and I don't think that should be an option. It should be, we take them in, we give them the individualized treatment that they need, and if they refuse that treatment and they say, I don't want to do this, I want to live on the streets, then we have to incarcerate them in some form of a humane manner. Letting them live on the streets is not humane. It's also not fair, and it's also illegal.
It is a public health problem. Someone living on the streets is a public health problem. It's not a crime problem. It's not a infrastructure
look,
problem.
it's affecting everybody.
You can build all the
too.
damn houses you want to put homeless people in there, but these people have never worked in a clinical setting. What it's like to be face to face with a homeless person, and okay, fine, let's stick them in a nice new little affordable house. Great. Now what are they going to do? They can't function in that anyway. They can't pay a bill. They can't probably wipe their ass. So they need other health help, physical health, mental health, addiction help, and that's where it starts, is at that level. And the city has no capability to do that.
The
city that is not
two words.
What's that?
The solution can be summed up in 2 words.
Crack Island.
No, you're Crack Island. Yeah.
Crack Island, baby. Yeah,
Well,
just the other day, just yesterday, my wife was driving up Preston in North Dallas, and there was a homeless man completely out of his mind exposing himself on the corner of Preston and Beltline. Okay,
that is a mental health issue in county.
And then we call the police. I don't know if they showed up. They probably didn't. We know about police response times in Dallas. Homeless just aren't a priority for them. And I've got a friend that lives in Oak Lawn, and his entire neighborhood is overrun with homeless people, crack addicts, drug dealers. And the police have literally told him, look, there's really not a lot we can do. This is Paul Ridley's district, by the way.
There's this big philosophy of housing first, which is a bunch of, bullshit. Like, that's how so that they can justify, look, we built these houses, or we funded, I don't even know if they get built half the time. We funded this housing project for homelessness, and nothing ever gets done. There's no infrastructure in there to help these people with their addiction problems, with their
They can't go to a house.
Education.
It's not going to work. It's the same reason you can't put a goat in a house.
Right, exactly.
Exactly.
How can you expect people who can't even take care of themselves to have their own home? And I think we should be looking at I hate to say this, but we really should be looking at what other European countries are doing about this, because there are certain cities in Europe that you go to and you just don't see homeless people. Less so. It used to be in Paris that this was the case, but now Paris is really bad. But especially like the Scandinavian countries, they have a completely different approach to this kind of thing. And I'd like to know more about how that's done.
It's winter most of the year, so that's not fun to be homeless. Unlike in Dallas, where you got perfect homeless weather. But a lot of these European cities, they're importing their homeless. We've got a whole native-born group for the most part.
Right. Yep. And then, you know, having lived in LA for over 20 years, you know, I dealt with this, and this was always a big complaint. There's over 100,000 people living on the streets in LA, and the city spends literally billions of dollars to try and build apartments. But by the way, when you break it down like per unit, it's something like $300,000 per unit for homeless people. And of course, it's all a big grift. It's all for developers and contractors who are skimming a lot. But it doesn't make the problem better. And it's a classic thing. It's like the medical profession. You know, these people are clients. They're your patients are customers, and the homeless people are customers. So if you actually solve the problem, then you're going to have a bunch of people in the city who are out of work.
Right. And you know what? This
you're
chat
exactly
is
right.
happening now with the homeless and the county, by the way. So you recall last month, the Housing Forward talking about grifter nonprofit organizations. They went in before the county commissioners in Dallas and said, if every taxpayer in Dallas just gives us $5 more per month on top of the 20 million that we get between the county and Dallas and the 50 million from the feds, $5 more a month, solved. We will solve it.
You do like Singapore, and if you're going to lay out on the street, here's a broom. Maybe you'll get a little. We'll pay for your meal at the end of the day.
You know, and here's a larger point. As I'm watching this presentation go by, I'm thinking about all the different ways they're working to clean up the city. We're going to beautify the streets. We're going to sweep. We're going to power wash. We're going to put in more police. We're going to make this a great spot for our guests. Why don't we do this for the people who actually live here? Why don't we do this for the taxpayers, for the residents? There's absolutely no reason in my mind why we should not be cleaning up the streets and have that level. We should be able to have a FIFA event every single month and not have to do something special like cleaning up our streets and sweeping and beautifying. It's insane. The bar is so low, and it really angers me that we have people who live here who just don't care enough to pay attention. Like, oh, you know, it's fine. I'm comfortable. I've got my Netflix, and my kids go to a good school.
You know what? It's politically the third rail to do what needs to be done with the homeless. There's no Nobel Peace Prize is coming, and it's just easy to just pay fake, phony lip service about it.
When I lived in LA, one of the hardest things to adapt to is parking your car in LA. You go to park and there's like a whole contract. You got to look up on a pole to figure out if you can park there or not. And so obviously it confuses everyone. It's not done right there. But every once in a while you get a ticket. Okay, that money goes and pays and goes in right into the streets. What they do with all that money is there is a regular weekly street sweeping schedule on your block that you start to learn. I can't park out in front of my own house today. And that's coincidentally when the garbage you roll your garbage out, and there's a good system. At least back then, I don't know now, but back in the 90s, they had a pretty good sanitation system and routine that the whole city kind of basically understood. Here, we're still dealing with potholes, much less. I think I've seen a street sweeper in Dallas maybe 3 times in the past decade.
I always actually had for all my complaints about LA, I actually was their sanitation department was top notch, in my opinion. I always had a great experience with them. Street sweepers out all the time. You know, the streets really weren't that bad. Now, this is a different story. If you go downtown Skid Row area, that's a whole nother story. But, you know, in the more residential areas, it was always pretty good.
I have seen a street sweeper in Oaklawn very occasionally, but also the strip on Cedar Springs. I think those businesses pay for a private sanitation service as well, and
we shouldn't have to do that. That's ridiculous. But same with police. You can get your neighborhood together to I can't think of the acronym right now, but you all pool your money and you get extra police patrols. I mean, that's just like ridiculous that we're at that point with this city.
Perry Heights does that.
Money going. We have the highest tax rate of any city in Texas. You know, what are they doing with all this money?
Yeah, and my response to the chat on the money. I mean, this country has spent the GDP of other nations on homelessness, and we just get more of it. So if it were a money problem, it would have been solved long ago.
Completely agree. I completely agree. And also, now you're getting into talking about budgeting, but if you start actually looking at the budget, just as a layman sitting down, looking at the budget and looking where our money is being spent, there is so much waste in every department. If they were actually serious, they would go through this like, an executive, a CEO of a company, and say, look, we don't need this, we don't need this. How can we streamline this area? But they don't want to do it because of obviously the grift, B, the political implications of it, and C, I just don't know if they're actually capable of doing it. We talk about how much the city manager is paid. I would actually be in favor of the city manager getting paid $3 million a year if it was someone like a former CEO of a giant corporation who comes in and starts acting like that. I'd actually be okay with it because the net savings for the city would be so much greater. But Kim Tolbert was literally serving TC Broadnax's coffee. She was an assistant city manager. She didn't have any real world experience. She's a lifer with the city of Dallas. And, she kind of ascended to this position through the Peter principle and is now getting paid the top salary in the city. And look what we have to show for it.
Yeah. And
you wouldn't know this by looking at her Twitter, though, because she's very self-congratulatory. She's a change maker and she's a transformational leader, according to her ex.
It's the influencer culture. It's like you've got to be on freaking having a phone on you and talking about yourself. We got so vain in this damn country in here. Like, it's more important for this damn phone to be your personal therapist and self-promote yourself. And I get it for business. I get it for that. But I don't understand.
I wasn't in Dallas when TC was at the helm, but did he do that? Did he make these silly videos every week?
He did do a podcast. He's keeping it real. Was what it was called. And there was an acronym for RE. Everything was an acronym. He was king of acronyms. But he wasn't like that. He did kind of stay in the background, kind of like you should. But almost too much in the background, because what he was doing was behind the scenes manipulating council and pitting a council person against another council person, keeping chaos at the horseshoe so he could be above all that. That was kind of his strategy.
I like to psychoanalyze why Tolbert is doing all this social media crap that, by the way, no one cares about. Like, if you look at the numbers on her social media, like, very little engagement, like, very few views, no comments. And I really think that she's super proud of herself for becoming city manager. So she wants to promote it as much as possible, kind of falling victim to the whole influencer culture thing. She's not a real business person, and because a real business person wouldn't do that. They'd put their nose to the grindstone and they would actually do the work, and they wouldn't care what's happening on social media. They'd be concerned with running the city, right? Instead, she's running social media. If she put as much effort into her social media, into the city as she puts into her social media, maybe things would actually be working better. But,
at the very least, it appears tone deaf.
It appears tone deaf. I do think she exhibits narcissistic qualities. And it's just a very dangerous combination for someone who's in charge of a $5 billion
Well, there's a lot of narcissism down there and very little business experience. I don't know if any of these people, even some of the attorneys, ever had to build and make a payroll.
Right.
Had to budget for yourselves for the business. There just seems there's a bureaucracy, and we've got a lot of elected people that rose up through that bureaucracy. They don't see the other half of what they say or do or their policies. They're just throwing our money around, hoping it all works out, makes themselves feel good, and then have a presentation and a proclamation, and it's all good.
And I've given the fry cook Adam Bazaldua a lot of a hard time, but even the fry cook, who is one of the biggest bloviators at the horseshoe, doesn't do the social media to the level that Kim does. He probably doesn't have a whole team behind him doing the stuff that Kim does. Kim has the whole media team in the city of Dallas making her videos for her. But even if he did, I have a hard time believing that of all people he would do that. It's like, do you know what I'm saying?
Like he doesn't do
He doesn't.
social
No,
media?
he doesn't. He's active.
He
on
used
social,
to. Oh,
he's
he
active on
used to be
social
all
media, but he's
over it.
not like going live and making
No.
special announcement videos and that kind of thing. He's more active during.
Hey guys, just wanted to let you know about blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, exactly.
That shit annoys me. It's like a teenage TikToker.
Kudos and bravo.
Yeah, we want adults running this, not teenage TikTokers. I just posted my favorite little clip of Mark Clayton, my former city council person. He ran a small little life insurance company, small business guy, and he ended up quitting because it was these people are insane. They don't understand how to run even a small business, much less a
after 9 years
big.
of planning,
I guess Dallas technically is a corporation.
Here's Chad West here, the bag man.
Everybody who spoke today, your entire teams, you got to be incredibly proud.
Let's get some Chad West music going here.
Done to get us here.
He's looking a little haggard.
Thanks in large part to your work. For the next few weeks, Dallas is going to be absolutely shining like the city that we know we are. So I'm going to start off with a softball question for you, Monica. What are you most excited about?
Okay, so we're getting into the Q&A.
Today.
You sure you want my answer? When you've been planning for something for so long, you want to see it start.
Yeah, Rudy's right about the public-private partnership, which can work, but some of these private parts, when they just hand everything over, the city just walks away. They don't audit, they don't monitor, there's no outcome measures taken on what these private things do in a public-private partnership.
For our city and our region and the residents.
But the city keeps throwing money to it.
I'm ready to kick off our fan festival on June 11th. I'm ready to get that first match under our belt on June 14th.
Is anybody planning to go to Fair Park to the, what are they calling it, the fan zone?
We'll have to tweak some things in the middle of it. But,
I'll go because it's not that far for me to go to.
You are right.
Just out of curiosity.
Councilman.
Yeah, I was going to check it out myself, actually, on a positive note.
I already said I'm avoiding all FIFA-related events.
Excellent. But I'm not going to. I will be ready.
I'll join in the festivities and have a good time.
I want to go to another project. I think after.
I can usually get a podcast segment out of a dart ride, so that'll be my excuse.
Public Works up here for the next couple questions.
Dart.
Both Monica, you
remember what, 15 years ago. Some friends of mine got together to do a pub ride, and I think we started wherever we started, but we met at Mockingbird Station and stopped and had a beer at Trinity Hall, got on the Dart, rode up to whatever the next stop that had a restaurant or bar right off there, all the way up to like downtown Plano. It was kind of fun, and it was at night, and it wasn't that bad, but now I don't think I would do that these days. Hey, I don't drink like I used to, but also it's at night on Dart. Seems a little sketchy.
Yeah, you want to have all your wits about you for all the other people who are liquored up and drugged up and
exactly. Plus, if you gotta go to the bathroom, there's nowhere to go on a dart rail unless you're homeless.
Oh, the homeless would
anyway.
disagree with
I know.
Yeah. Regular patrons.
Some of those signs would actually tell them how long that walk would take to get down to the fan festival, and then direct them to every dart station that they could go to before that to take the dart over to.
If you ever really want to watch Dart in action, the morning and evening of Oklahoma, Texas, or Texas, Oklahoma, whatever you want to call it, going to the fair. I did that a couple of years. You got to find little tricks of what actual station to go park at to get on there, because the more you get into town, the thicker those trains get.
Noel Laveau, I'm the Chief Marketing Officer.
That service, I believe, is discontinuing soon. Are you talking about Fort Worth to Tulsa? The Amtrak?
No, the OU Texas. So everybody comes into town that weekend, and Dart is very well utilized to get to Fair Park.
Oh yes.
It's a good flash to see what Dart could be at capacity, I guess. But it's only like 2 days out of the year.
Well,
I guess we'll
that's
see a little
that's
bit
the
with FIFA.
interesting thing. I mean, I was kind of in the hoping the Mavs would just stay put at the AAC because one of the few times that normal people would actually use the Dart is to go to a game or a concert, Fair Park or American Airlines.
Just to get on that TRE.
No, I'm not hyping
but the service is
Plano, Rudy.
throughout the
It's just there weren't
entire
that many stops
we will have
that you
volunteers
could pull off and
on
have fun
Dart.
back in the
We're
early
running
Dart
volunteers. We have
years. I
volunteers
think we
from
stopped
our
at that
entire,
hotel in Richardson,
volunteer
right off
program.
the
We've
line
got
too.
staff
Even.
out there that will be
That's Spring Valley
helping
Dart
onto
Station
the
in
Dart,
Richardson.
explain
That's
what we do
another
from a master
homeless
utilize the rail
Disneyland.
service,
I
get
think
to,
I think there's a lot of
Centerport
electrical outlets
Station.
there
There
to
are
charge your phone and the
tips out there,
7-Elevens.
cooling
Well, what's
stations, comfort
really
stations,
bad
water,
in and around that area is you
all of
start to
that
border
type of stuff.
Garland and other municipalities. Is I know right over here off LBJ, you'll have these huge homeless encampments. The city will come in and they'll just move a few feet over across LBJ into Garland, and then it's covered. They just go back and forth depending on which city is really enforcing it. And again, to me, that's a county problem. Like the county needs to come down and send in teams
one of the
of.
ranger slots. It is also has the same setup.
Yeah, but the grifters go before the county and tell them we got it all handled, we're solved. And I mean, at least John Wiley Price, he'll push back on them and say, hey, I pull the jail census every night. So guess what? You're full of bleep because they're all getting pulled off of the Dart and they're all ending up in the county jail. And that's why we give you money, is to keep them out of the jail, which is $20 million a month to operate.
And then afterwards, the reverse.
Yeah, I went to something and listened to him. I don't think jail is where we just throw the homelessness. I think there's a step in there somewhere that just seems to keep missing. The city will come in and talk about the right care and all that program, and that does do good work. But to me, we should be having someone from the county once a week come down and give a briefing or something, at least once a month on what the county is doing for the city, since we are the city that gives most money to the county in our taxes. So we should have a little say-so, even though they have the authority.
Yeah, I mean, the meetings, the county meetings, they're bi-weekly on the first and third Tuesday of the month. And
I mean, has anyone ever remembered Clay Jenkins down here, right here, like where Monica Paul's saying and just kind of giving a report? No.
No. I don't think anybody wants to see more of him.
Is he just too above it all to come down to the city? And
well, we actually
the county, it's just a mess. I'm glad you're paying attention, Bronan, because I think I would probably just shoot myself if I paid too much attention to that thing.
Well, they accidentally release information that thoroughly contradicts the narrative about Dart, about homeless, about the jail, about crime. So that's always interesting.
Completed, they're set up. So all the tents and that experience will be there. Then we're asking them to do a survey so that here over this next week, before we really utilize this service on the 14th, would be the first that we would have buses, that we can make some tweaks. We also know that, hey, after the first match, we're going to learn a lot. Yeah. And we are going to be prepared to maybe shift and tweak things and pivot as we need.
I think a really key part of the experience for the fans will be how the volunteers interact with them and what's happening at the, like you mentioned, the tents and the activation at these different points where they change.
That's one of those words.
You think about this.
Yeah, that's one of those.
Should have been on the bingo card. I hate the way that they have co-opted that word.
That corporate jargon. It's just such a disconnect to the average resident of Dallas.
Activation.
And what it says is they're trying to talk so smart, like, they're overcompensating with intelligence with multisyllabic words, and it just disconnects from the average Dallas citizen. Like, just speak straight. Say turn it on. Don't say activation. I don't know. There's no relating to the people there in that audience. Most of them, at least.
Volunteers. And so when things do go wrong, what are you doing to make sure your volunteers are sympathetic, they're fun?
Gosh, I hate this presentation.
That experience.
Is he the first? He's the first questioner. How much time does he get?
Yeah.
We're going to have fun while you're here.
The first round of questions is like 5 minutes,
I
right?
think that was part of our
Chairman of
like,
the ad hoc
hospitality
sports
ambassador
committee,
training that we
Chad
focused
West.
on.
That's
all
will
of
be
our
leading the
volunteers
charge on
through the
sports.
program,
Ad
the
hoc
6,000
tour.
FIFA and host city ambassador went through orientation training. That was a key focus of ours. I think we have the communication systems in line of like when things do happen, like the communication structure that needs to happen. There will be a debriefing every day, so if we need to change things along the way there. But we have always...
She does a good job, I will say. I like
and
Monica.
all of our planning
be
stress
honest.
the Texas hospitality.
What is
and that
her
we are welcoming
title or
cities
position?
here
The
in
sports
Dallas and the
commission.
DFW
She's head of the
area,
sports
and we wanna
commission.
make
She's
sure that people feel that from the
constantly
time
trying
that
to
people
get
step off the airport.
sports
So we've got welcome and information desks
regionally,
along the way
but
that will not only
for Dallas
help the
too.
visitor,
So, you know,
but
for
also
North
help our
Texas.
volunteers to be able to
So she's kind of been in
transfer some of
charge
that
of the
information so that
whole
we can make
FIFA
some changes on the
thing
fly in
here.
kind of real time.
Great. I'll stop with this last question then. So I get daily emails and calls from my residents about World Cup, and most of them are people with kids who are like, tickets are $1,000, we just can't make it work. What's the best
Start
way
playing soccer.
for me to tell them they can be a part of the World Cup?
What's the
I mean,
best
you did
way
a
they
great
can be
job
a
listing
part of
some
the
the
World Cup?
Yeah.
events. Send them to Helper and
Watch
How do you get to Carnegie Hall?
Watch parties, go to downtown. That's what I've been telling them. Am I missing anything?
So we definitely want people to experience Fan Festival. There's a playground in there. There's kids initiatives. We're going to have community days there that are going to be announced where people can come in even earlier than doors opening or focus on specific nonprofits during that time. We know there's going to be a lot of other activations outside of what FIFA is doing and
That's
what
gotta
the
go on the bingo
organizing
card
committee
next
is putting on. A lot of other community
Activation.
initiatives.
Yes.
I would
Oh,
say
yeah.
that there is also a registration
Activate,
form
activation,
on our
any derivative
website,
of that word.
DallasFWC26.com.
You only get to put it in
as
one
well, I
space,
think
though,
it's
even
on
though it's
the,
been thrown
North
around a
Texas
lot
Sports
today.
Foundation website for nonprofits to go in and
I think there
sign
should be
up and
these people
register
should like
for
have
an
like a little
opportunity
electrode
for
on their seat where every
complimentary
time they
tickets to
say a
matches.
buzzword, they get a little
We have
shock.
set aside a certain amount for nonprofits,
It would be a
underserved,
silent meeting then.
kids and nonprofit organizations for them to be able to experience the World Cup. So the North Texas
The
Sports
entitlement too.
Foundation
It's
is
like
sponsoring those
everyone
tickets.
should
So
be
there
able
is a
to afford a
registration
ticket to the
form,
World
and
Cup.
obviously
It's
here
like
in the next
really.
week we will be allocating and
Yeah, we have so many
there's a
residents.
and there's
They
a
can
whole
only
committee
afford
that is
rent
set aside
$700 a month.
make the
So that's how
determination
much
on
it should
who
cost
gets
to rent an apartment.
That's good. Enough time to
$700 a
include
month.
All those requests. There's going to be a lot of them. Thank you.
Chairman Johnson, you
What's he wearing? Okay. That
Thank you, Mr.
tie.
Mayor.
Oh, he's got the
I just want to say
matching
that this is exciting.
thing.
It's a nice suit on him.
I didn't pick out any music for
City manager and
Maxie.
the team did an awesome job. Mayor Johnson.
He's learned to
this
sit up
is
and pull
clear.
his
This is awesome.
jacket
Yeah,
down.
pull your
It's
jacket
like
down,
nine
bud.
You just got here 8 months ago.
Dependably dapper
But
though. That's
just
my
listening
name for
to all
Maxie.
the
He's
exciting
dependably
things
dapper.
that's happening.
Always
Yes.
well dressed.
FIFA, and
I
would
appreciate.
say
Look,
I
oh
appreciate
my
that.
gosh, look at those
Mayor
cuffs.
did a wonderful
Those
job.
are huge.
I think this is going to be great for our community.
It could
for
just be
downtown.
that
It
he's-
shows that
again, that's kinda like
this vision
pulled
is
up on his
clear,
sleeve.
What the
That's
city
kinda
manager
how it looks.
is
Yeah, all right.
doing, what the mayor
getting
has
some-
been talking
yeah, I'm getting
about
some
prior to me even being here on the
fashion
council as a
advice
school
right
board
now.
trustee. I'm a former coach in Dallas ISD, so I know, and a former trustee, so I know
Max
the
is always giving
importance
his
of
resume.
sports.
He's going to say I spent time with the ISD. That could be a
and so this
bingo.
is exciting to see how this is going to not just be empowering for
You notice how
our
they all
residents
have
here,
bottles of hand
in
sanitizers in
downtown
front of
with
them?
Southern Dallas, but also
Weird.
some of the kids, a lot
This
of our
is
kids
such
that's
dirty
in our
work.
community, and just opening up
In
that
case they have to
avenue for
touch
them
some of the
to
unwashed
experience this
masses, I
level
guess.
of excitement. I'm excited also
It's
to
weird.
partner
You know
with
that
my
stuff's really
colleague,
bad for you, too.
Councilman West.
I've never been
over time, yeah.
At Haverin Park.
You've got to be able to
real soon,
safely
just
expose
letting our
your immune
community come and
system
just
to
on
things
the
so
big
it learns
screen
how to get
just
over stuff.
celebrate
George Carlin
this-
used to
this
have a great
event.
bit
So
about that.
I don't really have
He talked
a
about
question.
how when
just
I was a
wanna give
kid,
a major
we used to
praise
swim in
our
raw
mayor
sewage.
and our city manager and her team. Rosie,
true.
you guys are doing a wonderful job, and I appreciate everything.
I got
that
really
you guys
good
are
during the
doing. This is gonna
COVID
be
hoax,
really
farce,
exciting,
nonsense
and thank you for
scam
your
of
leadership over the years.
fake applying the hand sanitizer.
Oh, yeah.
That's for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Well, thanks for the very
Kara's
comprehensive
talking.
presentation today. It's almost as many pages as our City Hall presentation. I think every organization I'm involved with has had at least one, if not multiple, FIFA presentations.
communications. And so I just want to say, you didn't really talk about how much communication you're doing all across the region, but I think it's been really important and it's been very helpful. I do have a number of questions. Do you know yet how many people you're expecting to come into the region from outside?
What we have in front of us is basically the percentages of people purchasing tickets, where ticket purchasers are coming from international, domestic, as well as Texas, but Texas isn't broken out local versus outside of the DFW area. Very strong. I look at the first 5 matches. Yeah, so basically on the first 5 matches, which those are a group stage, we already know where they're at. The international component ranges from about 45% to 56% international. The domestic ranges from somewhere 35% to 45%, and then the local is somewhere 5 to 15%, depending on the match. While I do have the last 4 matches, because the teams aren't known, that international number is lower, but FIFA holds those tickets until they know, obviously, what teams are playing to be able to provide those. So we anticipate that the international will remain the same for those last 4 matches, if not be higher than the group stage matches. So we're very encouraged based off of those percentages of the numbers that are still coming from an international standpoint, as well as those within the United States but outside the state of Texas. So knowing what the credential numbers are on top of that, we're still anticipating over 100,000 visitors per day, especially around those match days. Maybe a little less in between, or people flying in and out, but that's where we're at currently.
I have a couple of public safety questions. I'm not sure who the right person is to answer them, but my first one is if you are expecting an increase in the number of 911 calls over this period.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Assistant Tina Schultz over the Patrol Bureau side, and I'm also one of the co-chairs for FIFA. The expectation probably is to see an increase. We've met with a lot of the countries, and we've tried to explain the United States criminal justice system and how police work. We've also encouraged them, if they encounter anything, to call 911. So it's kind of the messaging that we've pushed out, like if they're, somebody steals their wallet or things like that, we've kind of encouraged that 911. So I do see an increase in that, especially with our visitors and some other things that might.
And what's the preparation to be able to accept those calls in various languages?
For us, our 911 center has like a language line for our officers that have to have interactions with our individuals from different countries. We do have access to the language line, but also on our body-worn cameras, we have the ability to, there's a translation button in there. It's a little bit, I tried to do it the other day. It was a little hard to get to, but I don't get to do what Patrol does every day, but we do have that ability to be able to translate.
Looks like a woman talking, or sounds like a woman, but doesn't look like a woman.
Tell us about the changes that we'll see in
Happy
staffing
Pride, y'all.
for 911, for police.
Oh yeah, congratulations, Bronan.
Okay, so for our staff,
You get a whole
we
month.
Have a mix
Me, I don't
of,
get anything.
Our regular on-duty resources.
Include me out.
Overtime components for the FanFest as well.
I think I was a
as
Jehovah's
people were
Witness
trying
in
to
a
balance
past
out
life. That's how
the
I feel about
overtime as well as the regular
most
on-duty.
holidays.
But specifically, what are you looking at in terms of numbers?
Numbers in regards to the number of people being at FanFest and stuff like that?
No.
For
in
FIFA
terms
itself,
of
for
police,
FIFA itself,
fire, I'm talking about staffing levels for police, fire, and 911. Are you expecting to have 10% higher staffing in 911? You're going to do mandatory overtime for police so that we are adding, 100, 200, 300 additional officers each shift? I mean, how are you handling that specifically?
Okay, for us on the patrol side, I can't speak for 911 because I haven't spoken to Robert about that, but for the patrol side, we have limited the number of people that can use discretionary leave. In addition to, especially like the
did she just say especially?
Southeast Division, we've asked our patrol commanders to.
I didn't hear
to
that,
build in some
but that could be.
To help.
I think she did.
those
I'm going to add it
areas.
to your bingo card
And if we
because
individuals that are going over to
you
FanFest
have
or IBC,
mispronunciation
we've
of a
built in
word.
Trying to do a backfill.
Great.
Mine
for
is
that.
specifically
so we still
Kim
see our
saying
staffing
especially,
levels be a little
so-
bit higher than we normally do because we've limited the number of people that can use discretionary leave.
So you'll have less people taking discretionary time off, plus you've authorized overtime, which is going to be reimbursed.
It's
Yes, ma'am.
fewer people taking discretionary
for
time off, but
fire,
I don't have a
can you talk about
grammar
how
bingo
we're gonna
card
handle-
square.
Are you expecting to have more runs? And if so, is there going to be any change in your staffing level?
Well, of course, when we anticipate a higher population area, the runs will coincide with that. So that is something that we're anticipating. So some of the events and venues that we're looking at, those are going to be staffed separately outside of our daily minimum staffing. Our daily minimum staffing will not be impacted. We will maintain that, but we also have surge plans, as I explained in the presentation, where we've already created rosters. So if we get to a point where we see an increase in incidents and that there may be a stress on the public safety that we're able to provide, we will be pushing those out and having them.
We got 124 people watching
But
on
you don't have a
X.
forecasted number
You know,
of
I think that
surge
is
resources
actually
that you are
how many
already
people have
putting in
viewed the
place?
stream and
I mean,
haven't
at
and not actually
FanFest, are you
watching
not gonna
live.
have
I could be wrong about that.
specific
but
units that you just know
Okay.
are gonna
If
be
there
there?
are 124
Yes,
people
absolutely.
watching,
We have,
I love you all, and that's
established
impressive.
The staffing for FanFest, which is separate. from
Well, I
the
mean, it
staffing,
shows there's
that
at
will
least
have its own daily
124
staffing
people
numbers. So we
interested
have
in
unstaffed
municipal
at
politics.
that.
Right.
We also do
So
have.
how
those-
many additional officers on the fire side will there be? I'm looking for the actual numbers for police and fire.
And so the actual numbers will be dynamic based on the amount of incidents coming in. Now, what we do have are static numbers specifically for FanFest and specifically for some of these venues that are coming up through special events.
Have you
We
guys
have
heard
that
of the
static
Talk Dallas crime app?
let
I don't know
Chief
if
Paul take care of
the name is perfect, but
Good morning, everyone.
it maps out all
just
of the
about
calls.
Dallas Fire Chief.
It's actually a pretty useful app.
Yeah, Miss Mendelson.
For
so as
Talk
far as
Dallas
the
crime?
unpressed,
Yeah.
we are.
I think I did see that.
What does it do? It plays like the 911
I
calls?
believe the ratio is.
So let
one
me
paramedic
pull it up here.
per 1,000.
It basically maps out all over Dallas.
It's a lot more than
I don't.
the
It
average.
just sources
So
the
being well-staffed,
data
the
from
staffing-
the city,
staffing
but puts it in a
has
pretty.
already been established.
Oh, that's
We've
cool.
also
Talk
got
Dallas
Yeah,
crime. I'm gonna check
Yeah,
that out.
I recommend it.
Okay.
And
detection
it has a live Dallas
team.
police
We've got
scanner
a suppression team.
component, but I usually can't get that to stream.
I
It's
use a different
single
app
day.
that
We've also got a list
what's it
of
called? It's
members
called
that, you know,
Crime
so
Radar.
that's normal staffing.
Okay.
We've also got
I think
a
I've heard
list
of that
that one
members
plays a lot
have
of
said we can
like it
pull
posts the
them.
911 calls
So
and it tells you the details of the calls, the summary and everything. It's really good.
There's an
Crime
Okay.
Radar. It works for every
Crime
city.
Radar. I'll have to check that out too.
Talk Dallas crime.
FIFA staffing, then we can quickly put our plan in place. And
Oh,
we
cool.
have,
All right, I'm downloading that.
Yeah,
plenty of
tells you how many
apparatus,
active calls there are, how many
resources
units
that
responding.
at a very short
58
notice we
responding
can put
units
in
right
place,
now
and
in
that's what I've
Dallas for
established.
anybody who's
Put it
curious.
in the feed.
Tina, I don't know if this
Oh,
is
that's a
you,
good
but
call.
We talked to DPS and the North Texas Tollway Authority.
Yeah, I got the link. I
about
can drop
highway
it in.
response.
Thank you.
Yeah, they've been in, can you hear me? Yeah, they've been involved in several meetings, and early on, we made some requests for them to come internally and assist us, and due to the resources and stuff, because they're going to be working the interstates in the outer areas, that's where their focus is going to be as people are traveling back and forth.
So how bizarre is it that we have a British or
Will they be
Scottish
adding staff?
fire chief?
No, ma'am,
It's
I just
interesting,
know that
isn't
they
it?
brought some individuals from
I like
all
the
over
I like the
so I can
the
make the
international
assumption that
color
they'll speak
of
on it.
our
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
of our
And
city
then
staff.
There has been enormous amount of activity all across the city working on FIFA, and I'm wondering, are we tracking the costs for every department on how much time they're spending for planning and execution?
Yes, we are, and so that will be able
Yeah,
to
that is
submit
kinda
that
cool.
as potential reimbursement.
The Dallas crime talk?
Yeah,
app?
I'm kind of
Dallas
looking
and
at
the
it.
Sports Commission submit their.
Actually, and
We have-
the account on X actually has
And then
quite
also,
a few
is that
followers as
including
well.
The number of hours? I mean, I would like to know how much time has our staff spent on this, and not as a negative, like, this is what it takes to do this kind of an event, and that could help inform whether we want to do additional events and acknowledging what it means. We've
Oh,
brought in,
Rudy
you know,
says
here we've
the
got Brett
fire
sitting
chief,
down. I see Rocky
he's been
behind.
here for
They
about
brought in
20 years,
people
according
who
to a recent
are
interview
longtime city
from England.
staffers who
How did he
were
get
able to
promoted
pick
up?
a lot of important
That I'm not certain of, but I kind of
that might
imagine.
need to be part of this
Yes.
plan for the next time.
So yes, thank you for that.
Oh, thank you for the question.
And
That's one.
So we have
Oh,
Thank you for the
great.
question.
followed the same
Bingo.
model that we followed, say, when we have an emergency in the city and we're having to bring in a lot of staff. Office of Emergency Management has long had a form.
Oh, that I have that
that
one.
includes
Kim Tolbert
hours,
jumps in.
includes the department name, it includes when
Let's
those
see, where's my thank
expenditures
you for the
were
question?
itemized, and it's a similar form that we're using to submit to the
Yes.
Sports Commission to then submit to the state for reimbursement.
Does it include things, so like there was a mention of, you were selecting corridors and locations using GIS, so everything from data analytics is coming, like everything across the entire area, OGA working to, get our
No.
dollars allocated
Spending a whole lot of time in the lunchroom
our
together.
lobbyists for that, I mean, is everything in there?
So in our monthly meetings that Brett has been conducting in the Office of Emergency Management, we work through setting up a code in Workday, and so staff is able to put in their time as they fill out their pay period submittals.
Well, I mean, Chairman West's not here now, but he's saying that every single day they're answering questions. So I would imagine his staff would need to do that as well. And, I do think that this is impacting the entire city, and it'll be interesting to see what happens. Monica, I probably am staying in town for it. So thank you very much. Thanks for your hard work on it. I hope it's very successful.
Thank you.
Chairman Gracie, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And again, I just want to
But not
just publicly
privately,
thank you all for
just public.
all of the hard work and the stress that you've all endured, working from vendors to security to planning all of these things and the stress to make this a reality. Publicly, I want to thank you. But I also want to thank you for making this as inclusive as you could do that. Chair West asked a question about other events, and yes, there are FIFA events. Yes, ma'am. Oh, I was going to throw you the oop. I was waiting on it. But he asked about several events, but I wanted to just publicly thank you for allowing, making it accessible, even though some may not be able to get to Fair Park, but making it, creating spaces to make it accessible for those residents who aren't able to do that. And specifically, Districts 1 and District 3, we're hosting the FIFA event at Mountain View College to make that this Saturday, to make that open to the community. And you all have been very supportive, and it is bigger than what I even imagined. I think we're up to about 400 people already in doing that. But again, those are the type of things that I was concerned about when FIFA comes. Some people from a traffic perspective are going to be stuck in their neighborhoods and things like that. So how can we still make them, create that experience for them? So I just wanted to publicly thank you all for doing that. And then also say that we are working on, of all of the planning and all of the things that we're doing, I've been talking to a couple of colleagues from other cities, other elected officials in planning, just a time of prayer, just to pray for all of these different things that you all have been working diligently to secure, from security to traffic to all of these things, just having a time of prayer. So stay tuned.
We're
We'll
having
try to
a prayer
work on
session
doing
for
that, next
FIFA.
week. But thank you, Mr.
Did I
Mayor.
get that right?
Is there anyone else who wants to ask any questions or make any comments on this first panel today? I don't see anyone, so thank you very much, y'all. Good to see you. Good to see you former employees back, and good to see you all. Monica, did you bring the trophy with you by any chance today? You didn't bring it? Okay. All right, guys. So like I said, we are going
Eric
to,
Johnson has
we're
hair.
going
That
to
was
recess
kind of
for
an
an
insensitive
hour
remark by
roughly,
Alex Stein.
come back
Yeah,
at 1
it's a
o'clock
shtick.
and with our second briefing for today, Madam City Manager, if that works for you.
Yes, sir.
1
that does.
o'clock,
Thank you
y'all
so
want to
much.
take the break?
Okay, so we'll see you guys back here, everyone, at 1
Yeah.
p.m.
Yeah, break
for,
time? Oh, yeah.
briefing
Yeah,
item
let's take a
Yeah.
break.
B.
What's coming up next?
Thank
What are
you.
they supposed to?
City Hall, I think.
Phase 2.
Okay, the big one's coming up
Right,
at
we're
1.
just going to,
Okay.
everyone lunch on their own.
All right, we'll be back
for an hour,
in
do
roughly
what
an hour,
you-
yeah?
Do what you need to do for an hour.
Sounds good to me.
Sounds good.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right
Actually,
now.
at 1
Thanks.
p.m.
Can you hear me? You cannot hear me? Okay, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Hello, hello, test, test, test.
In May, the president said that he does not think about Americans' financial situations. Do you think about the financial situation of the American people?
I do. Ranking member distorted my statement, as he often does. I had prefaced my statement with, we understand that these are challenging times for the American people, that we will get over this, and that at present, the average household is paid about
Test, test, test.
in gasoline.
Well, let's
Here's
he said, quote, "I don't think about Americans' financial situation."
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Hello, hello. Test, test, test.
Okay. All right.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. A lot of echo.
No, I can't. You can still hear me?
Interrupt, perhaps.
Yeah, I can hear you.
I can hear you, but Damien's got a
Let's get off of this video ninja.
He's in outer space.
All right, we've got our quorum back, so we're gonna reconvene here at 1:17 and throw it back to the city manager's office to tee up our second briefing for today, briefing B.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to kick this over to John and the team. John, I'll let you take from here.
All right, thank you, Chief Artist. We appreciate the opportunity. Joanna, I'm going to start today on slide 3, which is the purpose. Today's briefing is the second phase of the process that's directed by City Council in March. The purpose of today's briefing is to allow the consultant teams to present their proposed repair strategies, the implementation phasing, and planning level cost estimates. This information will help inform future policy discussions regarding City Hall, and no action is requested today. As a reminder, on March 4th, City Council approved a resolution that, among other things, directed the city manager to develop a repair and replacement program that prioritizes the most critical needs and includes no fewer than 2 phased repair options over a 10-year period. Following City Council's resolution, the city manager directed this work be performed by outside experts with relevant experience in civic facilities and large-scale renovations. 2 independent firms were engaged to review available assessments, conduct site visits, meetings with maintenance staff, and develop their own repair strategies. Council received the Phase 1 briefing on May 20th, which focused on the methodology, assumptions, and prioritization, and today's briefing is the next step in that process. The presentation is divided into 3 sections. First, Gresham Smith will present its repair strategies, phasing options, and planning level estimates. Second, WM2 Company will provide its summary on peer review and alternative repair strategies and estimates. And finally, CBRE will discuss additional considerations, including swing space, modernization, and other ownership costs
Welcome back.
considered. Following the presentation, the team will be available for questions. And with that, I will turn it over to Jen Murphy with Gresham Smith.
Good afternoon, Mayor. City Council members and City leadership. I'm Jen Murphy, Senior Associate and Civic Practice Leader with Gresham Smith. We appreciate your time on the agenda today and are happy to be back. Per the agenda introduction by Chief Johnson, we are here to brief you with our final proposed Dallas City Hall phased repair program. Next slide, please.
Where's Bronan?
Collectively, this team provides architecture, engineering, and consulting services for municipalities nationwide to support the creation of healthy, thriving communities. This is at the heart of Gresham Smith's mission and our team partners. Speaking today, in addition to myself, from Gresham Smith, we have Lizzie Garoff, the team project manager that's kept us on task. Chris Kuhn, architectural studio design leader with Gresham Smith. From the Athenian Group to the left, Tanyan Farley, Senior Vice President of Client Solutions with extensive City Hall experience. And from IMEG, representing mechanical, plumbing, electrical, fire protection engineering, is the project executive Dustin Yates. And Senior Structural Engineer John Rojas. Just there, yes. Quick review of our team's agenda today. We're going to do a brief overview of our approach that we talked about last time. In addition, we want to better be able to communicate to you how the City Hall is structured and designed, because that certainly played in
I'm actually really interested to hear this.
plans.
Yeah.
We're going to outline our risk assessment baseline.
It seems like, the big discrepancy is sticker shock. Each time we assess it, people don't believe that it's going to
John,
cost
I'm
that
able to
much.
hear you. I think you've got your audio
and additional considerations.
Changed or something through headset, maybe?
Cost estimates.
I can hear John, but I am not able to turn on my camera right now, so I'm trying to fix that.
Okay, I got you. I can hear you now.
These are the guiding principles we asked ourselves.
Okay, can you hear me?
throughout
Yeah, you're all good.
and
I can hear
looking
you.
at the two-phase
Yeah,
implementation plans. So
I think
maximizing
with
use
the
of taxpayer
Damien,
dollars.
when you just put
This is
those
in
headphones
essence
on, I
our
could
key,
hear the
ensuring
meeting in
that
the
ideas and
background.
approaches are realistic and
So
reasonable.
like I can
There
hear
are
the
many,
meeting
many
here,
ideas,
the
which
regular
I'm
meeting,
sure
and then you guys
several
out
of you all
here.
have heard those,
Is it better now that I have the headphones
over the
on?
last several months.
Yeah, it is.
There are many,
Yeah,
many
okay, good.
ideas
Yes.
that can
Yeah, I know what was
considered.
happening. I was getting
Some
feedback
that are
from my
maybe the
speakers, so that's why I'm
fanciest and
wearing the
newest
headphones.
approaches,
Right.
and others
Okay.
that are bare minimum.
Guys, I'm gonna
approaches.
just
With our team's
X
extensive
out and
municipal
come back in, see if that
experience, we
makes a
wanted
difference
to
with the
balance
video.
the ideas,
Oh, okay.
directions, and budget so that it's feasible, realistic, and quality. In addition, we also certainly looked at minimizing the operational disruption during those phases, maximizing construction efficiency and mobilization, keeping an eye on the future holistic view, so making sure that we're, again, not just Band-Aiding and fixing today, but that for any future modernization that you can connect into the building systems and those be flexible, and considering the building's historic highlights. We did prepare this diagram just to clarify what we feel are elements of the scope that in a phased renovation of this magnitude would automatically be triggered and cannot realistically be separated out as we don't see those as being elective. The base building core elements and those included in the previous option by others are identified in the red. So those are certainly included in our cost estimates. The budget estimates that we have added to this, though, are shown in the orange blocks. These are the triggered items that we feel like not only replace a component, but they make sure that we are following the full building system so that at the distribution point, we have effectively repaired the entire system to make it cohesive. In addition, we are, the orange covers ADA, fire upgrades, all of the things that, abatement, et cetera, that we feel like that once you have started this level of renovation, you would be required to do so. Next slide, please. We did want to show just an example. Certainly, we do not know that we're going to have to do something like this, but we did want to show you when you look at something
Gross.
simple like replacement of a toilet fixture, what you don't see is what we're talking about from a triggered standpoint. So if you're looking left to right on this image slide, the first photo is to replace a broken
Triggered.
toilet.
Enough people
Seems
already
like a simple
triggered.
thing. That's what you see. But as you remove that plumbing fixture, potentially there's hidden water damage behind the walls and in the floors. There may be asbestos-wrapped pipes. There may be evidence of corroded or leaking pipes, et cetera, that are behind that wall. This could potentially trigger certainly digging into the tile, into the floor, et cetera, to be able to repair those items. And then once you start digging into flooring and changing out replacement, now you've also triggered ADA, more abatement, et cetera, and eventually it can become a full replacement when you started out with something simple. So this is certainly an extreme example, but wanted to be able to provide something to you about what we mean by those triggered items.
They're talking about the
that
phased
in a phased renovation plan,
repairs. I
you do
think
need
that's
to consider,
ridiculous if that's the way they go to try to
that's something that
keep
may
people working there while they
aesthetically, if you walked into a
refurbish it.
space today,
Why do you think
look
that's
like
ridiculous?
It's great.
Because people got to work there,
functioning,
and
it
there's
may not actually
asbestos, and there's refrigerant, and mold, and
So I'm
all
gonna
sorts of
pass it on
stuff.
to
And you
Christine
have
now
look at
with
the people who are
Gresham
down there.
Smith,
They still wear masks. So
and
you're
he's
gonna
give you a
ask these
They
people.
claim there's no mold. Last
as we learned
week,
from the
the
previous,
city staffer said there
good
is no
understanding of how
mold.
this building was put
They're
together,
gonna
because certainly
look.
that
You know, it's an IMPA building. It's a
final plans.
big architectural hoopla ha boner
Good
building.
afternoon.
Great. So it's been in disrepair for over 50 years, just slowly, because we have a crappy city that doesn't pay attention. They shouldn't have built it to begin with, because the city was never going to take care of it. Okay, but now we are. Okay, so now this generation is going to fund all that. So, it better be put back into brand new mint condition. That's the way I would want it if we're going to do this. Not little half measures here and there and disruption of government and efficiency and all that. It just doesn't
Yeah,
make
but how
sense.
long did they say it would take if they were going to do it all in once, vacate the building? I mean,
Probably a
isn't
total of 5
3
years. Total.
So 5 years versus 6.5 potentially.
How the building is
That's not a
designed,
big
how the
difference.
system
5 years
is
to be done
designed.
right,
Importantly,
and it'd be a lot
that will
cheaper
give us,
to do it all at
sort of
once
some
than to
logic
string it
to
out.
go
You could
on
only
how
work
we're
during
going
certain
According to
hours,
this,
not
according to
work
this
during
presentation,
certain
it wouldn't be a
Um,
lot cheaper.
you
It would be
we
cheaper,
really
but
delved into
not
this
by a
issue as
lot.
we were looking through, and we wanted to
So,
share
so they're only going to be able
process
to
and
work during
organization
certain
that we've
hours.
uncovered.
And in
I
certain
don't know,
phases,
have you
people are going to have
Have you
to
ever
get
tried to
moved.
live in a house that was getting remodeled?
Yes.
It's a
City has done a
freaking
great job of
nightmare.
Yes, I have.
pretty
It
much
sucks.
all
I
of the
agree.
original
But
construction
I also think that,
documents for this project. with the
you're maybe not
exception
giving
of a
enough
few
credit to the
electrical
people that
items,
do this kind of
electrical
work.
sheets.
It is
We
possible
have
to
pretty
completely
much
cordon off
all
areas of
original
buildings
drawings, which is
that you just don't
fantastic.
enter. Right?
On this
Unlike your
slide,
house,
we've
like this
included,
actually,
a
there's a
building
lot of
plan,
open
key
space in
plan,
City Hall that's
also the
unused.
north
And
elevation,
they can
sections
block off whole
that
areas of the
show,
building.
Kind of our approach.
Sure. Why not just block off the whole building and be done with it?
And
And then, I
is
mean,
on all of the
it's not
drawings,
that
and-
much
and it
to
really is-
occupy
it's
a building
nice,
for a few
simple
years
diagram to really kind of get
and
to the heart
just
of
keep
how the building
government
is organized.
going smooth.
And I think a
You know,
lot
most
of
of the
you
crap's
know
on
this based
a
on
cloud anyway. It's not like
walking
they
around the
need a bunch
building,
of
because
dust
there
with
is the floor
computers
and
and
then
stuff
the
like
zone
in the
that is
past.
on each
But that's
So-
where the cost would come in.
So,
That all the added
as you're
cost of
aware,
renting a space for
the
5
building
years.
is
Well,
lettered A, B, C,
that or
D,
the
and
string
F.
out other financing of the
being
repair. I
zone
mean,
where
we
the council
we'll
chamber
get down to the
is,
math, but
um,
it's not going to be
and
the
then,
same. It
B,
will be
C, and
more
D
expensive
being
to
the
phase it, and it will take longer.
That
So
direction,
what's the
which
point?
is where the atrium is.
If it's really going to be done the way
in
we
between
want it to be
each one
done,
of these zones,
anytime you've done
highlighted in
construction,
orange here
you want the
are what
people
are
out of the way.
defined as the
You want the
service
sensitivity.
zones.
Like I said,
That's where
you got
your
employees down there
mechanical,
still wearing
stairs,
masks.
your
You think they're going to be like running to HR department going, "Oh, I smell some asbestos."
I mean, screw the
freaking
people
out.
who wear masks. I mean, look, watch this presentation. They have a plan for who needs to relocate and when,
So this idea of
and
the
how many
service
people it'll
and the
be.
serve zones is
You know, they're
something
not.
that's
I mean,
prevalent in
they've divided up the building
architecture
into sections
to
so that
organize this building. So
not
you
so
can
that people
see it
can
in the
still work
facade
there while
where
they do it.
Well, you can say
highlighted
screw the
in
people with the
orange
mask,
zones,
and sentimentally I
also when you
agree,
walk
but they
around
also
the
have
shown in
employee
orange on the
rights
upper left.
and
It's
to
like
go
this.
through, and if they want to sue,
so the
and then
building
of course you
has
got
these
workers'
6
compensation
zones,
carriers.
with
How are they going to?
their,
What's the
sort of
What's the work comp rate going to be when the city informs the work comp carrier that yes, we're going to remove asbestos while our employees are in the building? Those rates are going to go up. It just seems like a bigger liability. I mean, if we're going to redo it, fine, but redo it and get it done. Don't
each one of these
this
Do you
little
know where
phase
those
thing is
bathrooms
just-
are though? If you go up to the 6th floor, they're already so isolated. Those bathrooms. I don't think that would be an issue to cordon off one floor at a time or however.
Well, okay, as soon as they start knocking walls at the top, shit falls down to the floors below, especially asbestos. So I don't know that. I'm not an engineer, but it seems like you would start going from the floor up, ground by ground, cleaning out. I mean, it's wrapped around the pipes. They don't even know.
Scale of how
there's only been. This is why the last estimate jumped up so high, because the first estimate was just 2 guys walking around with a clipboard looking at stuff in 2017, and then the one we did last time, they actually dug in, took some core stuff. That's why it went up, because the more you open this can of worms up, there are more worms are going to pop out. It might as well just take everyone out, clean it up, put it back in mint condition, move everyone back in.
And into the office floors. And so what this means, and the important takeaway of this, is each one of those zones are self-contained. We're not pulling ductwork from other areas.
There you go.
The mechanical and electrical is all within that zone. So there's an opportunity to shut down that specific zone, do the work required, and then open it up again. And you'll see when Dustin gets into the phasing, diagrams on the next few pages, you'll see how we've used that concept to break the building into pieces that are a little bit more manageable, and that kind of creates the strategy for our phasing. Dustin?
Thank you, Chris, and thank you, Mayor and Council. Over the next several slides, I'll walk through how our team translated the facility findings into practical renovation strategies. Our objective was not simply to identify what needs repair, but to determine the most effective sequence for performing these repairs while balancing risk, cost, operational continuity, and long-term needs of the building. And so this risk-based prioritization framework. This is what we referenced in our previous presentation. This framework served as one of the primary decision-making tools for our team. As you can see, the vertical axis represents the likelihood of failure based on the condition assessments, industry standards, and information provided to us. The horizontal axis represents the potential impact that a failure would have on the building operations, public services, and occupant safety. We also provided these lines, the dashed lines that are in blue, prioritization lines. These items located in the upper right portion of the chart represent systems that combine both high risk and high consequence. These include critical infrastructure such as the emergency generators, roofing systems, expansion joints, and water intrusion concerns. So from a planning perspective, these are the systems we believe should receive the earliest attention because they could impact the operations and result in significant higher costs and failures if failures occur unexpectedly. Items positioned lower on the chart, such as the lighting, air handlers, and certain distribution systems, remain important but can generally be repaired or replaced in a more controlled, phased approach over time within this building. Next slide, please. So once priorities were established, the next challenge was determining how these repairs could actually
Mispronounced
be
word.
executed within an occupied city hall. To do that, we overlaid the risk framework onto that building's physical infrastructure that Chris just went over. We evaluated HVAC service zones, electrical distribution sections, plumbing systems, vertical transportation, and how each of those systems interact with different portions of the building. Rather than creating arbitrary construction zones, we developed phasing strategies around the way the building actually operates. This approach allows repairs to be completed in logical segments while minimizing disruption to the critical city functions and reducing the likelihood of creating temporary operational challenges elsewhere in the building. So on this slide here, through this analysis, we developed two distinct approaches. Neither approach is inherently right or wrong. Instead, they represent different priorities and different levels of operational flexibility. Scenario A emphasizes.
So there you go. It's 6.4 years versus 10
consolidating
years.
work into larger phases.
Yeah, I got something working on
minimizes
that.
Mobilization, shortens the overall duration, and reduces
How long can they get
the
it done?
construction cost escalation.
All at once, though.
Scenario
Are they
B
covered? Is this
emphasizes
just the
operational
phased
flexibility.
plan?
Oh, I see. Yeah, this is
Smaller
just the phase plan,
phases,
yeah.
allowing for more
Yes.
gradual occupant
So,
relocation,
but
providing
The
greater
all-at-once
flexibility
version of
to
it was
adapt
what the
operational
AECOM
needs throughout the
one was
program.
originally, right?
Next slide, please.
Yes,
I
that's
believe
my
so, yeah.
understanding.
So this first one that we're looking at is our scenario A, which organizes.
You know,
So we're not
I know
gonna
I'm
go
jumping
into
ahead
the
here,
phases
but
that
you
we're
know, when you look at the
focusing
slide that shows you, how much money they need
on the building system
each
that
year
present
for
highest
each
risk and
phase,
greatest impact to
it
operations.
really isn't that
These
bad.
include the emergency
Just, you know,
generators,
in the
roof and penthouse,
grand
structural-
scheme of things.
structural expansion joints
So
and
it
work
really makes it look very reasonable
You
to
can see
me.
these highlighted in the
You
light
know, I think
blue.
the most was like in
Most of the equipment's
year
on the roof,
3,
the
they
building
need
includes
over a little bit
features
over
within
100
the
million.
plaza, and then you
But
can see on the bottom left
like
of
the
that,
rest of it is like hovering between like 30 and 50 million, if I remember correctly. I can pull it up, but
there are several advantages that I want to point out with the items that are included in this phase 1. So first, many of these systems are among the
I just think it's
highest
so funny,
priority
Brennan,
items
with
identified
that
in
say
our
yes
risk
to
assessment.
downtown thing that says you're about to
Second,
get the bill. As
these
if you're not about to get a
projects
bill
address
if they
vulnerable and
build out a whole new office space and a new building and incur like
And
hundreds of millions in debt with new rental line items and things like that coming out of the general fund.
Displacement, allowing the city
Well,
to address
what was the
critical
figure
infrastructure needs while
estimated
maintaining
on
day-to-day
renting
operations.
office space for 5 years? I thought I was
I
hearing
dug
100
all
million
that up.
bucks a year.
It wasn't that as expensive as you thought it would be. I did a big deep dive on this a while back.
And phase 3
Was it one man's Dallas or was it?
Focus more on these interior renovation zones, defined by going back.
Yeah,
to
if you
Chris'
do have that
mentioned,
handy, I would definitely be
separate
curious.
HVAC zones, electrical zones that could be
find
shut
all
down
that.
without affecting the rest of the building
Got it
and
in a
plumbing
link
distribution
somewhere.
systems. Allowing this building to be modernized, larger and more efficient construction packages. Next slide,
You know,
please.
the other thing is, any building once it hits a certain
This
age,
slide represents our
I
scenario
mean,
B.
it does kind of become a
Begins
money
with that
pit.
same
Right.
phase
And
one because we believe
so,
that critical
you know, like
infrastructure and work
30
remains the highest
years, 50
priority.
years from now, it's going to be the
Again,
same thing if it doesn't get on a repair
Those are
schedule.
also items that
Well, again, this is the problem with
need
deferred
these
maintenance that the
disrupted
city's had for years, and
occupants
you
having
know,
to shift around.
I hate the flippancy that
Here we
certain
go.
people
This is
like
what I
our
was
mayor
thinking.
have towards just like tearing down the building. You know, in his statement that he released yesterday, he was like, "We gotta stop worshiping decaying structures, you know, in favor of like building out downtown." I'm like, we're not worshiping decaying structures. It's so condescending. It's just so politically inept as well, because you're basically condescending toward an entire group of people who are well-meaning residents who want to save the building for this reason or another reason, and you're not seeing things from their perspective with a statement like that. You know, what's the Frank Lloyd Wright designed theater that the city owns?
Oh, Kalita Humphreys.
Yes, Cleta Humphreys Theater, which I've been to. It needs work, but it's a very cool building.
Yes,
I wouldn't just.
it's his only theater. It's Frank Lloyd Wright's only.
Yeah.
Only theater. Yeah.
Frank Lloyd Wright is arguably a more famous architect than I am Pei, and I wouldn't just be like, "Oh, well, the building's too expensive. We should just tear it down." You know,
No, do you know what?
So what
Apparently,
this slide
the issue
illustrates
that
is
they
the
have
fundamental
is
trade-off
it
between
was one of his
efficiency
last
and
designs before he
The
passed,
scenario A
and
provides the shortest overall
it
schedule,
wasn't built
fewer
exactly
mobilizations,
to
and
his
lowest
design.
overall
So I
cost.
think some of the
However, it
real
requires
Frank Lloyd
larger
Wright
relocations and concentrates
following,
disruption
they're
into
not
fewer
pleased
but
with
larger
that.
bases.
And
No, what they
Scenario
did is
B
they
spreads work over a
reconfigured the
longer period,
inside one
resulting
time
in
that wasn't
smaller
according
relocation
to
and
his
less disruption
designs,
during
but
each
it was
phase.
also was not
However, the
practical.
extended timeline
Rudy
increases
might know a little
exposure
bit
to
more on this too.
Yeah,
But I agree that Frank Lloyd Wright is infinitely more famous and
by the way, a better architect too.
Yeah, I was architecture major for about a year. But that's about it. But the Frank Lloyd Wright building has a lot more history here in Dallas. It's been around a lot longer. I mean, my grandmother used to sing there. I think that is, but it's not a building that has to function for our civic government daily. At this, so I think IMPA, frankly, is a little overrated. I think his shit's ugly. It always has been. I think the brutalist thing is formed out of paranoia in this country for the atomic bomb. You want to build a big structure that will survive that. I get that back in the day. This one in particular was built because we're overcompensating for JFK. But, you know, we're over JFK here in Dallas. We've moved on. We're a bigger city. And we've got plenty to represent JFK here. Even Thanksgiving Tower or Thanksgiving Plaza is part of that, along with the JFK Memorial, the 6th Floor Museum. There's enough JFK. So these people that want to hold on to it because it was built for JFK and Eric L. Johnson also did the DFW airport. He did a lot of stuff. I would think if he came back today, he'd say, just tear it down, y'all. The city's turning into what we thought it would. It's thriving. You know, build something.
I got to be honest with you. If the city were run better, let's say we were, you know, running a surplus and we weren't wasting money in every aspect of the city government, I might have a different view on this. Really,
well, I agree with you
truly. If we were flush with money and we could comfortably make this decision without having to spread ourselves too thin, I would say, sure, probably. But I mean, I am a preservationist. I do believe in preserving our heritage, and I do think that the building is significant in that respect, despite how it looks. However, I just don't think that this city, this city government as it currently stands, is in a position to do that. And I also don't think that the people who are running the city are equipped to make a decision of this magnitude.
There's something about this particular building, maybe because it's not even as old as me. It doesn't feel like preservation to me. I mean, if it wasn't I.M. Pei, no one would give a crap. And in fact, I think a lot of people didn't even know who I.M. Pei was till this year. But I remember driving by in the back of the station wagon, and my parents were like, "What is it?" I thought it was like a water filtration plant or something, and they thought it was ugly. And so I get it from the preservationist argument because I'm a huge preservationist, huge Dallas history buff. But this particular building, it's just never felt warm or connected, or it just doesn't fit in.
Yeah, but it's a government
It's had a
building.
good
It's not
run, but
supposed to. I mean, have you ever been to downtown? Have you been to City Hall in downtown LA?
Yes.
It's a much prettier building inside, but it's still the big imposing, marble slab hallways with the tall ceilings, and it's not. And it's old too. It's older than our city hall for sure, by a long shot.
We can talk about the philosophy of what a government building should be doing. I think it should be welcoming. It should have, a big courtyard in the front that sort of embraces you and hugs you as you come in, or something like that. This one looks like it's just getting ready to lean over and fall on you or kick your ass when you come in. And it's hard to find your way around in there. First time I went to a public meeting, I was going up and down. It was like a maze. It's not friendly. It's not user friendly. And
I will say the fact that you have to go to the second floor to take a leak is ridiculous.
I think your point is correct, though. If this was just like a museum or other civic building, I might be a little more on board to keeping it. But the evidence of the future, what do they say? The best evidence for the future is what's done in the past, or something like that. This city, regardless of any of these council people and mayors we love or hate, has not shown any consistency towards maintenance in the right way to this building, which is supposed to be a treasure. And who's to say we pay for this phased repair, or any full repair, that the city's actually going to do that? Because you know how the city works. They put money into the new boilers or whatever at the city hall, replacing the AC, and that there's a delay or something. That money gets funneled over to something else until they get their crap together, and then there's not enough money. I just don't trust the past government or any future government to actually apply the money to repair it in the right way.
Do you trust them to sell this building and build out a new office space? Do you think they're competent enough to do that?
I don't think. No, they're not going to sell this building. That's the stupidest idea, and everyone keeps saying that we're going to sell it. Doesn't understand the issue. It's the most prime property in downtown Dallas, and it's got an overlap of two incentives. You could build anything on it. You could build a hot dog stand on it. It would still make more money to the city than what's there, with whatever this cost is phased or otherwise.
What do you mean they're not going to sell it?
Why would they sell it? It's prime property. They can own it, and they can apply governmental incentives like the Brimer bill and the PFC, and they can build whatever they want.
So if they do that, do you really trust them to be able to execute that sort of agreement and build out a new office space for themselves without screwing it up, without it turning into another lemon on Stemmons?
I think you got to go back. Yeah, no, not that. But let's look into the new EDC the mayor got formed. What is the function of their job? Because I think the mayor formed that under council because he also doesn't trust them. So you have Linda McMahon leading the charge on this stuff, which, if you've seen those emails between her and Tolbert, sounds like there's a little jealousy between Tolbert and McMahon.
The queen didn't like her power being usurped.
No, nobody. Same with the OIG. You got the OIG in there, and who got all jealous? The city manager, the city attorney, and they worked to fire the first city OIG. So there's a real threat to the bureaucracy that's eking in here, and they're fighting back. And I don't think people see that.
But do you see my point though?
That you don't trust the government to do any kind of deal. Well, you got to do something.
Well, I don't, because look at their record with anything that's related to real estate. They screw everything up. And, they were supposed to break ground on that Wings practice facility last year.
It's supposed to be done. That's supposed to be
They're
completed.
sometimes they'll get a. Do we think the Omni Hotel is a failure? Because I don't even know the current finances of what is done.
They built it for $1 billion, and they still hold $200 million of debt on it.
What about the AAC?
Well, that was paid for. That was paid off early.
Why? So they pulled that deal off and actually pulled ahead. I mean, they are capable with the right people in the government. I think you can. We don't have that now. I agree, but
yeah, but what's the plan if they abandon the building? So now Mavs are not in play there. So what goes there? Just
what would be the
keep
plan?
it
What
open
I
for-
think would be the plan. This is just me. I don't have any inside knowledge, but putting together a few of these meetings over the city hall thing. We heard from Adam Basildua that there's already financing from the convention center monies to the parking lot part of city hall already. We heard from Chad West that there is an actual physical tunnel connected to the convention center to city hall now. So all they would do is fold it into the convention center master plan. So no, we would not sell the property. And then we can build an arena, we can build a luxury hotel, we can build a hot dog stand. There's some legal parameters of what you can fund with the Brimer bill, but anything within that you put on this property, and now we've saved ourselves 1.1 whatever $1 billion phased or whatever it costs. Offset that with what it is to actually rent for a while, and then we get some debt all cleared out after 5, 6, 10 years. And then we get a bond together to build a brand new city hall that really reflects what I think Dallas should be or is. And I don't think it's the IMPA building. I don't think that. When I think of Dallas, I never think of the city hall building in the back of my mind. And I'm a fifth generation Dallasite. I don't think of Reunion Tower or Greenville Avenue or something like that. But the city hall doesn't. I just don't think it.
I mean,
I don't have any love for it.
I don't care about I don't have any love for the building itself either. That's not even the point really with me. My question is why not get the plan in place first before you go knocking something down?
Well, okay, I don't think they can, because even now, not until I guess June 10th, whether they decide how and if they're going to repair, what these three options are to stay, go, phase, whatever. We're still in that process. So I think it would be putting cart before horse. There's lawyers and all sorts of stuff that would flip out if the city said, here's what we're going to do. You'd have the Save City Hall people coming down with pitchforks and torches immediately. There has to be a little bit of process allowed.
And that'll be protracted. That's why my prediction is with this whole thing is that they will move out of City Hall. They will opt to not repair it. It will eventually get torn down, and the lot will stay vacant or unused for 10 years. It'll be another Valley View. I guarantee.
Well,
that's
actually pretty good. I didn't think of that. If they move out with the intention to move back in, how long? This phase repair.
And I think that's what Bronan is saying.
Maybe that keeps them on their toes. That they just want to get over. There may be some motivation to that. But frankly, I just think it's time. We've had 5 city halls,
But would you support moving out of City Hall and getting rid of the building if the lot's going to sit vacant for 10 years?
I don't think it will. There's too much incentive. Somebody will want to come in and make a deal with it where all the city can build. We could build whatever we want to the city under the Brimer bill. The tourists would pay for it all, and then lease whatever function that is to a management company, to a sports team, to whatever. And then we have the AAC. It's just a repeat of the AAC, only with more tax incentives, because the PFC and the Brimer bill are even more. They even give more back to the city than they did when they did the PFC with the AAC. So the AAC was paid off in half the time that it was projected. I mean, theoretically,
would the city? I'm not a developer, so I don't know what's commonplace. But would a developer lease the land to build, would they build an office tower or like a multi-purpose, development of some sort with restaurants and shops and that sort of thing if they don't own the dirt?
Sure.
We're adding 10
Sure. I mean, what do you think AT&T did? They didn't own that building.
They didn't?
I don't think so. But I mean, sure. But corporations lease commercial lease all the time. Otherwise, we wouldn't have commercial leasing industry. So, but if we are building it tailored to a specific industry, like a basketball team, for example, we could build it according to their specs, and the tourists would all pay for it. And it wouldn't come out of our pockets.
A couple things I do want to note.
I mean, that's the broad plan, and there's certainly details and exceptions and legal crap that I don't quite know. But the big picture is you build an anchor, and you have all that Sean Todd property that he sold to J.P. Morgan asset. Whoever's going to come in there and want all that mixed use and do other stuff, take that property and then do their campus around downtown. It's going to take a developer who wants to revitalize downtown, but make some money off of it. And I think it's potential. If there's a reason to go downtown, like a game or any other venue, I guess I could put a museum or something
One of our goals being
there, but we've got enough museums already. Got the Dallas Museum of Art, which is nice.
Most central items to the project.
But it's a piece of property. 1500 Marilla is a piece of potential property that we could totally flip and start making a goose that lays the golden egg instead of this $1.6 billion liability over the next 10 to 20 years.
So, according to Claude, it is very common in real estate development, especially on high-value urban land owned by public entities. A landowner, like the city of Dallas, retains ownership of the dirt while the developer builds on top of it under a long-term lease, typically 50 to 99 years.
Oh yeah, like the PFC, the Public Facilities Corporation.
Yeah.
The city buys the land, the developer builds, and they get tax abatements.
Does the developer have to pay property tax on that if the city owns
Nope,
the land?
that's what the abatement is. It's a 75. With the PFC, it's right now. It doesn't have to be, but it's a 75-year tax abatement. So they do not have to pay the taxes. For
Real-world examples: Hudson Yards in New York, Salesforce Tower in San Francisco.
Well, they have to do like
properties
say like the shoreline, which is real controversial over here on Garland Road. The PFC bought the old church, the Ohala, I think that's their name, built these apartments, but 21% of those had to be under affordable housing. Or 21% or affordable housing. That was the deal. You put affordable housing in your project, then you get tax-free abatements.
Right, of course. This was one of the things that I think stalled Valley View, is that they wanted to put it was either Lee Kleinman or Janie Schultz. I think it was Lee Kleinman wanted to put affordable housing on Valley View, and the owners said,
No.
heck no, we'll sit on this until.
Because that's an
It's
area that
affordable
doesn't
housing
need
for the
incentives.
developer. That's
Yeah,
affordable housing.
No, but like the rules are like you have to rent apartments at like half of the
right.
What's it called, the AMI?
Right.
Or whatever it is. And when you're trying to do like a high-end development like that, is just untenable. And then it gets into problems of like, well, if you have condos, do you have to sell the condos at half of the rate or half of the buying price?
Right, and that's an area that doesn't need those kind of incentives. I mean, it really doesn't. It doesn't make sense for the city or us to so that when Janie proposed that was just this whole affordable housing sword being wheeled around for anything that gets built in this town. It doesn't make sense. There are areas that would work with that needs the revitalization.
But do you really believe that those kinds of incentives, the government has any place doing that? I hate that wealth distribution is basically what it is.
No,
why should we be spending taxpayer dollars to subsidize developers? We should get out of that business entirely. Now, I know I'm a little bit hypocritical because I do take advantage of filming tax incentives for movies, but if they're there, I'm going to use them.
Well, no, ultimately, the deep conservative philosophy says no, we should let the market take care of everything. But we also have to live in reality and practicality of what's already there and the laws that exist and all that. Yeah, it should be more judicious, but there are like Pepper Square, Valley View. None of that makes sense to try to capture some affordable housing incentives. I think even with the TIF that they might that Beck might use up there, there's some sort of affordable housing that has to be done. But back when I was on a TIF, it was 20%. I think they've changed it since then. I can't remember. They've also done the
Valley View TIF, I think it's 20%.
Yeah, because that may be what the barbell is, where they don't have to do 20% of Valley View. They say you have to do it at Redbird. I don't know. They changed a bunch of stuff after I got off the TIF board.
And they're a premier firm here in Dallas. Currently, they're finishing the Goldman Sachs interior finish job as they're moving people here. Mike Purcell, to his left, is the project executive.
I know there's debate about whether this was about the Mavs at all, giving them the site, selling them the site, but at least that was a plan, even if you didn't like it. There was potentially going to be a huge anchor tenant, and now that's out of the equation for now. So it seems like moving forward with just abandoning for a big question mark, a big what if. That's the part that I don't like about this.
Well, it is a question mark, but any answer that's a revenue generator is the right answer. Like I said, whether it be a hot dog stand or a luxury hotel, that gets us out of this albatross with repairing it, and then potentially to an anchor that generates sales tax, mixed beverage taxes, and revitalizes downtown, because it's going to change regardless. When I don't think people have it in their minds yet what's going to happen when TxDOT drops I-345.
Let me ask you this, John. Let me ask you this. Why do you believe that this building is standing in the way of making downtown better? There is a gigantic patch of land due south of City Hall, owned by My Coke, that has sat undeveloped for years.
Well, that piece of property won't get the Brimer bill incentives, for one. That means any kind of development there, either going to come straight out of his pocket, or he's going to have to get some incentive from the CBD that will ultimately kind of come out of our pocket. But with the Brimer bill and the PFC, that's all hotel occupancy taxes and tourism. And
yeah, but we're talking about now, the first part of the discussion was we can't even fill the hotel rooms that exist with FIFA. So, how many more I don't think we have a shortage of hotels in Dallas.
Well, it doesn't have to be a hotel. It can be anything. It can be an arena, any kind of civic-minded structure. I'm sure there's details. I don't know what the Brimer bill says specifically on what can, but it's not just an arena or a hotel. There was a few other things that civic-minded that could be built. A museum, I think, was one of them. But it's it's a money pit right now, when it could go in reverse and spit out money to the general fund, to the more money for the budget every year for the police and fire and parks and all that stuff.
I just have a really hard time. I mean, look, I agree with what you're saying, that the city needs revenue generators. I agree with all of that. I just don't buy that if we sell City Hall, move into new digs, that somehow this era of revitalization is just going to suddenly happen, and all of downtown is going to get changed over the next 10 years. I just don't see how this building is standing in the way.
Look, this town is run by developers. First off, I think it's just stupid to be anti-developer.
I'm not anti-developer.
But no, I'm just talking in general. I'm not saying you are. But then you got to peel a few layers of the onion back. Well, each developer has their own motivations, and sometimes they compete with other developers. So, but there's a lot of vested interest with those owners of downtown property. They want their property values to increase. They want their investments to make money, and it's not going to sit there. It's not making much money being merely a parking lot.
Why hasn't anything happened with any of the other buildings around City Hall to the north?
Well, ask the CEO of AT&T and everyone else. The crime, the homelessness.
Yes.
There's not. It's not. Now we're going to get into the big word gentrification, which is not a bad word to me. It's just a word. And I get why some people think it's bad. You're going to make a place nicer, cleaner, safer, gentrify it. At the same time, you raise property values, and at the same time, you raise property values and push people out of their homes that can't even afford the basic taxes.
I guarantee you that if the city put as much care into cleaning up downtown as they are for FIFA and got rid of the homeless and made the sidewalks not smell like piss, that developers would want to fix up buildings and do stuff down there.
Right, and we're cost. FIFA is just a big cost play for that. It's like a one big build a better block for a moment, for 1 month this summer. Maybe we'll see what it could be when they do that. Maybe that'll kick some people to look at things with a different angle after FIFA is gone.
Do you know what I think the marketing plan should be when Johnson's going to New York and, oh, New York businesses come down to Dallas? We're the first city in America that is not tolerating homelessness.
Well, that's true. I mean, you bring up another thing. Can't read his mind, but he's doing a lot of activity, bringing Y'all Street going on. Maybe this could be our new financial district, and this building the City Hall could be our new Wall Street.
Yeah, but that's all going uptown.
So it is, but if we have a dedicated, Times Square financial ticker and everything going on, that could be another thing that tourists could pay for instead of a basketball arena. There's a lot of opportunity.
Every city is dealing with what Dallas is dealing with, and it's bums.
Well, they don't have a stock exchange. There's only one other country that
but the same thing with empty office towers and just like blocks of blight, and nobody wants to.
Well, the whole corporate mentality of working down in an office and 1950s, 60s Mad Men, that's gone. A lot of that has to be converted to residential. You can't think of the old downtowns as they used to be. A lot of that has to be, and that's expensive too for a developer.
Exactly.
But I really think this all comes down to the homelessness and the crime. I said this on another live stream, I think, but in downtown LA, when I first moved there, I was living right downtown at Figueroa and 2nd Street, and this was 4 or 5 blocks from Skid Row. You had to go through the 2nd Street tunnel to get to it. But this was the beginning of the process of converting a bunch of old industrial space to artist flats. And they did that, and the idea was we're going to gentrify the area. We're going to bring people in. And people did move in, but you still wouldn't want to walk on the sidewalk alone at night. It was still dark and not vibrant. It was still kind of scary, and it is to this day. And I think it's because of what we've been saying, is that you just can't expect people to want to live there if you've got a bunch of bums running around the streets and criminals.
Well, you've got a competing interest there in LA, because you have that people that do want to make it pretty, and then you have the people that want to treat homeless like pigeons in a park and just keep feeding them and attracting them. So, I remember being there in LA, Santa Monica, they were passing all these homeless laws where you couldn't mess with them anymore. And I was like, God, that's bad. And Santa Monica was really nice at one time. Now it's horrible. Because you have, the far left that just thinks you gotta treat everyone humane and with feelings and all that. I'm sorry, but I know about addiction. I know how hard it is. Sometimes you have to play tough love hardball with an addict they need a binary choice at some point. They put themselves in a position, and I'm not talking about the people who are organically schizophrenic or have some sort of organic disease. That's a separate sort of help. But you do have the addicts that are a significant problem. You do have a little bit of the organic, and then you have the people that are just a little bit down on their luck, lost a job, living in the margins, that do, those are the people that the city actually really can help to get.
You know what? There's not too many of those. I think the first group is monopolizing the homeless population big time.
Definitely the most visible when you drive down a street.
Yep.
Yeah, those people are like couch surfing or something. You probably don't ever see them. The people that
Also,
actually walk.
by the way, I mean, this brings up another issue, which is, the homeless shelters that we do have downtown are going to have to move, and that's going to be a big thing.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I don't think
And
that I don't think that's a bad thing. I think that they should move.
that was why it was so outrageous when Kara was having that meeting with who's it, Bennett's friend, or I forgot his name now.
Mark Nunnally.
Yeah, Mark Nunnally, and they were just having a discussion down there, and all of a sudden, here's Paula and Baz coming down with their badge on, going, "Oh, it's a quorum, it's a quorum." And they ran to the DA to report them, and the DA was like, "Leave me alone." So I mean, like,
The
and
DA
Kara
was
was
like,
trying
"I
to get
love the
them. They were trying to
homeless."
find a solution that works in San Antonio that we could be applied here in our own way, and they couldn't even
Have you
that
been to
discussion.
downtown San Antonio lately? There's a lot of bums.
I can't remember the name of the program, but it has a good reputation. I'm sure it's
Haven
not
for Hope.
involved in. Yeah, Havens of Hope. They were trying to talk about a Dallas version of Havens of Hope, and where you could have some property or somewhere to utilize.
Or use White Crack
out in
Island.
the middle of the ocean. That's
Yeah,
where the
they
problem
really.
is.
Hey, Bronan, they really were talking about Crack Island. I don't know where what's the airfield out there that we have
in
inherited
Zarin Gracie's district.
that they can't figure out what to do with. Like, that'd be a great area. Like, make that the new Havens of Hope, Crack Island, whatever you want to call it. But you put some significant
We should call it
infrastructure in
Crack
there,
Island, I think.
some social help, some job
I'm gonna
retraining.
fly my private jet down into District 3, and there's gonna be Crack Island. That nothing is
Yeah.
gonna draw in the business.
Think
executive.
about how many more homeless people would go to it if it were called Crack Island. Just the
Crack
name
Island's
itself.
fine.
That's what I'm saying. It's not like you're gonna have to twist anybody's arm. to
Crack
go
Island's fine,
there.
but you got to have an avenue out of Crack Island. You got to have the infrastructure.
Do
around it.
you?
got to have a hospital, social programs.
Well, no,
no,
these
that,
people-
we did all that.
You can't just let them
that
go
stuff
off and kill
exists.
themselves.
That stuff
I mean,
that
no,
stuff
it's
not all
exists.
I mean, I know there's free will and all, but once you're an addict, you kind of fuck all that up. I mean, it's just a little.
You're gonna do an
rock and evil.
airdrop of food and water, and that's it. They can, everything they have, they can bring with them. The shopping cart, the cardboard boxes, the tents, the dogs.
This
And-
is inspiring me for a new horror film.
Yeah,
that'd be kind of like,
that's kind of essentially when they like do those needle programs. Like, just give them needles so they
this
don't
is why.
No,
get
This is
HIV.
why back in the day when Australia was a penal colony, I really thought they were onto something there.
That was
But see,
that
those
was the
people
Crack
were
Island of the
forced.
time.
Those
Only-
people were forced to go. Okay, this is the vision of Crack Island. Everything that the homeless are doing, it's identically going to be happening on Crack Island. There's no difference for them. It's just like a 100% improvement in life quality for everybody else.
Yeah, you can still have your tent and your little shopping cart full of stuff. We could even build like faux buildings with facades.
You're
that,
still living
Yes.
under the man, though, man. You can't. It's freedom. You can't just because they put that there. At some point, you got to break out and get out of
your
man's
inner
thumb.
hippie's coming out, John. You kind of look like the dude a little bit.
I know. I'm kind of. I know there was a time I could have done both. I could have been what's his name, John Goodman. I actually was him for Halloween.
You look a little bit like John Milius.
And then when I let the hair go out, I cut it a little short. I might cut it shorter again. I had the whole dude vibe going. So.
Man, what about freedom, man? You can't just like.
No, but don't you
put me
see?
on-
That's the beauty of it. Like there would be a 7-Eleven on Crack Island staffed with an actor. So like if you wanted to get into a fight with the 7-Eleven clerk, you could get in a fight with the actor and
Yes, and lots of like fake storefronts where they can sleep in the doorways.
Yeah, exactly. Or, like we could have some actors driving cars, and like there could be the median, and then every
Have
20th
surprise
car would drop
showers
a
installed
$1.
everywhere, like under
The
under
thing
that overhang
is
of a
like
door.
these people want to live like this. I mean, I've talked to them myself. I've gone down to the Coombs Street homeless camp and talked to them myself. I mean, like this is.
There
it's
are
crazy, man.
that's the thing. There are people that do desire living off the grid like that. and always will.
John, the
I don't-
shower is the ocean. It's an island, and then
Yeah.
it'll rain.
White Rock Creek.
It'll, yeah. We don't need to build extra showers.
I just say that the homeless, the city trying to tackle the homelessness is about efficient as them trying to tackle the asbestos problem in the city hall. They don't know what they're doing.
Agreed on that. Yeah. Where's Trump on this? That's what he should have run on. I'm waiting for the next presidential campaign instead of the wall, Crack Island.
Kind of like, speaking of LA, kind of like Spencer Pratt's, treat every homeless person like it was your brother or something. And you give them enough of that, you have to get tough love sometime to people like that, or get the fuck out.
Yeah, I mean, he's talking a lot about the forced treatment, but isn't that the first thing you learn in AA? Like, it has to come from the inner self.
Exactly. Yeah, you have to
Enforce
want to
something.
make the change. There are people that don't want to make the change.
I
You're
don't
right.
want to force anybody to do anything. I don't
No.
want to get into that business. I just want, if you want to live that lifestyle, the price of taxpayer-funded charity is you got to be away from us. That's what I
Yeah,
think.
you have to desire to want to get out of your situation. And some people organically can't because of their
Right.
brain isn't working right.
Right.
Some people's cracked out brain probably never will, even if they wanted to. Those people that need the help and want the help, it should be here for them. We should be funding that kind of stuff. I don't have a problem with that. Which is what the county, when I say we, the damn county should get off its ass and have a more robust program than just Metro Care, because that's their designated program, and I hear nothing about them.
Oh, yeah. Well, you got me started, but yeah, I know.
Like, put Metro Care centers there with Crack Island, and that might be all we need to do.
Oh, anybody who wants to go help and do nonprofit community resources, wraparound care, it's all got to be done at Crack Island. We've done everything has been tried before except for Crack Island, as far as I can tell, and it's all failed.
Well, how we get off? Oh, it was that meeting that Kara had, and she got in trouble for it being a quorum or not quorum. I think Lori Blair had just gotten on council. She didn't even know she was on a committee that triggered it being a possible quorum or not.
Right.
Once it was pointed out, they like, okay, I'll leave. So it's not a quorum. It's an important issue. They had everyone in the room discussing it. Just Paul and Baz didn't like Nunley. That's all. So they went down there to bust it up.
He doesn't even show up to those committee meetings many times.
Who?
The homeless housing solution, Baz. I think he's on it.
He's got no power at council other than just run to the media and yell and get attention. He'll probably tell you what he thinks here in a minute soon when he asks a question.
Oh, no doubt.
That's his only chance to have any little powers. Cry.
Have you guys ever heard Sam Kinnison's bit about the homeless?
I have not.
Let me pull that up. Yeah, here. Let me see if I can get this going for you.
We have known for some time that
I think that Sam Kinison
standards require
might have been onto something too.
to replace the fixtures in restrooms, respace.
Let me see here.
John, you want to talk about the Brimer bill? I told one of my brothers about Crack Island. He thinks it should be all like cameras and get some Kalshi action out there.
Get some what?
Betting on bum fights. Like,
Oh,
turn it into,
gosh.
like, I didn't go that far.
Yeah.
Here. See if you can hear this. I'm gonna turn down the stream.
Yeah, you sound a little insensitive. If you live like Damon, you have in Los Angeles, my threshold for dealing with the homeless and that insanity is probably a little higher. And of course, being in healthcare, you deal with a lot. But I know Dallas is very pearl clutchy about that stuff and can overreact that way.
Every city.
But there
Every
has
city.
Downtown's biggest problem is even if the crime is down and the homeless are gone, there's still a stigma until you get something of significance, and they're chipping away. Harwood Park's nice. The parks are doing their part for downtown, but I'm not so sure the city is, especially after the last 24 hours.
So this is not appropriate. So
Any minor listeners,
Yeah,
we're about to go nay here.
This is a joke. This is not serious, but it is funny.
Yeah.
So
People don't have sense of humors, or
I just
they
want to
don't
talk
have a
about this
sick
homeless
sense of humor like
situation.
I
I'm really
do.
bummed out by this.
So I got to be careful when I joke.
300,000 homeless. It's not bad. It's America. I mean, if you get me homeless somewhere, this is the place to be fucking homeless. Fuck, the Kurds would beat your ass to be homeless here. The Kurds dream about being homeless in America. They go to America, don't leave me alone, I'm dreaming. I'm dreaming about being homeless in America. Oh my God.
Can't hear it just yet if you are playing any sound.
can you hear it? I paused it. Were you able to hear what I was playing?
I wasn't able
No.
to hear it.
You weren't. Oh, it's only on the. It's probably only on the stream. If you want to open the stream,
Oh, you mean on
like on.
there we go. I do see it on X.
Here, I'm gonna play. There'll be some delay.
Garbage bins full of food. Oh my God. I swear to God, you can go behind restaurants and McDonald's and fast food places and
I
eat
hear it a
better
little bit now.
out of the trash bins in our country than 90% of the rest of the fucking world. If you're gonna be homeless in America. Personally, I think it's kind of embarrassing because I think they need a kick in their fucking homeless ass for being homeless in America. I mean, if you can't get it together here, where the fuck did you expect to go and make a life for yourself?
You're able to hear that? Okay.
This is it. It's not that hard. Get a job or fuck somebody that has a job. How hard is that? It's an easy system.
All right, I don't want to do too much profanity, but I strongly recommend everyone looks up this bit and plays it.
I'll have to look it up. There's probably
You
some
know
good
what?
George Carlin
Yeah.
on that.
Oh, he just froze. Whoops. Hold on. I just lost you. Shoot.
We also know that they can accommodate smoke detection responses. So right now you have a very sophisticated smoke detection system on levels 3 and 6 in this building, and it is advanced and really is one of the state-of-the-art systems in this building, but it doesn't report to the fire alarm panel. And one of the things we'd like to do is make sure those connections happen through smart building additions to the communications of the systems in the building. So we will be looking at creating a BACnet system, which is a building automation and communication system for all of those devices. The fire suppression system for the office building, we talked about the automatic sprinkler system there, but we also we know we need to upgrade the sprinklers within the parking garage. Lots of that pipe that's exposed in the garage is showing signs of rust and deterioration. So that fire
I'm gonna
suppression system
re-sign
in the
it.
garage
Okay, I got
is
it. We're back.
repaired rather than replaced, so that we don't have to worry
What
about
happened
the
there?
condition. And I have on this list the smoke evacuation system. We have done significant research on what it takes to make the atrium exhaust system functional, and it can be done with minimally invasive work in this building. We will make some changes at the roof, as I alluded to in the roofing talk, but we'll also be looking at what we can do with the smoke control throughout the building so we can get air back in. So makeup air is another one of the conditions we have to solve for to comply with the fire code for exhausting the building. Lastly, the Fire Command Center, the new building code requires a Fire Command Center that's more sophisticated than the panels that you have in the building. But the panels can be upgraded, and there is adjacent space on the ground floor of this building to have space there for a fireman's
I'm glad this guy
workstation.
who is
Firemen
speaking now at the
today
meeting is
will
back.
be able to come into
He
a
is a
building,
sign of
review
intelligent
the plans
life,
of the building,
which is
and
not
strategize
a
on the
commonality.
plan that they're going to go forward with when they basically the emergency responders enter the building. So
He was
that
able to explain
workspace
to
is gonna
Laurie
be
Blair that
easily
you
added,
can, in fact,
and,
replace a roof
the
while
other
remaining
Oh, yes.
inside of the
Oh, that's
building.
this guy?
are easily accomplished
She
at very low
apparently
cost, so
she's
we're
never
excited
seen a
about
roof replaced before.
Oh, you
And
can.
then lastly, one of the
Of course,
things
it
that I
happens
think
every
you ought to
day.
consider
I know, yeah, it
is
happens
an improvement
on
on the
houses.
fire alarm, fire response requirements in this building. Today there are systems called FAR systems, which are firemen's air replenishment systems in stairwells. Right now, you have dry stand pipes in the stairwell.
You know
and
what
those
else she
stairwells
asked?
are not pressurized, so we have
What
to
is the
pressurize
plan
those to
if
get them
there's a
safe for the
fire?
firemen.
Like,
But we also have
what's
the ability
the
to bring
plan?
air
I don't know if I
passageway
like
Vacate
into
the
those
building,
stairwells to
Laurie.
replenish
Find the
firemen's
nearest
air
exit
tanks
and
so
get
they don't
out.
have to track all
I
their
don't know
gear
if
on the
I
floor.
like Lori
Back
Blair or
into
not,
the
because
question. So
after
those
about
would be our
2 or 3
goals, and
sentences, I
have been
start
included
falling
in our
asleep.
assessment
Yeah.
of
When
the
Lori Blair
costs
starts
of making
talking,
the
it's
building safe.
snooze time.
Like it's her
Next
tone
slide.
and everything. She should
So
read
this is my
children's
10-year
books
plan. I
on
tried to make
tape,
this as
so they'll
simple
go to
as
sleep.
possible. So I've basically
you
She
know
should
what?
do one of
Yeah.
those headspace meditations. She should be one of the people.
Yes.
So, the thing from
Do you know what
B7
though?
all
Did
the way
you
down to
see
L2.
some of the people
So
who are running
the
for city
initial phase is
council
on
in the
top
last
right-
race?
top
I saw
right-hand
her
corner, the
at
green box.
what is it? Community Brewing, where Dallas Express was hosting candidate forums.
Yeah, I was
one of
there.
the candidates running was in slides, was wearing slides and shorts, running for city council.
Oh, it's amazing
Yeah,
what people wear in public.
You'll get some characters running. I mean, it's quite a feat to get your signatures in and register and be qualified to run. And someone that does it, I'll have a little bit of respect for. Like, who's that guy? There's a guy who was going to run against the mayor last term, and he was trying to get on the ballot, so he couldn't get his signature. So he was just walked around downtown and had everybody sign for his signatures. Of course, when you sign those signatures, you have to be a resident of Dallas, Texas. So
What about the homeless, John?
They're urban residents.
Well, yeah. It's got to back up on your driver's license or whatever Billy Ray Johnson verifies it with. But most of the people got like, I don't know, 300 or 400 signatures, which is a lot, but there's probably only like 3 that were from actual city of Dallas.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
The orange area is 32 and 33. That is going to be the south half of the atrium in the center from quarter to quarter. And we're going to go all the way
Did
up
we
the
not
building.
already
We would
cover the
isolate that,
phased
once again, because of the ductwork
on last
system,
meeting?
and
I thought this was
those
more.
areas, 34 to 35 would be.
Or
the
are we
areas.
just doing the
The
phase
north
now
half
and then they're going to
of
do
atrium would be
the
the
total
exterior
move
wall,
out later in the
followed by
day?
the last component in 36 and
Like,
37.
I just want to talk.
which is the
Wait.
blue
Oh yeah, they
area,
talk about the
which
move
is
out in the
the opposite side.
latter part of the presentation. This is a long presentation,
walkway
so
down the
I don't know
that's the
when
parking
we're gonna
lot that
get to
would
the
go with phase
council discussion, which is what I want to hear.
We did not evaluate L3 for 2 reasons. One, we were not allowed to have access to there without a waiver and some kind of legal stuff. They wouldn't even let us go down there and look at it. So it is a
L3.
non.
They wouldn't let him. They
building
wouldn't
area.
let him
It's
go
more of a
down
crawl
there.
space.
What
We
is an
call water
L3? Like, I really want to go. I want to go tour L3 now.
That
Put
can
on
either
my
be done
spelunky
just
gear.
putting
It's
in
just a basement.
ceiling
It's just
and
an unused
expand to
basement.
Control it down there, but it does.
It was originally going to be for a
It's
dart
under
stop.
The building, but it does leak. The water's
Right. There's supposed to be a subway, and
Right.
of course
That's our
that
10-year
never
plan.
happened.
That would have been really
Next
cool,
is
actually,
our
if
10-year
they
planning
built
level
that.
budget by category.
Why didn't they when DART came into
Try
downtown?
to
Didn't they
identify the most
know that there
expensive,
was
which is
a
electrical, down through
station
the
already
different
kind of built for them if
levels
they'd
to the
utilize it?
elevator, which is 3.2 million. So from high to low, and then
Well, they also
across
abandoned. Remember, they were
the
gonna
values for each
try to
component
put
of the
underground.
10-year budget.
I think right below where
Next
the
slide
current
is the,
dart line
Cash
is.
flow for year
They
28
wanted to move
through
that
37.
underground. They're-
these are
they're
the
not gonna
cash
do that
outlays
anymore.
that we would look
Yeah.
at
Oh,
this
yeah,
year.
yeah, yeah.
For each one of those levels, there's a peak in 29.
As much
just
as
for
I'm sure
ordering all the
passengers
equipment.
would
We'll
love to
request
be
you order the equipment
more
then,
underground with homeless
and by
people.
extended warranty,
Here's the
it's
cash flow
price
by year.
escalation,
This is what I was talking
that
about.
makes that stuff so
See, like there's that
expensive later on.
spike,
We buy
and
it all
then
for
it
that year,
goes,
and we
you
just
know,
pay for the
down.
year and just warehouse it in, just by.
So the next,
So that's the 10-year
it still
cash
wouldn't
flow.
be completed by the next, by
Cost
the
escalation was a variable. The next
bicentennial, the
slide,
Texas
please. So what
bicentennial.
we did is.
Well, this is the 10-year.
we-
If it's not the
behind
6.5
this
year.
Is all of the various sections, the mechanical, the electrical, all of the different components, everything from metal, the drywall, the paint, the last year's escalation, and then the years projecting forward. We started to do it by components, and then we kind of just figured out it's going to be about 6% overall. Mechanical went up, electrical went up 15% because all the mission critical. They're projecting it to be in the 6% range. Some of them are going to be in the 3 to 6% range. Mechanical's another high one, but it's all going to average out for about 6%. The next slide is our 5-year phasing plan. Basically, year 1 and 2 is the same thing, same approach. We'll do the roof, the exterior plaza, the building envelope, order the long lead equipment, and doing the buying the equipment and doing the smoke evac. We'll also be doing all of our construction documents, getting pricing from contractors, and permits. Now, based on the size of the areas, I'm breaking it down into 3 years and 3 components. Will says you can build it that fast. We've built larger this fast. Each component's about 100 and 150,000 square feet. That's not a big press with contractors. We can get a lot of people, we can get a lot of manpower. It's kind of easy to do. So we're looking at the pink area, the purple area, and then the blue area in a 5-year plan. So we think we could turn it that quick. The next is the 5-year plan. The numbers are somewhat reduced in some of these line items. Things like electrical remain the same because I'm still buying the same stuff for there, but that's just a different.
I will say I do
budget.
enjoy looking at all these
Cash flows,
charts.
The next one, kind of the same thing. Next
They
slide.
are
Cash
snazzy.
flows,
They're very clear. They're very
91
easy to
million.
understand.
5 years, it's larger.
Love a good chart.
Chunks each year to allocate, but it's a 5-year cash flow allocation. And then the final slide that I have, or just a comparison of our 5-year
So there you go.
option
There's your
of
side by
591
side.
and the 10-year option of 610.
Again, this is the phased approach, not the all at once. But John, do you have the AECOM presentation pulled up? Like, how much was the all at once?
Thank you. That concludes our presentation.
Let me
And then
see.
before CBRE comes down to answer the questions on slide 60, and the next slide, Joanna, please. You'll see we've included this for a summary of all the repair estimates that have been developed throughout this process to date. This includes the original staff estimates, the EDC work, and then the scenarios that are presented today. It is important to note that the estimates that have been presented today include both ADA and code-related upgrades, providing you a more complete picture.
I think it's
of the
interesting that it
total
doesn't
cost,
include
but not all
interiors,
included
swing
in the
space.
staff estimate or the previous
So,
work that was
I
done by
mean,
the EDC.
those seem like pretty
So with
important
that,
line
Chief
items.
Johnson will come and answer some questions, or to go over his slides for total ownership and repair costs.
Trying to find that A column. Okay, what's the next, guys?
Good afternoon, council members, Mr. Mayor. We were asked to normalize the estimates to apply the same apples-to-apples methodology to any of these scenarios.
329.4 million
have a
from
complete
AECOM.
and accurate perspective on the
Does
modernization.
that include move-out
costs,
costs?
furnitures, fixtures, and equipment, temporary leasing.
I think it
costs,
does.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
of
I
course,
think
the
it does.
Operational costs of this
I think
buildings.
they said so, yeah.
We
Hold on.
then
No,
collaborated
but well,
with
that
our CFO, Ms.
that's the
Ireland,
discrepancy. Just for the
to
base
apply the
repairs
right
of
cost of capital,
329.4 million.
and just ran them
Then you go to
out.
the
So,
full
what you
phase
see
and the
here
debt
is
financing, and
the
that's
EC
where
scenarios
it
from
goes to that
March, and each
1.1
of the four
billion that
scenarios
Okay, so
are
that's what this
provided
is here,
today
this slide.
with the same application of costs across the board. The costs increase proportionally, but there's been no adjustments to square footages or anything beyond what we were directed to do for the phasing plan on the temporary leasing costs. On the temporary leasing costs, I'll just comment. The market is the market. We have actual unnegotiated proposals We have a variety of scenarios. We have great comps. And we have taken what we believe is the most reasonable approach to get you all the durations to match these phasings. But the market also doesn't function perfectly where you need to go up and down 10,000 square feet annually, not when a landlord is investing in the space. So there are some constraints there, but that's not a material driver of these numbers. The material drivers are, of course, the cost of capital and the interest expense and the ongoing operations of this building, which you'll see are effectively equal across all the scenarios. I'm happy to walk you through any one of the particular line
Yeah, I
items,
just pulled up a
that are
summary of
commented
the
methodology on
AECOM
the right
report,
side
the
of page,
CBS News article,
and the source
329
of that.
million.
Happy to answer
Roof
any questions.
exterior, 9 million for interior repairs, 211 for HVAC,
All
60%.
I'll put
for
the phase one briefing from May 20th
Ready for questions?
in the chat.
Comments? Don't all
Oh,
go
here we go.
Oh yeah.
All right.
All right.
Chairwoman Mendelson, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
I mean, what would have happened if nobody pushed their button? Would we all just have gone home? No questions?
Not home. but
Staff
some-
and council will sleep right now?
So on March 4th, there was resolution 26-0499. It directed the city manager to develop a repair program that prioritizes the most critical needs for City Hall and City Hall Plaza with no fewer than 2 options for phase repairs and replacements over a 10-year period. But yet, many times through this presentation, you said the word renovation. We didn't ask for a renovation.
Uh-oh.
The resolution is simply repairs. So I'd like to know what the costs are for just repairs. This would mean not requiring new code compliance.
The code is triggered by the scale and complexity of construction. It's not something that can be excluded. Those code requirements will be legally required based on the scale and complexity of the work.
And what is that threshold, please?
I'm sorry?
What is the threshold that triggers that?
The threshold is based on the area.
trying to pick it
There's
apart.
a calculation based on the square footage
she's
of
smart.
the building being
I don't
touched.
think she-
And in this case, as we update and repair electrical.
Okay, so I'm sorry, you're saying update, I'm saying repair. Develop a repair program.
I just
Doesn't
want
say
to
update.
I just want to clarify that our program and our cost, they're not including
But she's splitting
new
hairs here.
finishes, new finish out. We're not moving walls. We're not reconfiguring the building. We're not updating to a modern workplace. That's not included in our cost. Our cost is repairs, as you've stated, but it will trigger additional code
I
scope.
believe the phrase that was used was, it will be
Repairing what's
future ready,
existing.
whatever that means.
Yeah, and I would like to comment, first off, Councilmember Mendelson, to your question, the threshold for the adopted building code for the city is 51% of the facility being touched. And with the HVAC and electrical components that have to be touched, horizontal distribution as well as plumbing distribution, more than 51% of the facility will be triggered as a part of the repairs of those functions. I would also like to note that on the slide, I believe it was the slide, if you can pull it up, on the example of the restroom, when we are replacing 10, yes, thank you. When we're replacing horizontal distribution plumbing, when we're replacing fixtures, if we're
12.
replacing components like that, and we go into those restrooms, we do trigger TAS and ADA components as well. So there are several elements of code here that when we make a repair to pipe or otherwise, that does happen.
Right.
So if you'll leave it on that slide, I'd appreciate it. Before I came to council, I ran a nonprofit that did free home repair for low-income seniors, veterans, and people with disabilities. They were mostly very old homes. And you know, anytime you'd pull back a stove,
In a
or
house.
you would move anything, you really didn't know what was going to be behind there because the house could be 75 plus years old. Many of them were in La Bajada, some of them were in Mill City. I understand that concept, but in this building, less than 50 years old, when you see this slide, What percentage of toilets do you think you're gonna pull out and find that you have to redo the whole bathroom?
We're already aware that the majority of pipes in the building are corroded. This is from direct observation. Even in the example used here, this is an image of a restroom in this building with the wall tile pulled open in the image where they've had to access that corroded pipe. So we do anticipate the majority of these restrooms do need repairs throughout the plumbing, which will affect multiple fixtures. We also accounted for the restrooms that have already been updated by the city manager and facilities group. There are, was it 7 restrooms?
8 have been updated.
That have been updated, and so those were not in our cost estimate. We only included cost for the existing original condition restrooms.
So how much of this program, with these costs, are items that are broken, that need to be repaired, versus how many you think are going to have an end-of-life issue?
I would say the number of the components that are beyond end of life is a large majority, but I would ask for Chief Johnson and his team, if there are specific things that are specifically broken, they were called out in the AECOM report as end of life or otherwise, but he can expand on that.
So the facility condition assessment that was completed recently with the EDC by AECOM did list a number of all of the systems essentially that are past their useful life. There are the boilers that we've recently replaced. We've had some restrooms that have been renovated. There may be a cooling tower here or there and an electrical panel that was done with the bond program, but the majority of all the infrastructure in the building itself is either at or aged past its useful life.
So
Let me make a comment. One of the things that hadn't been talked about is the Texas accessibility standards. Every dollar you spend, I believe, beginning at $50,000, you have to dedicate 20% of those dollars into curing
Could you lean into the microphone,
accessibility
please?
issues within the building. So if you spend $50 million, which you're going to have to spend easily, that triggers a requirement for you to spend $10 million on ADA and Texas accessibility issues. The number one shortcoming in the building that we have is bathrooms. So you can allocate that $10 million, solve the regulatory issue you have, and fix the bathrooms all at the same time. And that's just one of the trigger issues we talk about that's automatic, it doesn't go away, they're tough to deal with and very demanding. And so that's a situation where whatever you call what you're doing in the bathroom is going to trigger the issues you saw on the commodogram.
Imagine having a bathroom issue during Pride Month. Rude.
But that's an example. Another example, I don't know how you repair the electrical system permanently. When you saw that diagram, there are 400 panel boxes in this building. They're manufactured by a company called Federal Pacific.
Oh, yeah.
Federal Pacific was accused of fraud, and they built thousands of these panels all over the country. They were sold to a company, ended up with Exxon. They started testing how they manufactured it and failed, and they sued everybody for fraud. They lost their UL rating, and this building has got them everywhere.
They're
If you
all
have
over
a home
Dallas.
today,
Yep.
and they come in and you need a loan or purchase, and you have a Federal Pacific panel in your house, you can't get insurance for it.
They're super expensive.
That's the situation. You can't repair that. No way. And the electrical system in this building is beyond its useful life. We've visited with consultants. We've interviewed the city staff twice. We have gone to contractors who deal with it, and universally they say, it's all got to go. It's the nerve center of the building. Nothing operates without it. You saw that diagram, how it penetrates every issue, every operating system in the building, every appliance, all of it. And it's the biggest number we have by a long shot. And that's the biggest
gotta gut it.
differential between our numbers and everybody else. But we don't know how to make it go away. You can't repair it. It's got to be replaced. And our number is $120 million. Everybody else's number is 60, okay? And let me give you just a teeny bit of history and how we attacked this. We read the engineering reports. It talked about all of this equipment being at the end of its useful life. It talked about the Federal Pacific panels. We then toured the facility.
But I don't understand the question.
With Gresham Smith's people.
Or what's Kara trying to get at? That you don't have to replace the electrical?
And city staff. They universally said, you got to replace all of this stuff. We then met with a mechanical engineer that we've had a relationship with to confirm what we're seeing. Do we really understand this properly? We're hearing these really extensive renovations. They said, yeah, we agree that needs to go away. So then we got a price. Well, when we got a price at this one was 112 million, we couldn't understand why it was so high. So we would then took our electrical subcontractor, our people, go back to the electrical engineer, confirm those numbers, confirm the scope, went through all the issues with a person that's been working in this building since 2017. He's responsible for the generator pricing and all of the issues. We then went back and followed up with city staff who maintains this. We had another set-aside building to go with them and go, are you good with this? Does it make sense? You're the people with the screwdrivers holding this system alive. Do we need to replace all this? Answer, yes. Now that one item is 120 million. We think it could be high, but I'm gonna bet it's gonna be closer to my number than some of the others because our guy's been in the building, understands how difficult it is to take it apart, get it out, and reassemble this, throughout the building. So, I mean, that's one example. On its own, I'll guarantee you it's $100 million, and you can't repair it. You can't.
Okay, so that's a great example where you've taken a category, you've gone in and looked at it very closely, and you've come up with a real number. Where is that list for every other category?
We each included our breakdown of the scope of component costs. WM2 numbers is within a slide within their presentation deck, and we have an equivalent bar chart slide
But
in our
again,
appendix.
of a repair basis.
Ours is also a repair basis. Both estimates are a repair basis.
Where is the schedule that is 100% repairs, not end of life, repairs? That's what the motion was, a repair program.
So, yes,
Critical
and
needs.
What is she
if you
getting
read in
at?
the following sentence, it says with no fewer than 2 options for
Repair,
phase
repair
repairs
versus
and
update
replacements
versus, I
over
mean, you
a
want it to
10-year period.
work
Correct.
And that's what both.
and not have to repair it.
consultant teams
Yeah, I mean, I get she wants an apples to apples comparison, but I also understand what they're saying is that, like, you can't just do a patchwork on everything. Like, some stuff has to be
Right.
fully replaced.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not
The
sequential,
windows
it's
we
all
have now
integrated.
Are getting close to an end of life, but they're fine.
Correct, and Mr. Mundinter's group did not include replacing them. He reglazed them and resealed them.
Yeah, and neither did our group as well.
Okay. The motion was very specific. I know because I wrote it. It's a repair program. It's not a replacement program. It's not a refurbishment. It's not a renovation. So I'm looking for.
If you
the
have
repair
rotted
program.
wood, you can't just go back and
Let me
glue
ask you a
little
question.
pieces of splinters on
The
there and call it
roof.
repair.
Right.
You take out the wood and
I
put a
thought
new
in the
piece of
bond
wood.
program,
It's like
it's
you've
been on
updated it.
schedule.
It's like arachnophobia, John Goodman. Have you seen that?
It's still there.
Yeah, that's a long time ago.
That's an example that I can
Take the bad wood out,
In
put
spite
in
of
good wood.
what's there,
Yeah.
and everybody's saying it needs a new one, you could go patch the roof that I think they've been doing for a long time. So would you advise us to go up there and patch it and not put a new roof up there? I mean, that's an example that I think, unlike the electrical, that's an example that's been specified as a need. People thought they needed a new roof, but you could go up there and patch to your heart's content and maybe get 3 years, 4 years, I don't know. But is that an example that you, if we were thinking like you thought we should think, that's the way we should have attacked the roof?
If there's water intrusion today, I wonder why it hasn't already been patched.
I don't know either. I mean,
Okay,
So,
so this is the question, why hasn't it already been done? And number two is, if we're trying to keep a schedule of end of life for systems,
Because y'all
that's a planned
gave
maintenance
$0
program.
in the 2024
We should have already
bond.
had that. This entire conversation, we don't have $1 billion that need to be repaired at City Hall. We have a certain amount of repairs, which I still can't get what that number is, and then we have a maintenance program. And these are actually two different things, and they really ought to be considered as different things. And I love that people are concerned about this building, but my God, have you seen the other buildings that the city has?
Point of order.
Shocking buildings.
Mayor,
State your point of order.
we're bringing up other buildings. I don't see.
Sustained.
Thank you.
Just go ahead and use this panel for what they've actually done the work to.
That would be a germane on the.
Councilmember Mendelson, I did
he
want to
didn't
make
say
for
the
the
word,
record,
so.
you ask about
Yeah.
repair. So under the city manager's recommended budget and approved by the council, we did receive funding for a preventive maintenance program for roofing. It was assessed for City Hall. It requested $147,000 of emergency repairs, which were completed in 2025, and it recommended full replacement in 2027.
And so,
So we
do
are
we have water
making repairs when
infiltration
we
right
can.
now?
I'm sorry?
Do we have water infiltration right now?
We do, because we have not put a new roof. We are just patching over and over.
So you have an issue right now that you haven't patched.
We patched based on the emergency need at this point, but we have limited funding across the entire portfolio.
Was there funding
Come
that
on,
was
Tara.
allocated October 8th for bathrooms here at City Hall?
I'm not familiar with the date, October.
I think it's $600,000+.
Is this a bond program? I apologize if I don't have.
It's an item that came to City Council.
I apologize. I don't have them all memorized.
Well, I think that there has been money for repairs that's been allocated that maybe has not been spent. My next question is, again, do we have a date for when there would be a vote on this item?
That's the thing on those bond allocations. So that money just
Thank you
sits
for the
there
question,
and isn't
Councilmember
actually
Mendelson. Today is a
allocated.
briefing, which is the part 2 that we communicated 2 weeks ago that we would be bringing. We do not have an action item before the city council as of today. Thank you so much.
Do you have an anticipated date?
No,
I
I
think
do
there
not.
was last meeting, there was $6 million
Okay.
that hasn't been allocated from
credible
the
sources that are
2017
saying
bond.
actually to do
That's
the
what Jack
repairs
Ireland
needed, it's
said.
actually under $100 million. Do you just say that is not a credible source?
We have requested the backup data to demonstrate how they've arrived at that value, and nothing has been provided.
I've seen elements of that report, and looking at the systems and coming up with a plan to address some of that stuff made sense, but the numbers and what was in the scope in those areas, the description was very general. It did not have pricing attached to it. And so you really couldn't tell the viability. I think the thought process was reasonable, but I couldn't get an answer on, and I didn't really push it hard. What's the scope in here? And have you segregated the pricing? And I have not seen that. And if you have it, I mean, I don't know anybody who's seen that, but if you have, we'd love to see it.
It was not provided as a reference document to the team either, and was not included as a part of our scope. We were tasked with reviewing the AECOM documents and all of the documents posted to the city's website as a part of this effort.
But of course, it was produced by someone who worked in the building and knew the systems intimately, as opposed to AECOM, who said they did a very cursory review. Thank you.
Chairman Gracie, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Madam City
See if
Manager, I want
Darren's
to thank you,
confused.
for one, just staying the course, and two, putting these teams together to really get to the bottom of this. I think when we started the journey, we were sitting here with staff at 329 million, and I think it's now jumped to 556. If I'm looking at slide 62, and I just want to understand this because I appreciate the way this was organized in terms of the repairs and in terms of the risk and the priorities in terms of the correcting this. But when I look at this slide here, going back to this renovations versus repairs or whatever stuff here, if we're just talking about this, because this conversation started because we were saying deferred maintenance, the city hall, save city hall. Everybody wants to save city hall, and that's what we're trying to do. And in order to do that effectively, it is my understanding that what you all have presented gives us the full scope by which we can save city hall. That's the understanding. So, and going back to the base of this, I see these corrective repairs, that first row on there, where it started at 329 and jumps all the way to 556. Just so I'm clear, if we were to categorize these into deferred maintenance, does everything that's under corrective repair qualify as deferred maintenance repairs, I guess?
You're asking, is everything in line 1 of the
On slide
page
66.
62? So with a couple things to consider within that, and I'll kind of reiterate what I talked about during my component of the presentation, is the repairs and replacements of systems that are required to bring City Hall up to a safe and effective baseline. So no revitalization, no new layouts, anything like that, okay, is in the number there. This number also includes escalation of the cost of work post-2028, so from 2028 to completion of the component. It also includes any work that triggers code elements. So for example, ADA, TAS, Adopted City Building Code, etc. So all of those numbers go in there. So all of the deferred maintenance and related is a component of that number, but to repair the system or replace the associated system, it does trigger other elements that are in that number as well.
Okay, thank you. And then when we get to the modernization piece, if we were to go in and say, hey, I'm getting my house repaired, and these are all the things that need to be fixed, and now it's time to start putting my money where my mouth is, and I'm like, well, wait a minute, maybe I don't necessarily need these. What items listed are those things that we have an option to say, well, maybe not right now, but these things, going back to that risk, and I think a majority of the bubbles were in the high-risk area. Is that a way to kind of take this presentation to scale it down? Because some of the colleagues are going to come through, and it'll be interesting to see how these narratives change and the wording. Pay attention to words. Some people, the words that were used. Some people want to say, some people do this, and they change these narratives, but while they're fighting for City Hall and while they were advocating for City Hall, they're saying, we want to do this, we want to do this, we want to do this, and now we get the numbers. We've been debating these numbers for the last, I don't know how long, debating these numbers. We've had 1 million people working on these numbers to get us to this, and now we're going to now try to debate these numbers again because we don't want to accept the fact that this building is old and it is going to cost us a lot of money to get this building repaired. So I'm just trying to make sure I understand the nature of this. Which one of these items can we say, okay, well, I don't really have that much money, so which items can I cut and still be okay with that? Is that what these modernization, the lines underneath that are, or these are just other items that will be a result of the first line?
Yeah, so I can give a baseline answer, and then maybe Peter can expand on the modernization components. If you go to slide 19 of the presentation for me, and as we're talking about the risk-based prioritization framework, if we talk purely about the repair,
BRB,
replacement,
gents.
associated code
Okay.
triggers, and otherwise that happen within this,
Yeah, it's
part of what
it's
we gave you in this
fascinating
risk-based framework
or
is
to
what are
listen
the
to.
things that you need to do now because they're going to fail and they're going to have an impact on the facility? What are the things that you don't need to do now because they may not have an impact? An example of what you're talking about is, I only have so much money, I can't do much now. The cooling towers are something that have been replaced and have a lifetime that would probably span until about year 9 of our 10-year repair program. Now, at that point in time, the city could choose to, as we lined out, refurbish those and put an additional 5 or 6 years on it. But if you want to put through a bond program or otherwise, obviously you want a significant life and warranty, that may be a choice where you can refurbish like we did or replace at that point in time. So there are elements within the risk risk-based prioritization framework, big word, sorry,
Yeah, no
apologies.
problem. That's okay.
Big word there, that can be addressed, but part of it you also have to think about, Councilmember Gracie, is when we start to go in and open up some of these spaces, and you have to do asbestos abatement and otherwise, you do have a cost for those remobilizations and otherwise that are being done during that period. So I can't speak to the full kind of renovation or re-layout of the facility. Maybe Peter can touch on that more, but for the repair and replacement components, that would be my advice there.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. I appreciate that. As I was going through trying to understand all of these different systems that we have, I couldn't figure out the best way I could frame this is, what percentage of the systems could be refurbished, I guess, if you had to put it, or to reuse in all of this process. Again, trying to think of ways to save money. Realistically, what percentage of the systems could actually be refurbished? Or is that, again, one of those questions to your previous answer that you don't know until we actually get in there, but 90% of it
I'm
needs
here.
to be replaced.
Off video just for a sec.
But 100% if we get in there, or 50% needs to be replaced.
So I think that's an interesting question. And when you think about systems as a whole, so plumbing, HVAC, electrical, et cetera, as Will lined out, the electrical system is difficult to not replace most, if not all, components because you do have elements you cannot repair, right? And so, just like in newer tech at your house, if the plug, you may replace your computer, but your plug off the wall may not fit because there isn't
The building I
port.
live in,
You're
we
going
had
to
to
have some
completely,
scenarios like that where
every single
you
person
may
had
be
to
able
replace their
repair
Fed Pacific
an element
box. We
of the
did it a few
system,
years ago.
but it's not
Or
going
our
to
what
replace
box?
the system. Same with HVAC.
The
right?
Federal
Most
Pacific,
of that is
those
done
panels.
automatic
Yeah.
controls. If we're updating
Our
the
insurance
components
said,
of
"Do it
that,
or
we want
we're
to
dropping
go
you."
to a digital control
Yeah,
system
I had to
for
do that
comfort
when I
and
was
mobility
renovating my
and
house. I had an old
most of the
had an old
elements
box
have
like
to be
that as
replaced
well.
to support that. And so I
Yeah.
think as you kind of go through this, most of the systems, the major systems in the building need to be replaced as a part of this program. There are elements like
I'm actually in
the
favor of
elevators
replacing
that have
a lot
been
of this
worked
stuff. I
into
mean,
building.
let's
We
get
know
it,
these are
let's
not part of this
modernize it,
program
you know? I
otherwise,
mean,
so
let's,
there are elements like
Yeah.
that.
I don't think a patchwork of repairs is the solution, especially when you have like a roof, for example, that's, continually leaking. It's like on your house, you don't just, I'm doing this on my house right now. I'm fixing patches because I need a new roof and I can't afford to spend 30 grand on a new roof, but I need a new roof, so I need to replace the whole thing.
Right. The convention center, I think that was one of the chief complaints. They were spending $1 million a year patching the roof.
Yeah. At some point, it's
your experience and education and all of these
limiting
things. I don't wanna
returns.
spend time doing that, and I don't want to go back and forth.
I mean, there's a
with
pretty,
the public on these
there's not
numbers
really much
because
of a
we've now
range
had
of
reviewed this
lifespan on a
at
roof,
least 3
right? What
times,
is it,
I
like
think, with
15,
staff,
20
10
years?
years,
group,
depends on
and
what you
another
get,
group
I
that's
think.
have now come
Yeah.
in,
I gotta get a
and
new
at
one
least
too
7
soon.
people on each team. So that's that. The next question I have is the roof. What will it take to actually replace that roof?
So let me share with you the information from the study that was recently completed. It was assessed in 2024, and the overall roof grade for the building was given a C-. And at that time, it was beginning to show age-related deficiencies, and there were emergency repairs recommended for $147,000 that were completed at that time. There was an additional leak repair on the upper north side. I'm not for certain if Gresham or Mr. Mundinger's group has a different or an improved roof in there, but it does need a new roof.
One of the smallest costs of
And
the
then
whole
the last
project.
question I have, and I just want to make sure I understood that this is about the smoke and the smoke removal or whatever. Am I to understand that in the stairwells, if there were a fire in the stairwell, if it catches on fire, the smoke would fill the stairwells? Is that what I understood? I can't remember who was. Is he?
That's correct. The stairwells in the atrium would act as a chimney. They today do not have pressurization to prevent the smoke from spreading rapidly and causing higher risk to occupants. That's a system that could be installed but does not exist in the building today.
Okay, and that is currently our fire escapeway. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Chairman West, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to focus for just a second on some clarity on the repair versus renovation. So I thought a slide that was particularly helpful to me was slide 12, the toilets.
You would,
Can you go
Chad.
to that slide for just a minute? Pause my time, please. Okay, so to me, this is helpful you have a toilet that is causing problems. You go in, you're going to repair the toilet. When you're repairing the toilet, you realize there's water leakage and
Takes a
problems
wide
behind the
stance.
toilet. And then you also realize it's not ADA compliant in that bathroom. So that is a repair that triggers a renovation. Is that correct in the way
How is a urinal going to be
Yeah,
ADA
and I would add in
compliant?
addition, if you're removing elements of plumbing, you have to
It all has to
replace
do
or
with
have
the
to
height of the
repair
urinal
areas of the
and
distribution
the
plumbing
space
coming
in
from the
between
main
them.
system. That
Yeah.
may also trigger the full replacement as well, especially if you're having to remove tile that has mastic in it that would cause asbestos abatement. Those are all components that would trigger that.
That's helpful. Thank you. And so it's impossible for you to just
Yeah, that's
say,
the thing.
all
Once they
right, as my colleague
find
had
what they
pointed
don't
out
know they
here, I
find,
really
then
just
they
wanna
trigger
see
all
the
sorts of
minimal
federal
repairs, which to me is a Band-Aid replacement.
things.
It's impossible to do that without triggering other renovations that you're trying to encompass in the rest of this report, right?
There are some issues that are known, like the asbestos. We are aware of certain conditions in the building, and then there are some that are unforeseen because we haven't yet done construction, demolished those partitions, looked below the tile, behind the walls. That's what we wanted to acknowledge here of how those things grow in scope. So both are true. There's known triggers that we're already aware will expand the scope, and there's also the potential for additional unforeseen challenges.
Thank you. And the other comment that was made that was actually quite shocking to me was that we would make repairs and not worry about getting up to code. So I wrote the quote down, I can't find it, but it was like, why would we ever ask a team of professionals to make repairs and not get it up to code? I remember us sitting up here and absolutely crucifying staff for doing that at the Stemmons facility, where we couldn't even move in. The media crucified the city for that too. Why would we treat our city hall in that same way and not
Fight about to break
get it
out.
up to code if we're gonna go
Well,
through
I mean, I'm
this
just trying to
renovation
read the
process?
energy in the room.
Let me ask the city manager this
Chad,
question,
which
or maybe the city attorney.
think-
Do
I know
we
not
allow
everyone's a big
other
fan of Chad, but on this
businesses
particular issue,
that
I think
welcome
he's
the public
correct.
into
It's
their
weird
doors
that I am
to
on
make
agreeing
repairs
more
and
with
then not get
Chad
up
than
to
I am
code?
with Kara on any given
get a
day.
CO?
That's very strange to me.
Yeah.
But
Thank you for the question, Councilmember West, and the answer would be no.
Okay, so why would we make an exception for us?
I would never recommend an exception for us.
And then I guess if we are gonna make exceptions, do we skip being code compliance on fire code? Do we skip code compliance on ADA? Where do we pick and choose where we're gonna be code compliant?
Well, I think the first way that I would say,
I want my office tower, damn it.
I want my code,
A
director
top
of the
floor,
department to
corner
actually-
office,
Well,
right
maybe
now.
you might be right about that. You know what I think's funny though? Maybe it's just me. That one of the
Because I think
proposed
if we're gonna
buildings
do
to
a
move in is Bryan Tower,
repair,
which was the
to
exterior
make
shot of
repairs that
J.R.
will
Ewing's
end up
office
in us
out
being
in the show of Dallas.
Code
I kind of think that'd be kind
compliant,
of cool.
like we require for everybody else in the city, correct?
That would be yes.
Okay, and to do that, are you telling us, I'm looking at the panel now, that this plan
I think
here,
what Kara was getting at
whether
was,
we do the shorter term or
you know,
longer term
if you
phase,
do a
is one
lesser
that we would have to
repair, you know, you don't have to
Without
get into the
any
code,
sort
but
of
once you start doing the
reconfiguration or
full
modernization
upgrading, then you
Right.
have
by
to, you know, I
CBRE,
think that's,
this
Well,
I
yeah,
don't
but-
even, we'll have a
all of the
background in
critical elements of
construction,
the
but
facility up to
No,
code
you do.
and
I
complete
thought
the
you
repairs
covered that
and
on another
replacements of the
meeting though.
systems that are
Once you
spec'd
peel
out
an
as
onion
failing or
layer
having
back,
to
there's going to be
life.
5 more onion layers you got to deal
if
with.
we choose to go
Right.
down this path,
And I don't
there
know
we
what
need
Kara's
to
thinking that we
prepare for it in the
can
budget.
avoid that
So
or
my questions are
kind of
gonna
pretend
really
it
focus
isn't
on that.
happening.
yeah.
For months now, my goal has been to get to a
Which
financial
makes me
picture
wonder if there's
that I can truly evaluate
something a little
this from.
more
So which
at
slide
stake on
or
this meeting than I
slides
thought.
would you
Yeah.
direct me
I mean,
to,
you
to
know,
help
what
us
if they
in our budget planning
vote,
workflow?
was it the
We've
10th?
got a really,
And say,
I mean, we're imminent
yeah,
on the budget.
let's get rid of City
If I
Hall.
could start, thank you,
Yeah.
Councilmember
Yeah, all
West.
save City Hall,
I
we're
think
going to be
for
upset.
the
Then what are the
purposes that
Mavericks
we,
going to do? That maybe
publicly
they
stated before,
will reconsider their
we're
quote-unquote
already in
option.
the budget planning process now. And we have
I think
made
Kara's kind of sounding a
substantial
little,
strides over the last few months of trying to just
little
capture
desperate in that.
kind of where we are, which is why we've given you 2 budget briefings prior to today.
Defend
So if I'm looking
saving
at
City
slide
Hall.
34, slide 53, as well as slide number 57, those would be the cash flow projections based on the way the programs have been laid out by both of the teams that we would begin to need to look at in order to determine what would be needed in those upcoming years. And that would have to be a part of the way we start thinking about potentially the implementation of a program and what the budget capacity would need to be in order to accommodate it. And I'll let the team continue. Thank you.
Well, and this may be for staff still, but I'm looking at slide 34. Thank you for that. So for 2028, we would need to budget around 72 to 75 million. Is that right?
I think it's higher than
I
that.
would direct you to slide 62, the final piece of the presentation provided by CBRE, which starts
Oh,
with those base values, but then has additional layers for the council's consideration.
Okay, walk me through this one more time. So, you know, let's go with WM2 option 1. Okay. I don't mean to pick the highest one there. Let's go with GS option 1. It's lower, 744 million. What from that would we budget for the next year?
I'll take a crack at this, Councilman. I would look at it this way. The team has articulated collectively the amount of money you need for corrective repairs.
Okay.
And that is your baseline starting point for what you would probably need in a bond package to start down this path. Once you start down one of these paths, you have to commit to a short-term, if you say 6 to 10 years, a short-term lease in a temporary relocation. So you would immediately commence that when you start your phased departure and return.
So what do you think? Do you
So those are
guys-
things that have to happen.
You believe these figures? You think
but
these are good
there's
numbers
not
now?
an optional item on that. So if you're
I
looking
think the
for
more
where
we
you need
keep
to
looking
start,
more at it in
I don't know if
depth,
you can
the
start
more
any one of these
expensive
projects
it's gonna
without
be.
committing to it all the way. So
I don't know.
would look at,
I feel better knowing that there's
modernization numbers, for example, as,
discrepancy between the different
are we
estimates,
okay coming back to warm lit shell, or do people
which you're
do
going to
gas
get
and
if
need
you get
furniture
multiple
and need
bids on any
offices?
project,
So if
either
you wanna tell
residential
us
or
those things are
commercial.
optional, we're happy to remove those numbers, but
This seems very
those are
thorough to me. It
based
looks like they
on-
did a much
based on
more
occupancy patterns
granular
that
look at
use office real estate.
all the systems in the
So,
building.
I don't view any of those options
So,
as,
and just
categorized as
knowing the
optional,
nature of
but
construction, that
starting
everything always
point
ends up
is
costing
getting
more than you
for those
think.
600,
Well,
I think it's
how's it
$31 million,
more thorough? Okay,
but
so
you will
everyone
need
was
the rest of the funds
balking
at
at
some
the
point.
329 million figure. These guys are
Okay,
coming in at
you mentioned the
531.6
bond funding.
million.
The next the
So
question I was going to have for staff
we're
is how would we
thinking
pay
this
for
is more reasonable, even though it's going
Well,
to
I think
cost
it's
us
more granular because
So of
they said
this
that. They
GS
said that,
option one, and
you know,
not
for the,
picking
I
it
forget
out,
what system was it? Was it the
this
roof
is
or
a
something? Where they said the AECom only did a
Is there
cursory
anything in that number that we're missing?
glance at it.
Anything that's-
No, they did. No, the first one was cursory. The 2018
added to that
that
that's
was
not already in
cursory.
there.
And ACOM
Right.
So that top
between
line
November and
in
was it
GS
May or
option
whenever
one,
that
the
presentation was,
531 million,
they
that's
did the
the
more
repairs
intense with the engineers
and
coming through.
Yeah.
code
Samples
Yeah,
and stuff.
yeah. Well, look, I mean,
your additional soft costs. that you're
again,
asking
These
for.
guys-
regardless
these
of what
guys-
option you go
Now
with,
with
my
furniture, now
position
that
is
all
the
the
same. The
rents
city doesn't
are-
have the money to do
that
this.
CBRE
No,
has
they don't.
evaluated.
So-
But that's what I was always
not
laughing at these people when they saw the
forecasting any
1.1 billion
other
figure and they're
unforeseen
like,
costs
it's
that would
been
be
this.
significant
Melanie
enough
Van Hanningham was like,
consider
that's been a
looking at the
discredited
full
figure. And I was like, no, it hasn't. In fact, I'm surprised
Staying in
it's
city
that
hall,
low
planning, or
the more they look at it. Now here we are
This is
on
the
this
window for this.
phase two
Yeah,
with
this is the
an
CapEx
even more
estimate,
thorough
if you
look
will,
at
but
it, including all
since
the
you
other
are
ones, that
maintaining the
it's
building
gone
and
up
staying
another
in it,
$200
your
million
operating expenses don't disappear. You
on the
still
base. Now
have
that
an
I
operating
don't,
budget.
that's what
So
they're.
in
I
all of
guess
these
he's asking about
scenarios,
is
you know, there's
through financing
actual
over the
expenses
20-year
the city has
period,
incurred
that
run
and
out
all the
for
other
20-year
stuff, that's when
model
you
for
bump it up to the
occupancy
1.1
preview
billion
of that.
total. But we're just talking about
So there are other
base
costs that are not in the
repairs, and that keeps
$744
getting
million
higher
number
with each
that you have to
cost
incur to
estimate. So
continue
now we've
to
had,
operate the
what,
building at
4
the same
third-party
functionality,
estimates, and
nearly the
each
same
one keeps
functionality.
getting higher.
So there are other
I
costs.
bet you're gonna have your Melanie and say City Hall people
remember another
say this one is
slide
an objective,
that
and they're
had
gonna
the
want another
operating,
assessment. They're gonna keep
costs
wanting an assessment until they get what they want, which will never
I believe it's the
happen.
next slide, 63.
I think this is the end of the road for
So
that.
here's
I don't think
Yeah,
they'll be-
I do too, but
baseline plus you
like,
add then the financing
what I'm
costs
saying is
if you
this
were
whole
to
meeting right
just
now is a
assume you're
waste of time.
borrowing
Like, they
that
should have just,
$744 million from the
hey,
previous
calm,
slide.
say whatever you will.
The financing is just 5%
An okay
cost of
estimate.
capital over 20
That
years.
people just jumped at the
That's
1.1
the
billion
amount of
figure
interest
without
you pay on
picking
it
apart. That
of
also
that
included
magnitude.
debt
And then you have your
financing over a
temporary
20-year
costs
period, which added
and your
another,
operating
what,
expenses, again, are the
229 million
actuals
to.
simulated out for 20 years, your annual number grown at normal growth rates.
And then you add
for
on the
operating
move out
picture.
costs
So
and all that stuff too.
Okay,
So
and I guess I just need
that
to
total
digest this a little
package
more,
is
but what I need to
1.1
explain
billion
to my
was.
residents is, all right, here's the
Now
cost
it's
of the complete
1.6
renovation.
with these guys.
Whichever phase we choose, here's the cost of operating the building, and then if the city chose to instead move out, here's what that cost would be to the taxpayers. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a big part of this is the fiscal decision we've got to make, and our duty to our taxpayers, and I just need to get a grasp of what all those are. How we pay for it, the renovation. Is it a bond fund?
Here's a good question.
So thank you for the question, Councilmember West. We've communicated previously that it's either a cash payment or it's I've said use the credit card. Based on where we are today, we wanted to have an opportunity to let you hear back on this phase 2. We do not have a full financial plan prepared to lay out for you today. That would be a part of what we will continue to work on and bring that back to you. So that's not in the presentation that you have before you today. I know I see Mr. Ireland out
So
there.
they haven't
We've
determined
started
the debt
talking through it,
financing
because
for
we're
this
looking
new
at it
figure
not just
with
as a one-year
531
type
versus
of,
the old one, which
a
was
situation from a
329.
financial planning perspective, that we would be able to come back and be able to show you if we
I can't
want to
believe
do
she
this,
just
whether it's
referred to
the
a bond
5-year,
as
the
credit card.
6.4, the 10-year.
That was
How do
great
we
accuracy
move those
there.
costs out, and then
That's
you'll
what
be able
I
to
always
absorb
call it. That's the
them,
only way you can
which
get
we
the
know
average
will be
person to
difficult,
understand what a
from
bond
just
is.
our current general fund, knowing the budget pressures that we
Before I didn't know
have
what they
going
were. You
into
said bond,
planning
you
for the
eyes
upcoming
glaze
budget.
over
It's
and
an
go, oh, what is
investment.
Today, but we will be
It's
coming
an
back to that-
investment.
coming
It
back to that
doesn't
soon.
cause your property
Yeah,
tax.
no, it's basically swiping a credit card.
You will, yes.
And the bond rating is your credit card.
Yes.
Yeah.
Our goal is to get you a
Ooh.
side-by-side.
Getting snippy with Chad.
Chairman Ridley, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so that's what we
I'd
all
like
want is
to
the side by
return
side.
to the
This should be
scope
good.
of this project as laid out in the March 4th resolution of this council, which was to develop a repair program that prioritizes the most critical needs for City Hall and City Hall Plaza with no fewer than 2 options for phased repairs and replacements over a 10-year period. And I'd like to try to refine the distinction between phased repairs and the renovation costs that have also been covered by this report.
See if Ridley
And
can
I think
do
that
what Karen
Bet.
did.
You know
best
what Ridley
slide
has
in
a
the
talent
pack
for that he doesn't
attempts
know?
to do that is 19.
He could be an
the
excellent
risk-based
AI prompt
prioritization
engineer.
framework. And
Yeah.
you,
I'm just gonna
in the
record some of the stuff and then
presentation,
load it up.
described those bubble items that are above the dashed line labeled prioritization as being the ones that require the earliest attention. In other words, the most critical repairs. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And those include such things that we're all aware of, like the roof, the garage leaks, and the generators. And so those appear to be the items that have the shortest fuse on them, that are the most critical repair items, correct? And then at the other end of this diagram, there's a second dashed line to the left. Now, what does that indicate?
That indicates the lowest priority items, the things that are not beyond their useful life and are at the lowest risk of failure.
So those might be considered periodic maintenance or renovation items.
Well, and at this point in time, as we stated last time, and I'll state again, we have not found through the information provided to us and the study that we have done any building structural issues, and so it's listed as, at this point in time, no major risk and potential minor impact in the later parts of the program, and would be on a maintenance type component. Yes, sir.
All right. And so then we've got the space in between those two dashed lines, which are not immediate critical repairs, but things that we should consider doing at some point in the next 10 years. Is that accurate?
That is correct. As you can see, they range between in the 3 to 4 year risk of failure all the way up to the 7 to 8 year risk of failure, and those include elements that are used day in and day out as a part of the city operations.
And one of those is plumbing, and we heard the analogy with the toilet. And when one of the panelists said that the pipes were corroded and all need to be replaced, you were referring to the cast iron
All
soil
about the
pipes
toilets
only,
today.
weren't you?
This whole
Yes,
discussion.
I was referring to the plumbing
Okay,
distribution.
not the water
What a
supply
shitty topic.
lines. And I presume those are copper and are not corroding.
At this point in time, we're just talking about the components you referenced, correct, sir? Yes.
Okay. And so we're not, you didn't include in your estimates replacing every pipe in the building.
Not every pipe, no, sir.
And what about the electrical system? I understand that the panels need to be replaced, the equipment needs to be replaced, but you did not include replacing all the wiring in the building.
Correct. So in the Grisham-Smith estimate, we are carrying dollars to replace the majority of the primary switchgear. There was some switchgear that was replaced in 2018, and so there's parts and pieces of that that are newer that we have are leaving in place as a part of that.
I can't
We
believe
also are
that the Queen,
including,
well, I can, but like
contingency
forcing a vote on this at
components
next
of the
week's city
brand
council
new
meeting
rendering what happens during
would
the
be so
repair
reckless.
process, but overall we are not replacing.
Why?
the
I mean,
baseline
they should
components.
have voted on the last one. This is
That's the plan.
With regard
This-
to
yeah,
the
but
items
this-
that are above the
it
priority.
just started back in
most
November.
critical repair
And we had the
needs,
meeting
where
in,
in your
what, February?
presentation do
So you think that
respond
they should spend the next week
to
deliberating
those
this
items?
and then show up next council meeting with a vote?
For the Grisham
You
Smith
have enough time.
deliberating it
sir,
since
that is
November.
presented in the
No, they
appendix
haven't,
on
because they only
file
now are getting this information.
67.
They're
And
getting
for
information that's gonna be
the
more expensive than the
WM2
last estimate.
presentations, that's presented.
You know,
on
like, is it worth it? Like, every
56
council member
and
there knows,
slide
is it worth
52.
it to repair? And
I
even you
don't
said,
see
like,
on
we
slide
don't have the money for this.
7 a-
Where's the money gonna do this? It's gonna
an
have to be a
item
bond
for
program.
replacing the
I
roof,
mean, the only
which
thing she's gotta
I think
figure
Mr.
out is the
Johnson
math
just
after
told us
this.
would be a $3 to $3.5
To
million
develop a bond for a
expense.
future
Why is that
bond,
not
which
listed
was what,
separately?
2031?
Sir, we have envelope
it's,
and
what's
rope
gonna happen
and
between now and
roofing
then? Just gonna sit
together as a
around
part
with
of
more
the
patchwork?
waterproofing work that's going to be done there, so that's listed
I
as
think
fourth from
since
the bottom.
November, everyone
on
kind
this.
of
So what
understands
is
at
that
this
envelope
point where they're gonna
include?
go
The
on
envelope
their
includes
vote.
sealing to
Just
the building,
this is
sealing
absurd.
to the
You shouldn't need a
plaza,
bond to do this.
and related components.
Well,
as
you
as
should,
sealing
and I
to
think
the
that's
windows.
Kara's
So once
point.
again, we're not
Like,
calling out
if
for
they
replacement of the windows,
budgeted
as
annually
Councilmember Mendelson
for
brought up.
maintenance and repairs
We are
correctly,
just
we would not be in
sealing
this
the windows
position.
for
The city has
water
never done
related
it.
energy
They always wait
components.
to the bond.
And so why
It's like,
does
ooh,
the
swipe the
concrete
credit
need
card
to
and
be
fix
sealed?
all the crap we never take care of.
Why
When
is
if
that
they
a critical
budgeted better
requirement?
annually, none of this
The
would be an
concrete on the
issue.
building, sir?
Yes.
So we have a cleaning and
But you can't go back
sealing of
in
the
the past
concrete
and
area to
fix
make
all
sure
that.
from a waterproofing perspective that
They
there's
shouldn't
areas that are
making us
exposed
pay
that
for it.
need to be covered
The
from
other
a
generation
waterproofing
should have been
perspective.
doing
Now
it.
from the garage and the plaza area, there's components around the expansion joints are related that I think
No,
Mr.
I'm not talking about those. I'm just talking about the concrete envelope of the building. Where is it leaking now?
I think that's really more of the patching. There's a few cracks that are on the facade. And another, if you remember in that phase 1 sequencing, when we're there when we are there pulling out the sealant that's around the windows, you have scaffolding or anything up. So that's a good point and a good point in time to take care of those smaller cracks. They're not in significant way going to cause major problems in the facade, but that's the time to fix them because you're there for your mobilization.
Okay, and have you identified any of these cracks?
We have, there are some that are identified in some of the earlier reports we were looking at. Some of them you can see from walking around. There's more of them are associated with the garage and sort of the base of the building. Like if you go down the stairs that lead down into the garage, you can kind of see them down at the base. The far North Street, for example, that little well that's right there, you can see some of the stuff that needs fixed there.
So these are not the source of water infiltration into the building at this point? We
Sorry.
lost your mic.
I don't know that we know that answer to be 100%, but they could be.
Yeah, I do want to note, we were not tasked with completing our own facilities condition assessment. And so the information we have to go off, Councilmember Ridley, are from the reports from AECOM and conversations with staff. In that report, it does call out that there needs to be some sealing to the exterior of the facility, as well as the plaza as well. And then, as we mentioned with the window component, the sealing of the windows as well.
So is the plaza and the garage ceiling all included in this fourth from the bottom item, envelope and roofing?
Sorry, on our number, yes, sir. So we have between the concrete and structural number, that is line 3, and between the envelope and the roofing on the Grisham-Smith number, that is inclusive of the envelope of the building, the roof of the building, the plaza itself, as well as the plaza waterproofing. Now there are some components we have as far as removal of plaza area that's carried in the site work and demo to expose and get to those areas. I believe that WM2 company is carrying that as well as a broken out item on their slides too.
Well, that's the problem. This is not broken out by the different components. We've heard the roof is $3 to $3.5 million. We've heard from the waterproofing consultant that the plaza waterproofing is $2 to $2.3 million. We've heard about a few minor cracks in the exterior surface of the building that can't be millions of dollars to seal. And so I'm curious how you get up to the $25 million.
So I also want to mention about the roof that the estimate that I provided again was a like for like, so they would be replacing the exact old version that we have. And
Okay.
the consultant teams may have scoped an improvement or bring something up to code that would be at a different price.
Well, did anyone do a revised price for the roof?
Yeah, so I can speak to our number for the roofing, and I'd like WM2 to also comment on it as well. The roof carries about 165,000 square foot of some of the ply replacement and otherwise. Now there's also roof drains, related components that when you replace roofing need to be done, and so our all-in roofing number is closer to $7.5 million.
I'm sorry, how much?
$7.5 million, sir.
Okay, so how do we get to 22 million?
So for the $22 million number,
I'm sorry,
for
25 million.
25 million, yes, sir. So within that, we have approximately the plaza deck and waterproofing components comes in about $9 million. We have $7+ million, like I said, for the roofing component. There's also another $3 million that includes facade access and working, swing space and scaffolding, permitting and caulking that comes for those pieces. And then when you get to the garage component, as was mentioned earlier, there's concrete spall and delamination repair.
Whoa,
There's expansion joint
Chad,
you're
reconstruction
just
and
perked up.
column corrosion that all come into that number.
Well, that's all in the concrete structural item, isn't it?
Concrete structural, yeah, so we have the garage number, right, and yeah, concrete structural. So for envelope and building, between those two components to get to that number, apologies, sorry, lots of numbers here. So for the envelope, seal, and glazing, as I mentioned, we have the concrete facade penetrating sealer. We have crack joint epoxy injection and prep. We have glazing, perimeter caulk, as I mentioned, was about 120,000 square foot. We have the parapet transition sealant, and those are all for the envelope sealant
Ridley.
component. That comes in about $6 million.
Sometimes
$6.5 million for the
Yeah, it's
roof
two in
and
the
the
weeds.
plaza waterproofing.
Well,
components, as I mentioned.
it's
Yeah,
like
I
he
know.
wants
Envelope
these
and
people to
related,
know that he's
we have about
smart.
$7 million
He keeps
for
asking
the
questions.
No, I don't
roof and
know
then
about
$8
that.
million
I don't
for
think so. I
the
think he's just
waterproofing.
kind of a nerd, and he just.
Yeah, but he wants to let them know
Okay,
that
I'll
he's
return with
smart.
More questions next time, thanks.
And then
Roth,
when
recommend
these
for
guys
5 minutes.
answer and have even better answer for him, it doesn't. I don't know.
Thank you.
Worries.
I
See what
appreciate
Bill
the
says.
presentation, and I'll tell you, it's
Speak up, Bill.
eye-opening to see how the building is really structured. It's basically 5 little boxes, and you can work in each box independently. So that really facilitates moving people, not having to interrupt, being able to segregate your operations, and hopefully you can repair stuff as we need to in those boxes, get them complete. That's interesting to me to understand how the work can be done, number one. Number two, in your planning of the numbers, you have 500 and, let's say 600 million, and 610 million. Those are the two numbers. Under the 5-year plan, it seems like on the priority amounts, you're spending most of your money on the electrical. That's the big number. And then the second one is basically, that's really your big number, and that's something that really has to be done. But in these numbers that you're projecting,
ACOM had electrical
I
at
notice you've got a
$97
$90
million.
million
That's not far
contingency.
off of what these guys have.
That's extra. That's sort of our protection. That's a conservative sort of a reserve in case you run into a jam, in case there's some other problem. So that number, the $600 million, is got 90 million of it is potential contingency if you get some surprises. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so we've got a little bit of a buffer there already of almost $100 million. That's number one. Number two, the roof you got, for example, you said it's 165,000 square feet? Okay. And the number you have here is $8.5 million for the roof in this 10-year planning budget and the 5-year planning budget.
ACOM had
That's
it at
50
$7
bucks
million.
a square foot. That's pretty high for a roof. So that's a little bit of a conservative number. There may be some extra money in there that could be saving. What I'm going to ask you the question, and I'm not asking you to bake the answer, but to tell me the right answer. Are these numbers that you're projecting somewhat conservative? Are you trying to give yourself a little bit of movement so that you can be a hero if you can make it for less?
I don't know if I would say, the hero component. I would say that without a design and being in a planning level phase, I have spent my entire career advising municipalities on how to structure and build municipal facilities, whether city halls, emergency operations centers, or related. And the most important part of the project is the planning estimate phase to make sure that the known scope is agreed upon, there's sufficient dollars to go to, and that the city can prepare to do that. So yes, there are contingency numbers built in here, there are escalation numbers built in here, and our goal with this is to give you a directional budget that you can then take as a ROM to look forward. So when you're planning your financial components or planning your procurements, you can have a good rough order of magnitude to plan.
I know only 4 have spoken.
And
I haven't heard anybody changing their position, though.
No. So you're trying to give us a vision, a conservative number.
In fact, I would just say everybody is digging in to their position even.
Hopefully it's going to.
Yeah, I mean, Chad's representing one side.
Yeah.
But I would imagine you'll hear from the
6.5 years,
6
or whether we're going to do it
saying
over the
their
10 years.
piece.
So
each
from a
one.
budgeting standpoint, it looks like what you're doing.
I couldn't tell
You're
if
gonna have a big hit in
the mayor
first
was
2 years,
being
'cause that's where
sarcastic when he
your
said,
big
"Don't all jump in the
priority
queue at once,"
numbers are.
meaning
In the
everybody's
electrical
hit the
number, does
buzzer.
that include the generators?
Yes.
Okay, does that also
Volatile.
include the first 2
Essentially
years is
volatile.
basically?
Volatile meeting.
150 to 170 million dollars, give or take, right? So that's the two big years that we have to compone. After that, we're sort of rocking and rolling under the 10-year deal, about 50, 60 million a year. Under the 5-year deal, you're about, also, you're gonna be at, I don't know what the number was 100 million a year. So if we string this out, we only have to budget maybe 50 million a year. Again, it's big money, don't get me wrong. I don't have $50 million to spend every year. Neither does this group.
We could get another
But
wings
it's
practice
something that can be
facility for that.
planned, and it could be judged. And we don't have to spend it if we don't need to, if we don't want to. If in 5 years, if on a 10-year plan, we decide to do something different, we don't have to, we can do something different. It gives us tremendous flexibility. The other question I have, though, is the implication of the ADA and the asbestos stuff. When you segregate the building as you're making it, that componentized effect of ADA and asbestos is limited to that component, or does it then automatically relate to the other?
So I'll speak to the TAS perspective, and I'll let Don and Will speak to the, the asbestos or otherwise. From the TAS perspective, if the project is submitted to TLDR and as a TAS project as one complete project. From the date of substantial completion, you have 270 days to remedy any TAS components. So depending on how this project is phased, we may have more or less time to complete the TAS and ADA components of the project. From the asbestos perspective, before we can get certificate of occupancy to move back in, we would have to have the permit approved for that piece as well.
And your question on the asbestos, the way it was broken up vertically, we have walls to the deck. And when we talked previously, we were talking about a lot of plastic finishes and negative pressure, and you still have to have that negative pressure. But when you phase the building like that, you've got structural walls going to the deck, so there's much less risk, and you can control it better.
They're sort of like firewalls.
Yeah.
Almost. These are little boxes. We're self-contained boxes. Okay, I'm out of time, but I have a couple other questions.
Ms. Blair, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Oh, boy.
May not need it, but thank
Here we
you,
go.
Mayor.
Cue the music.
Thank you guys for your
I'm gonna have to cut off at
presentations
some
today,
point.
and
I mean, there's no vote here.
colleagues
This is
who've
just.
asked, whose questions have
No.
already been asked.
I think that June 10th
I'm
would
gonna
be
ask
a good
specific
one, where
questions in
you'll get to see
regards
some
to my
impassioned
favorite
pleading.
subject, code. How does the phased repair program priority and
Oh, cue the music.
prioritize safety and code compliance?
Oh, it's playing.
Okay, so I can go ahead first here, and then we'll let Don
I
and
can
Will if
hear
they
it
have a
on,
different
like,
perspective
live.
to add. But one of the important things we've heard, and I believe Councilmember Johnson last time talked about a safe city hall repeatedly, and I think it's an important component for us as we went and looked at the project. So things that were important to us is making sure that the major mechanical systems in the facility were replaced early, as those support the rest of the facility, right? All the components for staff and otherwise.
Looks like
The
Maxie
other piece of
Johnson
this
is
that I think
hosting a
important
press
is
conference why
our
the Mavs need to
prioritization
stay
around staff
downtown.
safety,
I saw
which
that.
also includes
Tomorrow at 9 a.m.
Tomorrow. He's gonna change their minds, guys.
Renovating that area fully before staff move back in, and
Well, I don't think he's
prioritizing
gonna
that
change their
approach
mind
over
until after
Oregon
this
as we move through the
vote.
facility. I don't
Well,
know.
no matter what.
No,
Max
it's just
says.
stupid. It's like the decision's made. This is a done deal. And
Well, it's not though. I don't know. Everyone's hooked on that. I
In the
mean,
investigation
Robert
that we've done,
Walensky
we have
yesterday was like,
prioritized life safety.
I don't.
And,
In no
right
universe
now,
is this a
smoke
done deal
evacuation system
because now it's
and
kind of like
asbestos
Valley View
are the
versus
two
Irving. What's
most
Irving going to
life-threatening
offer
conditions that we
that
have.
Dallas
From a firefighter
isn't for
I just,
Valley?
you don't enter into an option purchase agreement with a buyer, with a seller.
Going into stairwells.
if
that are
you
I
not
think if you're the
serious.
Adelsons, you can do whatever the hell
There
you
are
want. They
some
do it all over the world.
people within the
They got enough
industry that believe that
attorneys
stair
and whatever to tear
pressurization is
whatever
not that
apart.
important. We believe that the building code is the minimum standard for these life safety
So you think they
systems.
push this
And
vote
many times we
through
far
quick,
exceed the building
and
code
Well, I
then-
mean, look at the big
for
picture.
protecting people.
Why did they
So what I
make
would
this
say is that
announcement
stair
2 days
pressurization
before this meeting,
is
before
really important
the
for
city is going
firefighters
into
to
this
enter those
process?
stairwells
You
if the
know,
building's
it
on
may be
fire.
that they're trying
If they go
to
into
pressure the
stairwell
city
and it's not positively
because
pressurized,
they
that
aren't.
means smoke from any floor.
They're
can
getting
go
all
in
these
that
mixed
stairwell,
messages
and
since
the
November.
firefighters
They
there
said that they
now
needed to
blow
make a
smoke
decision by July
in the
1st.
place where
That's
they're
what they're
trying
doing.
to
Well,
connect to hose
again,
goods
that's what they
to
say.
get- to
What they
drag the
say,
fire
like
hoses
what?
out on the floor in an
Because they have,
Who's
they have a
holding them to
timeline.
that?
They have to
Yeah,
design
but-
and build a new facility by
automatic
2031.
sprinkler
That's
system
Ah,
installed
you know what,
on
you
the
can-
upper floors of this building.
All right.
That
That's
many times
arbitrary.
reduces
They're
the
going to
fire
make it
department
sound like
and
that. That's
emergency
just a corporate
responders'
arbitrary
responsibility to clean up
date
Well,
they
how
rolled
long did
out.
it take to
fire
build
out.
AAC?
But the way the building is set up right now,
That's a good question.
we
Was
have
it 4
non-existent
years?
access to those stairwells in terms of stair
I mean,
pressurization.
construction
Yes,
here in
firemen can go in
Texas,
there, but they don't know what they're
you
going to
start tomorrow, you
when
could
they
have
enter
it
those
done by
stairwells.
next year once
And
they
the
get
smoke
going. But
system in the
I
atrium,
understand
to
the
me,
R&D and all
it was
that.
on the original
But
drawings.
they want an
Architects
answer
knew they
soon.
needed to do something to
But I
remove
don't-
smoke from the upper floors.
Who's
of
going to
this
hold them
building
to their
if the
own
fire did
date, they said?
originate in
Just
the base of the
them? I
building.
mean,
But that was omitted.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what
For
it would
some
look like if they had to
strange reason, it was
extend
omitted. We
the
don't
lease
know
at the
why.
AAC if it
But
came
I talked
to it.
one individual who told me that there was
Yeah,
an
I mean-
intention to do it later.
I'm sure the city will
And
work with them. But
since
trying
the
to work
course
on
of
all
this
this
building
panic
being
pressure,
open,
like
the
like
code
these
requirements
decisions or
for
whatever the
smoke
Adelsons
evacuation and
do
atrium have
is
changed
quite
4
calculated and bigger than
And
our
the
brains can
interesting
handle
thing
because
is
they've
they're
had
not
board
as
meetings or
stringent
board
as
meetings
they
with
were
attorneys
early
and
on. in the
accountants and
1999
all this
code.
stuff. I'm sure they've
required
got a
6
plan. They
air
did it in
changes
Macau.
in that atrium space. Then it was reduced to 4. And the current code allows us to go down
This
to
could be
2
one
air
big
changes
manipulation
per hour.
by
So it has to
them
do
to the
with a whole
city.
combination of other things in the life.
I'm not
safety
saying it because I
network.
really kind of
But
do
I
want it
know
at
that
City
we
Hall,
wanna take
but
care of
these,
those
you
life
know,
safety issues first and
we've lived here with the
foremost for
Cowboys,
occupants of
both
this
with
building
the
and
stadium
firefighters
and the Star.
who
You know,
arrive
the
here in a
Star was
unfortunate situation.
going to be
You said
down
something,
off
very
Grand Avenue at the old Ford
that
plant.
This
Oh, yeah.
As soon as the city started dancing back and forth like it's doing now here with the Mavs, Jerry just said, "Screw it, I'm going to buy all this land up here." And
the employees that would be in the building.
I think
I
that's
was
the
in a
lesson
building
that
that
all
was
these
burning. I
people
worked
learned.
at
Even that first meeting with
when I
Kara,
worked in LA.
you know, there
We
was
were
a
in a
council person
burning
down there that said,
building.
"I don't want to
We
be
would- we
on the
couldn't
council
get
that
where
gave
we
away the
needed to go
Mavs." So I
because
think
of
all these
smoke.
people
So
don't
can
want to
you
be
please
the next
address
Laura
those
Miller
safety is based on what you just said.
and don't want that on their
Smoke
face.
inhalation is deadly.
And
There's no
Kara's
doubt
done her
about it.
part.
It's
She's
just a
kept
question
them in
of how
Dallas
much
for
you
that
can
matter.
tolerate.
But
But
now we
presence
got
of
the
smoke can
Stars
be
leaving, so
altered by a proper smoke evacuation system. The code requirement is that there's no smoke. The code requirement is there's a 6-foot clear path below the smoke.
And who
on the
knows, it
top
will have been
floor.
the
So in
city
7th floor of this
after
building,
the
around
10th
the
could
atrium, that
we get
smoke
some
accumulation
direction
would have
here
to be
with
no lower.
City
closer
Hall
to
and
the floor than
repair
6
could
feet.
come back
And
to the
that's what
Stars
these
and go,
systems use
"Here,
as design.
take the
Today we
AAC
have
for free."
computer models that simulate these fires.
Wouldn't they take that?
And we can simulate then evacuation systems, the exhaust fans and the air intake fans, the makeup air. And it can all be done now at a level where
Sorry, John, I'm just
we're
listening.
designing to the right solution rather than overkill. So what I would say is, we just needed time. We ran out of time, folks. I'm just honest with you.
So-
We had lots of things we wanted to run down, and I'll tell you one of the other ones. We just have to get good information from a lot of different sub-consultants that we haven't even had a chance to talk to
So
yet.
let me go on. So let me go on to the next question. You said if additional code, if additional code issues are found during the repair process, how would those be addressed? Would they be addressed where because you say that based on what Councilman Roth has said, that you found that you have some contingencies baked into your, are you saying that you would just do the work without coming back to council?
So I think a couple things to note here. I want to clarify, in our approach, we're replacing and implementing the atrium smoke ventilation, the fire pump room and related sprinkling components all in phase 1. Okay, so that's the first thing as a part of life safety out the gate. And then we are doing the horizontal distribution to the areas as we go through the phase. So I just want to clear that component up. We'd still use the standpipes for the existing facility for any areas that are not renovated at that point, but we would then go throughout. Now, to your question around if things are found along the way, would we do them without council approval? We are not currently under contract to do the work or plan for that. And once again, as I mentioned earlier, our job at this point in time is to provide you with sufficient scope direction and budget components so that that can be planned as a part of the scope of the project. Now, whether or not the contractor would have to come back to council to complete that work would be dependent on the way that you structure your contract with the council member in the state or with the contractor in the state of Texas. And so I think that's the best component that I can answer at this point on that.
To me, if we discover things during the course of construction in what is a remodeling project, we have to isolate it, define it, identify the problem, and then ask for approval to make those changes. It wouldn't be automatic.
Thank you. Will all new code issues found during the repair work be addressed immediately, or will council, I guess you just answered that, will council, so that would mean you would need a change order if you were.
Looks like she wrote down her questions
Or do you have funds, when you said you
today.
had funds
That
baked
was
in?
wise.
Would you still need a change order, or when would you, based on how you did your budgeting, how would you answer to, are we saying that you're just gonna do stuff, or do you have to have?
Okay,
Sorry,
yes.
explain,
I'm
or
gonna
you have to
I'm gonna keep
explain.
listening,
let
but
me
I
say
gotta
this.
check out here for a while.
Let me address it.
Okay.
If you have
I
found
gotta
that there is
run an errand,
additional
and
work
then I got
that's
a board
needed,
meeting later tonight,
and
all
you,
sorts of
based
stuff.
on
Oh,
you're
I'm
pulling a
fine.
wall out, I did some
I'm good for another 20 minutes.
I kind of see where this is going, though.
And
I
my
don't.
house is an
I
old
really want to
house.
hear the
You
Grinch.
open up a wall. you
Yeah,
find
yeah. I
stuff
don't think
that was
yeah,
supposed
I
to
hate
be
that
there
this
that's
way.
not
I wish
there.
we
You
could
find stuff that you
compartmentalize all the
didn't
drama,
look for.
but I don't think anyone's going
with
to
your
change their vote.
budgeting
I think we'll still
that
be
you
9
have
to
laid
6 right
out.
now. Next week.
What is
I
the
guess we'll see.
let me ask it this way: what percentage, or is there a percentage of error
all right,
that
let's do this again.
we should look for
Thank
in
you,
the
guys.
budget?
Yeah, thanks, John. Appreciate you.
Good to see
We are
you.
carrying,
Yeah.
if you can, whoever's going through the slides, if you can
Been
go to the
fun,
next
good,
slide
easy
for
day.
me.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Account for
Take care.
unknowns
Take
because
care.
we're not opening up the, we're not completing the work at this point in time. We're not doing some of the exploratory scanning and demo, all those components. At this point in time, we're carrying a owner contingency of 10%, a market reserve of 5%, and then obviously the market escalation. Now, if there are things that are discovered that are outside of the repair of known elements that we've been provided in here, we would hope that the contingency could cover that, but it needs to go through a full design and exploration process to really identify those items.
Let me answer something this way. Again, this is a general purpose budget. We've dug into some areas that we thought needed a little examination, but the step following this is a much more robust and detailed program of drawing what you want to be corrected, refining the scope of work, and coming up with a much more refined budget to deal with that. When you do that, you may want to shrink the contingency, but most of the time, you never do anything to your contingency before you've even started a job. People all of a sudden get confident, but I've just been through so many projects, you ultimately use a healthy amount of that contingency. Now, if you structure your contract right with your contractor, and I don't know if you were concerned about this, they don't just go spend that contingency. They've got to come to you and say, hey, we have a problem here. Either somebody missed it in the plans or we had a hidden condition. I mean, there are a variety of things that can trigger additional cost, but before somebody just goes and spends the money, they've got to come to you and explain, how they've addressed that and how they're justified in taking it out of contingency. Because you could have an argument, Mr. Contractor, that was in your original scope. You can't use my contingency for your problem. And you negotiate contingency all the way until the day you finish the job. But that's the way it's typically structured.
City Manager, I have a question for you. How are we supposed to pay for all this?
She already answered that one.
I would start my answer with the magnitude of the cost, as we've talked about previously, and even the earlier discussions back in March when the number was a little bit different, was the pulling that into the overall context of our budget. And there's been comments made about we should never borrow money to do whether it's repairs, which I agree, because when you're talking about repairs, you're not necessarily talking about things that are going to last you for 20 years. So why would you want to go and issue bonds and pay on them for 20 years, and what you've prepared might last you for 5? So I totally agree. And so then that puts us back to the current pressures on our existing budget, not only for this year, but in our budget projections going forward. And so my immediate answer would be, if you're asking me today, do we have the current funds, cash, in our existing budget to pay for whether it's the recommendation on the numbers we have from Gresham or the numbers that we got from WM2, year 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it really doesn't matter. My answer would be no, we do not. And so we would have to, as we do every year as we're planning out the budget, look for additional ways that we can continue to do what
Just
we've
say
already
cut.
done. How do we look at our streamlining of services, efficiencies, duplication? We are already doing those things now. And even with the budget projections that we shared with you over a month ago, we are even in the existing budget right now.
You know, when
showing
the
a
what the
gap.
technology director,
so,
whatever his title is,
the short answer
when
is,
Kara
you
was
don't have the
asking
funding
him
now.
about
And if council
duplication,
wants to
redundancy. He couldn't give a
proceed
straight
with
answer on
a-
anything.
Whatever,
No.
whatever you call it, we would want to make sure
Yeah,
that we understand
they're
that's
streamlining
your
efficiency. The
direction
the
for
draft
additional-
budget that they gave was like
additional- so
$5.6
that is
billion.
what makes it
It's like $400 million more than the current budget.
If we're gonna have to have additional debt to do this work, is there, what we need to?
Oh my gosh,
Let
Lori.
me ask this question of you.
Like, they're
If
not
we
gonna
look at
spend
a
50 million bucks a year on a lease?
20-year process.
Yeah, where's that money going to come from?
Let me start with you guys. Typically, when I remodeled, I wished I had done it like my sister did, moved out, gutted it, and did all the repairs at one time, because by the time you try to budget for today for this piece, then tomorrow for that piece, and then for the next piece, the first thing that you started with starts failing. So why would we do a 10-year or 20-year or even a 5-year process when and have you added into your cost over the 10-year process a plan that looks at things that you said, haven't, like you said before, had a 9-year life cycle on it, and on the 10th year, what are you going to do with it? Do we have to start all over again?
All right, now I'm seeing something like
So, a couple things I'd
258
like to
million bucks over
clarify.
10
I agree
years.
with you on the home renovation piece. I believe they call that divorce dust. When you
No,
do
no,
a
no.
home. So
25 to
understand.
26 million per year.
The phased project, I want to go back to the fact that we were tasked with at least one of our options being a 10-year program. That was not selected by our consultant team as a part of this. And so I think a couple things to consider. And we talked about one of our core tenets being effective and efficient
See,
use
this
of
is the
taxpayer
thing.
dollars. When you look at a
We can't
budget
afford
like
to move
this,
out.
it is
We
important
can't
for us
afford to do the
present all
repairs.
costs like
So
Peter
the
did,
city
to
is
look
going
at
to
it
have to
holistically.
start
I can tell
taking
you
serious
from a
austerity
construction
measures. And this is
perspective
on top
only.
of
Course,
the
we would
existing
prefer to
budget
come in
problems,
and
which
work
are
through an
deferred
unoccupied
maintenance with
facility
streets,
project as fast as
obligations to
possible.
hire
It minimizes
police and
the
pay them more under
premiums, it
Prop U,
minimizes the risk to occupancy,
escalating
so
pension
all of those
costs
things.
for both city
But
and police
this
pension.
is a city hall. There are critical
The
functions.
city
that
is
need
so
to be delivered,
screwed.
and so it also has to be considered as far as what the costs are for those to be relocated or provided otherwise.
I know,
And so
Plano did them
I
a
think
favor
that is the
by
decision that is facing the council
recapturing
today with the
money
fully
from
loaded
DART
numbers
for
around
everybody.
swing space.
Sure.
Otherwise,
Yeah,
what is the
there's
priority, right? Is the priority to continue
the
to operate
only
in this
thing, the
facility
only
for
hope
the
for our
foreseeable
city,
future?
and
Is
this
the
is not
priority
going to
to
happen,
deliver
is
city
if they go
services
in
in
and
the
they
most
literally
effective
just
manner?
start cutting
I think
entire
there's costs on
departments
both sides that
and
need to be evaluated
gutting
there, and that's why the
anything
numbers
that
are
isn't
presented
related
the
to
way
core
they are.
services. And that includes any kind of entitlement or welfare program. All that crap's got to go. And that's a hard pill to swallow, but they won't do it.
If you ask any contractor, they want things wide open and go. So if you would go visit with a contractor, they would say, let's do a lot of front-end planning, do drawings, let's see if we can't tighten down the numbers and refine the scope. And we would like to blow it go as fast as we can, which would imply an empty building.
Okay, so based
Now,
on.
again, I mean, we did just like you said. We had
And
a
you know what?
10-year
Even if
obligation to do a
you
10-year
got some of
plan.
these
That was within the resolution.
demo counselors,
Our
vote to demo
alternative,
counselors,
we cut it in
like,
half,
I don't think they're down with this phased
and built it in
approach at
5
all.
years. I still think that's
Like, they would want to
pretty
vacate
aggressive.
anyway.
Yeah.
But our folks say it's doable. And so that's why we came up with an alternate plan in larger chunks where we could move people around and still make it work and hit a 5-year program.
I don't remember which one of you guys who said about L3, because you didn't go, but you know that there's leaks, there's water leaks.
Stop with L3.
And you feel that
There's
it's
no
just a
one
crawl
working
space.
there. It's not even built
Anything
out.
that you have said that needed to be repaired in L3, is that baked in your prices here, or would there be additional charges that we would have to consider?
We discussed the crawl space. We talked about how to potentially address it, where you take it out or fill it up, or putting in fans, to keep it dry. But we don't have a number in there right now.
This
'cause
is the
we-
least of
we
our
Didn't
concerns.
get down there and really look at it and understand. We've seen pictures and we
I think
know it's an
everybody's made the
issue,
points now that can be
but
made. So
we
Yeah.
did not have a number in our budget. And from what I understand, it's not a
I'm just
big
like
number
out of pure
to address some of that. I
Schadenfreude
couldn't
wanting
tell
to
you what,
watch.
but I know. I'm just relaying.
Well, I-
Actually, it's not Schadenfreude. I'm sorry, masochism.
Issue.
Want to watch Gay
Didn't have access to it, so we didn't.
Gay Willis make
Yeah,
make
I would
her
agree. It's
haughty
not
comments.
costed on a per square foot
I wonder
basis
if,
or related in our number.
I wonder if
just
everybody will
given
speak.
The information that was provided on that component, but I do think I agree with the team.
If everybody
that,
doesn't
that
speak,
the
that's
number
actually
would
pretty
focus
telling,
on
because
water
that'll
use
just
and
be like, well,
primarily
we've already
given
made up our
the fact
minds,
there
so
is
we aren't
elements
even bother
there,
talking
so I
to these
think it
people.
could be covered potentially by contingency.
Well, I mean, they're gonna.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
it's gonna be
listen,
Groundhog
can I
Day when they
ask,
have the actual vote.
Chair
Everybody's gonna
Johnson
just
Yeah.
repeat everything they've said. So
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, I'll come back.
I didn't say it on the microphone. Yeah, you were out of time. Sorry, but you have another opportunity, of course.
Oh, can't
Yeah,
wait.
and you used them asking that question. Chairwoman Stewart, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Oh boy.
Thank you, Mayor Johnson. Okay, I'm the person who's worried about our anxiety here, and I'm going to tell you my anxiety continues to come down. I think the more information we get, the information you've given us with respect to scope and budget, helps us begin to see how we can chart a path. And then that goes obviously into conversations and contracts about design and construction and all of that. But we've been overwhelmed by the numbers, and you guys are breaking them down for us, walking us through them, and I'm very appreciative. I'm very appreciative that you both put escalation numbers in. We know costs are going to go up, whether it's 5 or 10 or 3 or even 1, or when we even start. So escalation numbers are very important and appreciated, and that you also plan for the contingencies. We were just talking about that. Clearly,
Baz has his
necessary
pride
part of the
pin
contract,
on.
and
Of
one
course he
that
does.
is in
Is
a
Kathy
contract
flipping?
that Councilmember Basildew and I worked
I
on
can't
for
tell.
Community Park at Fair Park. There was a contingency provision, and then there were all these provisions about how
She
the
said her
general
anxiety's
contractor
coming
would
down, so.
access those funds, but they had to get approvals from the city and Fair Park First, et cetera. So all of this is
I
beginning
could see
to
her anxiety
fit into
fluctuating
a
greatly
plan,
and often.
and I find that very, very helpful. The historical preservation, one of the two companies referenced that. Did you all visit with experts in historical preservation? Where did that kind of come from?
So the building has not been designated yet. That decision
Right.
lies with this body, and so for the purposes of the scope of this.
You know
they
what?
were
And
to
even if they vote to
estimate
demo, I
the
think the
designation.
legal
Okay.
It's
so
not
we-
official yet.
hurdles
We're
that they
in
would
a
have to
moratorium,
overcome
which
are
only
so
means that we
significant. The
submit,
cemetery, the
plans
park,
to,
the plaza.
It would
I
be
mean,
a
that has
mess.
review and- sorry, was it-
Years.
Yeah.
No, I was just gonna say, yeah, it was just a consideration that there are moratoriums in place. We are not carrying dollars currently for.
Like, I don't know how
historical
you can get
preservation,
around
renovation, or related.
the vote
Okay, great.
for
That is good news.
the park. Like, I know
that there wouldn't be an
Harris
escalation
County just did
cost,
it, but it was
it's not a
the
factor
hospital
right
was
now.
going to be expanding on the
let's talk
land,
about
so
the
you
Federal
argue that way.
Pacific
But that, you know,
panels.
that's not the case here.
I have a bit of a personal experience. We've had several homes in Lake Highlands burn because of the Federal Pacific panel. The home I live in right now, and I've lived in for about 5 years, was built in the 70s and burned down in 1999 because of a Federal Pacific panel. So, so the home that I live in is, not a 1970s building, but really a early 2000s build.
Just ask the question.
And subsequent to that, or around about the time we bought this house and had that realization, our daughter and son-in-law bought a house, and it still had the Federal Pacific panel in there. And I will just say the shared information around the neighborhood is if you have one of these panels, you need to replace it. So our daughter and son-in-law.
Why are we getting this
still
story?
in
Just
there. They
I have
cannot
no
get
idea.
insurance. They cannot move in and get insurance until it was replaced. So this is not like an annoying fact that we have 400 of these. This is a deeply concerning fact for me. Obviously, it's not just it's a very low chance that we would ever have a problem. There is a pretty significant chance that we would have a problem with one of them. And then we're talking about all the life safety issues that come around having a fire. So I would prioritize replacing those panels. So I would go, I think, with y'all's estimate that had maybe 119 million in for electrical because we would need to replace those. And that brings me
Thank
to
you for
this phrase.
saying absolutely
well, we
nothing.
intended to do that later. I won't go into the details of this, but I did have a tour of the Southeast Service Center yesterday. We intended to do a lot
Mayor?
of things later.
Thank you,
and
Carol.
Mayor?
It's not,
For what purpose?
I believe this is not. I think that was the same item called on me when I brought up other buildings, including the same building I was going to talk about.
makes perfect sense to me. She's right. I'll
Sustained.
stay away from the service center. My point being, we really need to turn this, I don't know if it's I don't know why we do this. I do know why we do this. We have a lot of demands on our budget, but we seriously need to look at
Who put them there? How did they get there,
making
Kathy?
plans that
All those
take care of
demands
our
on the
needs
budget.
without postponing items that have serious consequences. I'll leave it there. Let's avoid these very serious consequences, which is where we sit today. So let's take a turn. Let's be the council that does it differently. We do have a bit of a trend going on doing things differently and being willing to take on hard issues.
God, thanks,
So let's
Mom.
keep going.
This is what she does.
And
She
let's
turns on
not
mom mode.
postpone. Let's not postpone some of these critical questions and
No one's
issues.
postponing
Thank you.
anything.
Let me make one comment
Yes.
to address what you're talking about. Our subcontractor in the electrical business is here all the time. And we can bear this out because we had visits with them on status of the equipment, et cetera. But he's very confident in the skill of the electrical staff that inhabits this building and their ability to keep it going and their ability to monitor some of that stuff. That doesn't make the issue go away, but I will say, it appears to us you've got a very competent staff paying attention to those kinds of issues.
I also,
Yes,
I don't know
we
you
all have an
necessarily have to do the whole thing
appreciation
at once.
for
Like,
Lucky.
I don't know if
what
all
he's
400
doing,
would have to
but
be
we keep
replaced
referring
at
to-
once.
No, probably not.
Gibson.
Not for electrical.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Blackman, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor.
So thank you for the report. I totally get you open a wall and you don't know what you're going to find. And if we decide that it is too expensive, I mean, we're in this building 50 years. We should have been maintaining it all
I've been
along
here
when we
since
found all this
2007.
stuff happening, but now
Well, she'll tell us.
it's amortized and it is $500 million. Let's
Been
just say
here a
that.
long time.
So we could pay for this, and we would have to forego X, Y, and Z, I think that the city manager has laid out. But if we leave and rent, aren't we still gonna have to pay for that
Yes,
somewhere too?
that's a good question, Paula.
Or is that a free building we're getting? Not a free building, but that needs to be factored into what the structure of what that would look like, and that's not what's before you right now. I know, but it will be, because we're about to go into exec. So I'm
no-
just
no-
saying that you cannot say
No matter what,
that-
you're gonna have operating expenses, you're not gonna live anywhere
have
for free.
rent.
Yeah, you won't live anywhere for free, whether it's here or someplace else,
Right.
it's not for free.
So there will be some
in
sacrifice,
a
or there's to be
bad
some hit
mood,
to the budget, is
Ken.
what I'm saying. Whether we renovate it or we
Just gonna
move.
break that
There
microphone
there are no
off.
there are no free
We heard that,
options.
Kim.
And I
getting
understand that, so
snippy.
either way, we're gonna be hitting the budget. It's just a matter of how big the hit is going to be.
That is correct, depending
Okay.
on what decisions
I
are made.
just wanted to level that, because it made it sound like if we leave, then we could be not hitting the budget, but if we stay, it's gonna be a hit to a bond or budget, and I just wanted to.
Well, that's not what this group has
No,
communicated.
that's what, okay, but I was just, you made the comment about what are we gonna be foregoing on our budget. And I just wanna say, either way, it's gonna be a hit to the budget. That's all I'm saying. We're gonna have to pay. And this should have been paid over 50 years, to be quite honest, and we now have the bill again.
Preach,
for
girl.
A lot of things. And so, unfortunately.
Paula has not
So
been
that's
that
really
bad
what I'm
as of
saying.
late.
No, really, she hasn't.
Chairwoman Mendelson, you're recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you. The problem with the numbers is that everything's based on AECOM, which I believe have been proven to be incorrect. For the roof, John, has the city council been asked to replace the roof and we've said no?
I don't recall a specific request to this body.
So the management has known that the roof should be replaced, but never asked the council?
So I'll let the city manager respond on her behalf, but we do prepare briefings, and I know I've been coming to this dais at least since 2022 advocating for additional funding for maintenance of buildings, which the city manager gave us the largest increase that we've had.
Thank
from
you.
9 million to 14.5 million plus 2 million for preventative maintenance, which we've never had.
Oh,
So I'll
jump in. Kim
In
jumps in.
2024, during the time that I was serving as the interim city manager, Councilwoman Middleton, we brought the first briefing that laid out the whole facility's state of good repair, the challenges that we were having. We identified the numbers. We talked about what we're spending every year. And we came with, actually it was 2 briefings that we did during that time period. And what we laid out is the amount of funding that would be needed across all of our facilities to be able to start doing more on deferred maintenance. And in the budget that we presented, we actually increased the amount, the line item that we're using now to do deferred maintenance. And I think it's already been stated a couple of times previously, is that this is not the only building that sits in our portfolio that has needs. We have over 541 different city facilities. And I will tell you that every last one of those facilities, whether we're talking about the ones at Fair Park, that in 2023, I think the deferred maintenance needs there was well to the tune of $600 million. So this is not just an issue at City Hall.
And do you recall, what was the dollar amount that you asked to have us increase for facilities?
I think what we included in our recommendation is a ramp up of the deferred maintenance line item. And I want to say that it was, John, you'll have to give me the number.
We went from major maintenance of 9 million to 11 million, and then recently 14.5 million. And then in the current budget, we received 2 million new funding with a ramp up to next year for 3 million dedicated to preventive maintenance, specifically at public safety facilities.
And would you
$3 million
believe that dollar
for
amount would be
500
sufficient
buildings.
to address our needs now that you hear this about City Hall, as well as what you now know, maybe you didn't know previously, about the other facilities?
If the question is, do we have enough money to do deferred maintenance at all the facilities, is that the question? Because my answer would be no.
This is the dollar amount you are saying you asked for. Is that number sufficient to do the work that you now know needs to be done?
In our current budget, for all of the different facilities that are in our portfolio, in the current budget,
Kara's just
it is
having one
not
now.
enough money today, nor will it be enough money tomorrow to do repairs or the needs that we have across the entire portfolio. So that answer is no. What we recommended was a ramp up, and we included the increases that John just communicated to begin to move in that direction to where we could start putting more of that through our general fund and how we're budgeting to start doing more on deferred maintenance. There are some dollars that were included in, I believe, the 2024 bond program. We've actually prioritized a lot of the deferred funding that we have now to begin to do a lot of the work at the public safety facilities. And we can lay out for the council how we've used the current budget, the major maintenance fund now, and the way we've been doing that work. over the
59
last
of
2 years
those
since I've
buildings
been in
are
this role.
fire stations, so,
So thank
you're not
you.
getting rid of
You
those,
have
but
recommended we
Right.
go
What
from
are the
about
rest?
9 million a year
Pools?
to 14+ million a year. Is 14+ million a year sufficient?
Carol, why are you asking this question again?
Based on the needs across the portfolio, the answer would be no.
And what would be the number that would be sufficient? Are you aware of that number, or would you like to consider it and share it with us later? I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I'm trying to understand what the actual need is.
So in the briefing that we presented in 2024, I think we laid out what the needs are overall. I don't have that briefing in front of me, but we can definitely pull that back out of that briefing and we can share it. I think what we did, we showed the magnitude of what the entire portfolio includes as far as deferred maintenance needs, and we showed you how long it would take us to even get to a point where those facilities would be in good repair. But let me get the briefing that we
Thank you.
presented in June. I think it was June of 2024, and we'll get that back out to council.
So as I've made clear many times, I'm very opposed to doing maintenance with debt, with bond dollars. That's a terrible way to run a budget. But we do have federal funds, CDBG funds, that are just sitting there. We do have ARPA funds that were designated for this. And we should be budgeting appropriately, which to me means being able to keep all of our buildings in a state of good repair. And that's what I would like to see happen. I don't believe I've ever been asked for any maintenance item as a council member, and we've said no in 7 years. I've never seen it happen. Where the management has come to us and said, we need this money to get this done, and the council's voted no, it just hasn't happened in 7 years. And we are not in a position, it's not even really our job to know what the deferred maintenance needs are. We're a policy body. And so we count on you to do that work. I'm just gonna say that there are businesses all over the city that have a CO and make a repair, and they do not have to modify to the current code. That's not an exemption. That's not an exception. That is just the way you do business. That is how our code is written. The Stemmons building did not have a CO, and that is the big difference. There is a serious lack of code compliance, modern code compliance, in all of our buildings across the city. I do believe you, Councilmember Gracie, when you say you don't want to keep debating the numbers. That's because the numbers are faulty. What is the schedule for all of this? I will just say, let me ask this question. When we talk about a wire or a vent and counting square footage to get to this 50%, does a wire then include any square footage? Does a vent include square footage?
And that will have to be it for this round.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, sorry, I do have to answer that question. Yes,
Well,
sorry.
you've talked about the venting running across.
Yeah, he gets to answer that question, and then we got to move on.
Yeah.
Okay, okay, yes. So any component of the building that we are.
Brennan, I hate to cut out, but we're right when it's
Totally
getting good.
understand,
But
yeah. My eyes
it's-
are glazing over.
I know it's good. It's getting to that point in the day when everything starts to get foggy. But
Yeah.
this is great. I really appreciate you joining me, and I hope we get to do it again sometime soon.
Yes, thank you so much for facilitating.
You're welcome. We'll be in touch.
Yes, take care.
Take care.